Broken pieces on the floor, like you've been walking on shattered hopes. I can't believe I didn't see, but now I make you nothing but a memory. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, no. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, not the one. We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings for good, and we gone. You got me real close, time to run. My broken heart and I, we're moving on, moving on. My broken heart and I, my broken heart and I. I'm sick and tired of you. All this time I've been nothing but a fool. There's no more trying, we're through. How this story ends ain't up to you. I'll take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one. You're not the one. I'll take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, not the one. We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings for good, and we gone. You got me real close, time to run. My broken heart and I, we're moving on, moving on. We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings for good, and we gone. You got me real close, time to run. My broken heart and I, we're moving on, moving on. We're moving on. My broken heart and I. My broken heart and I, we're moving on.
There were fallouts, we've been up, down, but I blame myself. There's no
Hello and welcome to the 2025 OWCS World Finals, coming to you live from a DreamHack in beautiful Stockholm, Sweden. We are running it back once again in this beautiful, beautiful venue at this wonderful event. And of course, I once again got some reinforcements on my desk. My name is OWCS, and joining me to break it all down for the next 3 days are Necra and Avril. Guys, it's so great to be back here.
So good to be back. Look at how beautiful that stage is, and I cannot wait for this venue to really start popping off.
Yeah, we've got 12 teams this time, best around the world. I'm happy to see so many teams out here for the World Finals. And the level of play, I mean, we've already started our games in the first 2 days. It's already looking really tight.
Yeah, and we will be getting into the nitty-gritty of what we've already seen in the first 2 rounds in the upper bracket, the last 2 days. And of course, we're also going to run you through what's to come. But let's start at the very beginning of this year, because those teams have fought hard to get onto this very stage. We had 3 regular season stages, 2 big offline events as well, and a lot of the teams we're seeing here over the next 3 days have been partaking in all of these stages, and of course also those offline events.
We've got international giants here. Both Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons are still in the running in order to claim the World Finals title, and who's to say we could see Team Falcons run it back and actually get a second one.
Yeah, and throughout the OWCS journey so far, last year and this year, and it has just been a lot of Crazy Raccoon and Falcons. I want to see, can a third team, a different team, maybe make it to the final, maybe maybe take that World Championship.
Yeah, and you already said, Avril, we have 12 teams here. We are playing in a double elimination bracket. The first to two in the upper and lower round one, and first to three for all the remaining matches, except from the grand final, which will be played out in the first to four. So lots of exciting games to be played out by these 12 teams, hailing from all of our different regions, right? We have Korea, EMEA, NA, China, as well as Japan from APAC, that way around. Listen, I can make up other words. Matt,
I
don't
thought
give
that
me
was
look from,
brilliant,
like, the other side.
actually.
Thank you.
It makes a
thank
lot
you.
of sense.
I'm all
Japan and Asia Pacific.
Exactly. Thank you. I'm all about efficiency on this desk. Let's talk about some of these teams here and some of the giants that we get to see on this very stage, starting with OWCS. They have been an absolute force to be reckoned with throughout the regular season. It's been incredible to watch them play.
It has been, and I think when you take a look at OWCS, it's hard not to see them be one of the favorites for this particular tournament. As you take a look at how they've been able to run through this upper bracket, it has been flawless. 2-0 versus GK, 3-0 versus Weibo Gaming, and they weren't close matches either. It was utter dominance coming out from this OWCS squad.
OWCS going from strength to strength. They're still a major threat. They have been trading spots, first, second place between Twisted Minds and themselves all throughout the entire year. That will probably likely continue. I think all of our EMEA teams, specifically OWCS and Twisted Minds, I mean, they could go really far. OWCS, they came second at the mid-season championship, so I still see a lot of potential for this team.
Yeah, and it's just full of absolute superstars. When you take a look at this roster and how they first come together, you look at Landon and Checkmate as the backbone of this team that glued all of these incredible players together.
This feels personal, okay? This feels personal.
Yeah, and they got the Riz to back it up, you know?
Right.
And not just the skills, but of course the personalities. And I think this team, as they have continued to grow throughout this season, I think it's very clear to see that Landon and Checkmate, they did put together a super squad.
And I mean, so far that's been showing, right? The first 2 days of play looked pretty flawless from They have yet to drop a map.
And, you know, this is a team that, honestly, I thought maybe it'd be a little bit closer against Weibo. There's been a little bit of the internet trash talk between the two teams, mainly coming from one side, if we're honest. But happy that OWCS got that win because they were the ones that talked a strong game, specifically against Weibo. And they proved that. If they can win that opening Ilios with a Diva ban on a dive-heavy map where Boucher is playing Winston, and OWCS win that, and then obviously they're going to end up proceeding to win the other games, that really speaks to strength. That they can beat one of the top dive teams in the world on a map that isn't even favored for them. So this is a team that doesn't seem like they have a lot of weaknesses.
Ziada's looked amazing on the Diva, but clearly with that banned out, the Zarya has looked pretty good, as well as the Diva just kind of in general against even some of these more difficult teams. You look at how well you would want to try to be able to go after the backline, and I think that Ziad's been able to execute on that, but Labda is kind of that big star for me on this roster with that hit scan. It's so consistent.
And we also saw as well, you know, sort of mentioned mid-season, Twisted Minds got a win over Crazy Raccoon at mid-season. OWCS didn't get to have a win versus Falcons, but they get to play Crazy Raccoon now. Maybe got the the blueprint out there already from competitors to Twisted Minds. They took down Crazy Raccoon, and OWCS now do that in this tournament.
I mean, it's certainly one of those teams which is not going under anyone's radar, right? Because they had such an explosive performance throughout the entirety of the year. Another team that had a really good start to the year is, of course, Team Falcons, right? They had early on, they looked just like dominant as ever. They had a few ups and downs, though, throughout this season.
Yeah, they are a very interesting team. You know, this is the type of team that definitely played to their opponent's strengths. If they go up against Crazy Raccoon in a final, you can bet that's going to be a 7 map. That's exactly what happened in Stage 3 in Korea. But honestly, if Falcons face Steel Ducks, that's a coin flip. That's a 50-50. I don't know who's going to win that one. Falcons, they will play their opponent's strengths. That's why they sort of had a very close game versus Varel. But they are still the defending world champions from last year. The defending champions from mid-season as well. They cleaned up OWCS in that grand final at mid-season. So they have the capability to be this extremely dominant team. But at the same time, sometimes it does slip a little bit and they're going to start dropping some maps.
It's always been Korea on top, and when you look at the two teams that have been leading the charge, it's kind of always that toss-up between Team Falcons and Crazy Raccoon. And so it's hard not to look at the bracket and go, well, if both of them are still going to be in the upper bracket, then surely they are the big favorites to get to the winners finals and even see each other again in the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, they are, as you see on the screen right here, they are coming off that victory from the mid-season championship, which is just a few weeks ago, really. So potentially still kind of riding that high. How did the last stage go for them?
Honestly, much better. They had a really shocking stage 2, dropped out 6th place, 5th to 6th. They had to go through a qualifier last, just qualify for mid-season. But last stage of stage 3, they went to the final. They were 3-1 up in that VO7 FT4 Grand Final versus Crazy Raccoon before they sort of lost the momentum a little bit. But they really proved that they can be the dominant team. Crazy Raccoon looked like they were about to lose that final. Falcons looked like they were going to be on top. They were going to come through as the first seed. Now Falcons going to come into this tournament with a lot of revenge on their mind, I'm sure.
Yeah, but if we're looking at the first 2 days of play, Necra, you get to cover some of their matches here as well. What did you see? Anything that should make us worry?
Well, I think there is one thing, and it's definitely going to be that match that they had versus Viral. I think there's a couple of ways that you can actually twist that. One is maybe it's that gods can bleed. Team Falcons, they did drop a map to Viral, but on the other hand, maybe is it that Viral is actually scaling and the gap is closing? We're always so hopeful about that. But when you look at their match versus Team Liquid, it just felt like sheer dominance. There were a couple of points where I think Team Falcon struggled, and they even said themselves, Team Liquid actually gave us a lot of trouble. When it came to the hard poke, it was very difficult to stand tall to that.
Yeah.
They often got first picked, and I think that is something that Team Falcon's got to go back to the VOD room and figure out for the rest of this tournament.
It's overall a good meta, though, I think, for Falcons. We're looking at a very heavy off-tank meta. It favors Harbin. We're going to see a lot more Harbin than someone, I think, especially as we move along in the further stage of the tournament. But Proper is proving that the Tracer nerf doesn't really bother him. He's absolutely destroying on that hero. Merit's hero pool gets the addition of Ash being brought back in the meta. That's been extremely strong for Merit, on top of them being able to play his other key picks on the hit scan role as well. So overall, this to me looks like a better meta for Falcons than it does for Crazy Raccoon. Of course, we're expecting them to be the hard 2 favorites for this, and I'm still looking out to see if there's maybe a third team that can change things up.
Yeah, I mean, both Crazy Raccoon as well as Team Falcons and OWCS that we just talked about, they're still in the upper bracket. So even if they're going to lose their next match, it's not so dramatic because they still have a second chance at it. However, we already have 6 teams that are finding themselves at the brink of elimination today, as we will be playing through that lower bracket. And I think one of the teams, as we just touched on how this is a good meta for Falcons, Team Liquid, that was one of the teams that we just felt they're kind of meta-proof, they're versatile, they have flexibility. They're already finding themselves in this spot now.
In stage number 3, when we saw the meta really shift over to Winston Wrecking Ball, that's where we saw Team Liquid shine. They've been scaling throughout the entire season. They got 3rd place in stage 1, they got 2nd place now in stage 2, and then they finish off with an undefeated record in stage 3, earning the 1st seed for North America. And it's hard to say that like this team, I think, comes into the tournament with like a huge amount of expectations on top of them. Because they were able to get that 1st spot and it was in such flawless fashion, I think we do need to see them make sure that they can step up to these brawl teams. And I think that's where we're going to need to see the team go towards things like the Ramatra, but this is definitely a team capable of that flexibility.
This is a team that has really, as you sort of said there, Rose, been on the up and up throughout the entire year. This has been a rough start to them in stage 1, but covering this team, stage 2, they got close in 2nd place, and they finally won in stage 3, so they have been improving steadily. And now this is the time to show if they can level up to the potential of being that 3rd maybe team challenging for that World Championship. And obviously, a quick loss to Falcons doesn't feel good, but they get to go to that lower bracket, maybe figure things out a bit. I do see Liquid as being the hope in North America right now, because SSG to me not looking fantastic. GK are looking weaker than they have been at other points of the year. So Team Liquid, they are holding torch high for North America, and they need to be the team that is able to break through.
Yeah, they're also just a fan favorite, right? Because you have so many likable characters on that very squad. So people want to see them do well, especially in front of the audience that we're going to be having here in the venue later today. Let's talk a little bit about what we've seen already for them. It was a tough, tall order for them in their first few matches, but probably more evenly matched in the lower bracket now.
Yeah, that was a tough draw to have Falcons first. I mean, who wants to face them as their first opponent of the tournament? And it was a loss 1-3. I think you have to look at this, though, with a bit of a grain of salt because it's Falcons, but also I think Team Liquid, despite the loss, looked really good. They were able to stage a lot of their fights well. They were setting up for good initiations. Unfortunately, though, I think some things were just a little bit slow for them to get things going, and that's where you saw players like Proper capitalized on
Yep.
that. They found the weakness in the armor, and they really struck hard.
I mean, that really is the strength of that Falcons lineup, and you need to see similar things out of Zera and Tree. And we've seen their capabilities. Tree extremely flexible. Zera needs to be able to show that he can be on proper level 1 that Tracer, and maybe beyond that as well, because that flex DPS position has opened up in terms of the expectations. We're starting
More
to see the
important than
Genji in
ever.
there, Echo's in there as well. Zera's mostly been known for the Tracer. He's going to need to be as flexible as proper on that position to be a World Championship quality team.
If we're looking as a whole at all of these teams, do you feel like there's a clear-cut favorite, or has the competition really caught up? Because I feel like in the past, in previous offline events that we had where, you know, the different regions are facing off, it was always Korea on top and no one even close to reach that level. Has that changed?
Oh, like the hopium in me is like, please, please let the gap actually be closing. And maybe there is a team, especially from EMEA, that will actually be able to take down one of the teams from Korea. But also, Korea has withstood the test of time. So I think, that, you know, is that really the case? And yesterday, I think, showed it could be. But even the Twisted Minds match was so close versus our T1.
Here's my answer. So there's actually, to really dive into a bit more, is there has been a gap closed, but I think where the gap is closed is China has caught up a little, Japan's caught up a little, Varel seemed really good, CC have looked really good, Weibo, they are still sort of around their level, but maybe on the downtrend, but the fact that CC are getting better shows that the region is improving, so the rest of the world are catching up to where NA and EU were, and EMEA were, but how much of a gap are we going to see between the rest? Falcons are always, in my mind, going to end up having close games, no matter who they play in various degrees, except for certain conditions where maybe you're in a grand final against REBROADCAST 4-0. Crazy Raccoon, that was a disgustingly one-sided game versus SSG. However, REBROADCAST, I think, should be a much better opponent. That will be the true test. If REBROADCAST could either beat or have an extremely close game versus Crazy Raccoon, then I do think, you know, you're starting to see now that it's maybe not completely a fluke. That being said, though, we do have to keep in mind the Twisted Minds T1 win, a 3-2 win, reverse sweep as well. That is Twisted Minds now twice. They have beaten a top Korean team, so at least for their end, they have caught up and closed the gap.
I mean, all these teams came to play and they will be giving it their all, especially today where we have so many elimination matches. 6 teams we are going to say goodbye to today. So our teams have to fight hard to stay in the competition. Now, if you're here at the venue today, you don't have to go quite as hard in order to get the goods. No, we're going to make it easy for you because we have DHL drops once again in person. All you have to do is get one of those blank signs that will be around and go to town. Be creative. Show us what you got. I drew you guys because I love you guys. There we go.
I got a message.
cute.
I got a special message for all the chatters out there. There you go. FD God knows what I'm talking about.
All right, I just have,
Okay, okay.
have love for Varel. That's me. That's my sign.
Right, so like grab a sign, go to town, be creative, and then our lovely Cargo will be out and about at DreamHack, and he, together with, drumroll, Avast, will be picking a winner to get some cool swag. Now, if you're not
that
here with
Avast
us,
isn't in the suit?
he might be. You don't know. You'll find out if you walk around here in the venue. But yeah, if you're not here with us in person, don't worry. You can participate too and get some cool stuff. All you have to do is spam !DHL drop in chat, and we'll be choosing some lucky winners throughout the day. So keep the spam spamming. That's right. And of course, make sure to grab a sign if you're here. We love good fan signs. Now, another thing you should keep your eyes out on is a secret code. Say what? Nani? I mean, if you haven't lived under a rock the last few weeks, then you will be aware of the fact that BlizzCon is back in September 2026, and you can win a chance to see the Overwatch World Cup live at BlizzCon all week long during the World Finals. You have to look out for the secret code. It will be on broadcast. It could be a graphic or a sign, maybe a fan sign even. It can be directly on stage. It could be up in my sleeve. It could be anywhere. If you see the secret code, head on over to the website you're seeing right here on your screens and put in that code, and then you might be one of our lucky winners. you can get a pair of tickets for the Overwatch World Cup live. I'm so excited to see it back in action. And even more so if you, dear viewers, are joining us. Now, since you already have your eyes peeled on our broadcast screen all day long, don't worry, you'll get rewarded for that too. Make sure to link your Battle.net account to your Twitch account and start earning a beautiful drops. I love the dollar horses.
They're so good.
They're so cute. I went to the Dollar Horse Museum. I didn't know they had
Really?
one, but yeah, it was adorable.
Was it just all dollar
Wooden
horses?
yeah, it was just like a bajillion wooden horses.
Was there a
and
big
like,
one?
There were massive ones. I nearly bought like a Zoe-sized one, which I'm not that tall, so like it's not that tall. but,
Customs
like,
will have some questions for you on that one.
They might.
How do you fit that in your suitcase?
They understand. The real ones know.
I want a Viking hat.
I mean, I'm not stopping you. I'm not stopping you. But I mean, you might be tight on time because if you're looking at the schedule, it's pretty packed. We have a lot of matches to get through today. We're starting, of course, with the lower bracket round 1 matches that you see on your screen. This is for all the marbles. Huh? The loser of these matchups will be going home. We are playing those still in the first 2-2. Now, the lower round 2 will be played in the first 2-3, and that one still for all the marbles. 6 teams will be going home today, Avril.
This is it. I mean, we've already seen every single team play over our first 2 days. So we got a good look at them, got a good look to feel where they are in this competition against everybody else in the pack as well. But the thing about first to twos is they can be really, really sketchy in terms of it being a wild card game. This is where underdog teams like Valorant have a strong shot. I mean, they really push the limit against Falcons. And when you have less maps to play through, bans matter more. But the individual maps where if you have sort of different particulars, signature strats or cheese strats, that can come through and really shake things up and surprise your opposition.
Let's talk about our first match of the day then, because it's going to be the battle for China. Both Chinese teams are finding themselves at the brink of elimination. Let's chat about Weibo and Team CC. Starting with Weibo here, they're of course the #1 seed from China, but is that meta suiting their style? Because we know they like to play the dive, and we haven't seen much of that.
The thing is, they will at least have first map choice, so expect that at least in especially these first 2s, you are going to want to have Weibo Gaming prioritize Ilios as their first pick, prioritize banning D.Va against Billy Ding on the opposite side of CC straight away. You want to enable Goostrey to be able to play that Winston on map 1, but beyond that, Weibo has been changing their hero pools. Goostrey's been playing a lot of Ram, he's been playing a lot of Zarya. That's however where CC are going to need to strike as well. They want to be able to force a game where they can have Goostrey versus Billy Ding on that Zarya 1v1 or on that Zarya mirror. That's going to be CC's best shot. In a FT2, I do think CC have a great shot. Fun fact, these 2 teams have played each other 7 times across the Sierra. Weibo has won every single time. They're completely flawless versus CC, and that includes the recent Grand Finals that we had, which was a 4-2. But they've actually played 3 Grand Finals. CC and Weibo have played 3 times across stages 1, 2, and 3 in terms of Grand Finals, and Weibo have always beaten them. CC, however, slowly closing that gap.
It is a different meta now. Necra, you got to cast some of those matches, watch those matches that Weibo played in the last 2 days. What's your big takeaway?
Avril said it correct. I mean, this is some team that we really need to see be able to pull out things like the Ramattra, like the Zarya, unfortunately, versus OWCS. None of these strategies ended up working. They played the Winston on Ilios, still weren't able to get the win there, and I think that's where I get a little bit scared that they ended up banning out a D.Va and they still couldn't actually get the win. So I think for Weibo, they do have a couple of question marks on can they actually win against Team CC in this meta? And you know what? I'm not sure that that's the case.
Well, the thing is like CC, I think there's a bit of a mental gap here. I think CC have proven now, especially now and recently as well, that they have the capability and the skill to play up towards Weibo and maybe beat them. But mentally, they've never beaten this team again. Even me speaking to CC, they mentioned they would have preferred to have played OWCS in this lower bracket game than Weibo, purely because mentally, Weibo just has been this complete wall in front of them, or at least OWCS would have been a new team, a new experience for CC that maybe they could do something else against, closer styles there. So despite maybe the metering on paper favoring CC a bit, Weibo just have the track record versus them.
Let's actually hear what the other teams are thinking of Weibo Gaming.
Weibo is a mixed bag for most teams. Some say they're shaky, too aggressive, too easy to exploit if you slow the game down.
They're low-key getting a little old in age. So I think we should be good for a top 6, or we're going to be able to beat them.
They have like really mechanically skilled players, but like in terms of like the macro, like they've only like really like looked good at this like one style, I think.
Well, I think their biggest problem, honestly, is they have Goostrey, who's like one of the best Winstons in the world. Yeah. But if Winston's not meta, it's very hard for them.
Others see the opposite. They think Weibo has the firepower to upset the entire bracket. Maybe even win it all.
웨이브 게임 선수들이 제가 선수하기 전부터 하던 선수들이어서 되게 어떻게 보면 베테랑 선수들이잖아요. 그래서 경험이 되게 많아서 그 선수들은 이제 임기응변에 되게
all those players have just been competing for so long. When the pressure gets high and the stakes are like there, I feel like they're one of the teams that have the most potential to perform because of their experience.
When Weibo hits their timings, they're dangerous, fast, unpredictable, always pushing the pace. But if their early ideas miss, the cracks show.
되게 잘하는 팀이라고 생각하는데 만약에 러쉬 조합 쓰는 메타가 오면 그게 조금 약점이 되지 않을까 생각됩니다.
They look really strong at times and not as strong at other times, so I think it's a big question mark for me.
They're the definition of a wild card, a team that can fall flat or break the tournament open.
别的队伍看我们应该是只会玩那种新兴中的队伍啊，我觉得挺好的，就让他们这样继续看待我们，就是继续看下去吧。
Right, that's what they think about Weibo Gaming. Do we agree, disagree? What are your thoughts?
I love the point that Weibo Gaming can kind of step up when they need to. I mean, this is a roster that still has a lot of legacy behind it, especially when you look at how many of these players actually played on the Overwatch World Cup team for China just a couple of years ago, and they made it so deep in that tournament.
Yep.
They have that lane experience, and they have the fans behind
They
them.
came second, and they were the favorite to win it all.
Yeah,
as well, right?
I
So it was
know.
a massive upset that they actually didn't take that one.
This is basically, I think, the third year now that the core has been together of these guys. I mean, Shai and Gusha have been together even longer than that. So we're reaching the sort of point where you, as a team, really can't. Maybe you could still gel together a bit more, but as far as synergy and your relationship with the team, this is the peak. Like, very few teams last 3 years together. So as Weibo, I'm really hoping that they can really make some strides here. But in their region, they're completely undefeated. No one can touch them. So at this point, this is about as strong as you can get for Weibo. They really have to win these games. I do agree with what we got some of the players, some of the inconsistencies for Weibo, but where they are consistent is beating other Chinese teams, which is who they're facing.
That's right. So let's talk about their opponent, Team CC. Thus far not able to take Weibo down, but what we've seen throughout this year from them, they've been progressively leveling up.
They have, and I think this is a Team CC that you've got to look at.
All right.
Not just for their awesome dance moves, but also for the strategies that they do actually bring to the server. I mean, this squad is just so fun. While Team C did lose to T1 on day one, I actually think that that match was incredibly close. And so it's a great sign that Team CC might be able to finally best their demons, their Achilles heel in OWCS China. And I think they reasonably could have actually won that match. There was a small C9 that happened in the first
Oh, we're not
half,
talking
but-
about that one.
Yeah,
That was
maybe
a
we
little
don't
unluckers.
actually. But they actually did take a map off of T1 as well.
Yeah.
So I think that's a great sign.
And it was not T1 like dropping the ball. This was just generally
Team
Team
CC level up.
playing it very, very close. Billy
100%.
Deng and Kaneki were two of the players that we talked a lot about throughout that series.
This is a team that I think has really improved. You look at their results throughout the entire year, they were not even able to take a map off of Weibo in stage one. They just slowly started to take one map, and then the recent finals stage 3, they went to 6 maps, 4-2 victory for Weibo. But if you looked at that as a standard like BO5 first to 3 game, at that 5 map mark, it was 2-2. Like, if that was a normal game, they really took Weibo to the limit. CC, I think, where they really impressed me the first time I looked at this team and thought, okay, this team may end up becoming a serious threat down the line, is actually mid-season when they went to 5 maps against GK. Many people forgot that, but that was such an important game. I was like, hang on a second. CC, a team that we didn't expect to do anything, took GK, first seed from NA, to map 5, and that was a ridiculous moment for them. And they've only gone from strength to strength to there, and I think the most important player to look out for on the team is Billy Deng. He's the guy you got to really watch because he's one of the few new blood players in China that wasn't in Overwatch League, wasn't in Overwatch contenders. He's only been playing professionally in the OWCS era, and now he is one of the few players you need to look at as the future of Chinese Overwatch.
Yeah, and he's going to go up against some veteran players here from that region. Let's actually hear what all the teams had to say about Team CC.
Team CC is tight-knit. They trust each other, play for each other, and keep things simple. But opinions around them are split.
CC가 개인적으로 메인 탱 쪽이 조금
Some teams look at CC and see an easy win. a matchup they don't have to stress about.
I don't know anything about them.
Neither do I. And I know a few of their players. I know Kaneki, and I know I don't know.
I know Gaga.
Yeah, Gaga, Kaneki, and Superwitch. They're a good group of guys. They're lovely guys. I think they're gonna get, but like they're good guys.
Others think that's a mistake. They see Team CC as underrated, a team that plays clean, stays disciplined, and punishes sloppy opponents.
Really strong individual players and like a certain like couple of heroes, but like they still need to like mesh better as a team.
I think the only thing that can make them dangerous is we don't really know that much about them.
다른 팀들보다는 좀 상대적으로 좀 약하다 생각하고 있고 그래도 첫 경기가 3판 2선이다 보니까 막 무시는 못하는 상대인 것 같습니다.
I think they underrated like a little bit. If their DPS doing the like really perfect performance, then they can beat like even Weibo, to be honest.
Team CC knows where they stand. They're not flashy and they're not loud. But if you walk in underestimating them, they'll take a series off you before you even know it's happening.
Their strength would be finding like a good balance between like their veteranship and kind of the new rising talent.
And Billy Dang.
Yeah, and Billy Dang. Yeah,
Billy Dang
Billy
is,
Dang's really
is
good.
literally the GOAT. That guy's
really good.
Yeah.
Team will probably be the team that surprises the most people in the tournament. I don't know how far they'll actually go, but I think they'll have like a way higher placement than what people expect.
不太注重我们，但我们应该会是黑网。
And you know what? We love a good underdog story here. And it is those kind of surprise elements that teams are bringing to the table that make these events so special.
I just think that there's so much hope behind this roster, and I think if there's a time for them to really level up and rise to stardom, it's going to be this event, especially when you hear all of those players talk about Billy Dang. Billy Dang has been such a huge highlight of this team, and in a meta like this that's going to require you to have such proficiency on the off tanks, Billy Dang is the right person to step up to the plate.
You want to expect Gaga to play. He is on the roster. He is a substitute, but his hero pool probably not ideal for this tournament. So we did see some of those comments in there. Interesting to see the T1 commentary about CC because that was obviously before they end up playing them. And that game came down to the wire. Could have been a win for CC. So clearly, if you underestimate them, they're going to bring you to the absolute limit. CC, I think the best word I heard into that segment that we just had was underrated. I do believe Team CC are the most underrated team at this tournament.
Yeah, but that's mostly going for like every other team, right? Weibo will not underrate them. Like they are familiar with that team. They know what they are capable of.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, to Avril's point as well, is like, it was a 4-2, but imagine with hero bans, with this map pool, with really great strategic decisions, first to two, truly anything can happen, and I think that this might be the time.
Yeah, and this is their playoffs life on the line here.
Yeah, I think you really do have to look out for, again, a priority has to be Ilios map 1 choice for Weibo with Diva ban to target Billy Deng, enable Gushui's Winston map 2, then a response from Team CC, assuming they lose King's Row, targeting possibly Ram to enable the Zarya versus Zarya matchup. That's going to be the best way for either team to get their advantage. When you have limited maps in this FT2, every single map choice, every single ban has to count.
Okay, which players are we looking out for in this match particularly?
So Billy Ding obviously on the CC side, and then Weibo, I want to see if Gushui can really match up on the Zarya. He struggled on that hero versus Alcatia, but he's up against Alcatia, who are just on that particular composition, that sort of matchup, are going to be much stronger. They have to win that dive matchup though. I think for Shy and Leave, obviously that is basically the DPS line of all time in China, and now Shy has Ashe unlocked for this meta, which is very powerful.
Right. I mean, Shy has been so excellent at the Ashe over the course of history, but I think I really look then at Pineapple as, someone who also didn't really get a chance to see too much of the Overwatch League, very young, up-and-coming DPS player, and also somebody that everybody looked at as like, that's one of the next rising DPS stars in China. And so if you look at Pineapple being able to kind of bring it to an expert like Shy, that's where you go, yes, I have a lot of confidence in this roster. And I think similarly for Kaneki, if Kaneki can bring out some other flex DPS like the Venture, that's a lot of character growth for this particular player, and that's also going to be a really great matchup to see versus Leave.
How do you think the fans are leaning here for this match? Do you think Weibo is just like considered a heavy favorite? Or
I do.
Do you feel like with recent performances, Team CC might have garnered a little bit more of a fan base?
It depends on how much like reaction Andy I think we have from our fans here, and how much stock they are going to take in the last match that Weibo just played. They got absolutely stomped by Alcatia. It wasn't close.
Yeah, I mean, both teams obviously coming from a loss. However, the Team CC one, that should give more reason to hope, right? So they're coming off of a loss, but still maybe maybe an emotional high?
I think the fans will definitely still go Weibo's way. They are a very long-standing team. They've collected many fans all throughout the years in the Spark era as well. So I think all the fans will definitely be ride or die on Weibo. But for CC, they win this is going to be a landmark victory for them. If they had beaten T1, I think the tides would have shifted in terms of the perception. But I think just as we sort of talked about, getting close to T1 shows their potential. Getting close to GK in mid-season as well shows the potential. The respect being given in that interview segment as well. The GK players saying, yeah, this is an underrated team.
I mean, overall, I'm a little upset to see both Chinese teams in this position
know.
so
Yeah.
early on in the
Yeah.
tournament, right? Because China has been one of those regions, especially with the little bit of a break they had in competitive Overwatch, right? We were so excited to see them back, but then at the beginning it just looked like they're a one-team region. So for teams like Team CC to like step it up and then bring it in international competition all year long, like that has been really great to see.
It has been.
I think if CC win, that would also be a real turning of the page for China as a region to show that they're not a one-team region anymore. Now they can at least minimum be a two-team region, and then beyond after that, we're starting to see the level up of not just these teams, but other teams as well, Milk Tea, who are not at this event, but another team that are really leveling up in China. So maybe next year, 2026, we're going to start to see much more powerful Chinese teams. But if CC wins, I think they could get into some very, very close games with other regions and other teams after this win, potentially.
That's right, but only one of our Chinese teams can advance here at this tournament. Team CC going up against Weibo coming up in just a little bit. But first, let's meet all of our 2025 OWCS World Finals teams.
Crazy Raccoon, they will take what is theirs. Space Station now. They did what was required. That's the way GK have done it. Again and again and again. House keep doing it. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. The impossible achieved. We have a good old-fashioned gentleman's duel on the front line, folks. That is that, folks. Alcancia closed the book. Falcons break the ties and bind to become your mid-season champions. Oh, buddy, it doesn't get any better than this. In a world where heroes rise to defend the future, only one team can cement their legacy in the present. Hello there and welcome to the Overwatch Champions Series World Finals 2025! You come to us via the glorious DreamHack in the stunning Stockholm in Sweden. As the fans make their way through to the main stage, you guys ready yourselves at home. The players are doing exactly the same backstage. My name is Adam Savage. Hello there, I'm your stage host. Great to have you here with us. Now let me set the scene for you folks, okay? A couple of days ago, 12 teams started to compete, but today, things get really, really serious. By the end of today, 6 teams will be eliminated. Out of here, and only 6 progress to the latter stages of this competition. But who will they be? That's what we're here to find out. It is time to meet your 2025 world competitors. And kicking us off is the 2024 world champions. Please welcome to the stage, it's Team Falcons! Team Falcons make their way to the stage, taking flight and taking names. They climb higher every season, so opponents beware because the Predators are circling. Next up, please welcome Crazy Raccoon! Winners of the 2025 Champions Clash. Brace yourselves, world. Rummaging through the bracket, their claws are sharp, but their aim is even sharper. Get ready, because here comes T1! The 3rd seed out of Korea, they are calm under pressure and lethal in team fights. An org that doesn't just chase greatness, T1 defines it. Now storming the stage, it's Varol! After a close call, almost beating Falcons in round 1, can they remain focused and hungry enough to rewrite the script, taking that trophy home? Give it up for your next team, it's GK Esports! They are itching to prove themselves against international opponents. But could their high IQ and calculated chaos make all the difference this weekend? We're gonna find out. Rocketing towards the stratosphere and onto the stage, it's Space Station Gaming! Their mission objective, survival, making it to the latter stages. Can they cause upsets? Will gravity be able to hold them? Time to suit up, strap in, and find out. Striding into the arena, we welcome Team Liquid! The North American Titans, they don't force the game, they flow right through it. They'll need to rise, crash, and conquer if they're to make it as contenders. One of the Swedish home teams, it's Team Peps! With players from France and Sweden surprising everyone by qualifying for OWCS Worlds. If you're thirsty for upsets, this could be the team to do it. Next, the second seed from EMEA, it's Alcatia! A royal presence, Iron Will, with a barnstorming second in stage 3 of the competition. The Lions have awakened, and the bracket should be very, very afraid. Next up, following them, it's the best that EMA has to offer, it's Twisted Minds! Locking in and hoping for their finest finish to the competitive calendar, their cunning precision may just hold the key to the kingdom. The juggernauts from China, give it up for Weibo Gaming! The best on the region all year long. Weibo are fast, fierce, and they are ready to pounce. In this incoming Chinese matchup, they must assert their dominance just where they left off. And last, but by no means least, welcome to OWCS Team CC! Tempo, pressure, the masters of coordination. If they're to reach crowning glory, can they upset their Chinese rivals when it matters the most? Well, there we have it, DreamHack, are you ready? Oh, you are, they are. 12 teams, we've met them there. A few nerves, yes, expectedly, but excitement, absolutely, that is there as well. This first matchup, Weibo Gaming, Team CC is gonna be huge. Remember today, 12 teams get whittled down to just 6. What happens next? Let's find out. Let the battles begin.
And it's going to be a battle for China to open the day. Weibo Gaming and Team CC have faced off against each other time and time again, and consistently it's been Weibo getting the best of this matchup, getting these wins. Team CC, they see themselves as the underdogs here, but I feel that there's a new tide rising in China.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit like Team CC can get this done this time. Avril had mentioned on the desk that obviously Weibo Gaming has got the better of Team CC in all of their matches throughout the year, but Team CC, it's really about, for me, like, what have you done for me lately, right? Team CC with a pretty good game the other day, going the distance, and then for Weibo, I mean, they got absolutely annihilated by Alcat.
I mean, Weibo, they're the elder statesmen of China. They've been on top in Chinese Overwatch for years and years and years, but I think you're right, Matt. I think there's room for the newcomers. There's room for a team that is willing to challenge them. The question in my mind is, does Team C believe in themselves? Do they really think they could rise to the top of China, given that they have lost tons of times in this matchup? You might be crazy to believe in them, but I get the sense that both you and me feel that something's in the air for Team CC.
Yeah, especially it's a first to two, right? So you have a little bit of a shorter series. You don't have to kind of run the distance here against Weibo. And, we play all those clips, and obviously the Weibo players are legendary, and there's nothing you can take away from them. Every time we talk about them, though, it's like, oh, yeah, remember back, when they were, in this team, and, they were a Hangzhou Spark, and then they were like, World Cup. Like, this is like years ago at this point. Like, it's not
I
the
played
same
against
game.
half these players.
Right, yeah, like they were awesome when they were beating up on, like, you and Dante and some of the other Team USA folks. Like, now the game has changed so much.
Yeah.
One of these teams is going to get, like, if Weibo goes out and gets 9 through 12, I mean, that's insane to me. But it's plausible here.
One of our teams from China is going to be going home today, and we're going to open things up on Ilios. Weibo, they are the top seed here, so it's no surprise they're going to take us to a very comfortable map. And as you mentioned, Matt, this is a first to two, so winning this control map is going to be crucial. Team CC, they need to come out of the gates swinging. If they go down hard in this first map, giving momentum to Weibo Gaming and the map win, things could be tough to bring back the series. I want to see some real fight out of Team CC. I want to see a team that believes they can do it, a team that believes they can rise to the top of Chinese Overwatch and retake that spot.
So we see the bans come through here, so it'll be Weibo getting rid of D.Va here early on, and then the Tracer getting removed from Team CC. I want to see Weibo Gaming specifically. I want to see Shy and Leave look like Shy and Leave. Like, those two players, we've talked about them historically, right? They dominate these games, but it feels like we haven't seen on the international stage in a bit. It feels like, very hit or miss from them. And I even think this is like a really rough spot for Weibo, because even if you win this, it's like, all right, well, you beat Team CC. You always beat Team CC. What's next, right? You have to beat somebody else from one of the other regions.
There's a long road ahead for whoever survives this match. I mean, you're in round 1 of the lower bracket, facing elimination, carrying the flag for Chinese Overwatch, which has, frankly, it's been a lot better for this region in the past, right? This is a region that's looking to reclaim their place at the top. Historically, some of these Chinese squads, including a lot of the players on Weibo, were competing for the world #1 spot. They were playing in grand finals. They were playing for trophies. And now they find themselves on the brink of elimination. It is time to gather your energy, to focus up, because it could all end here as quickly as this. What a long journey they've taken to come to this point. They do not want to give it up so easily.
Yeah, and it's brutal, right? Because these two teams, obviously, from the Chinese region, they want to represent and, make it far in the tournament. One of them gets sent home packing here, finishing 9th through 12th, which is an absolutely brutal placement to go home with. So this match is huge. It also feels like if Team CC were able to win this here, like, what does that mean for Chinese Overwatch moving forward?
It's a new dawn. And honestly, I think it's a matter of time. Maybe that's a controversial take.
No, it's not.
But I think if you look at the trajectory for Team CC, even if you look at some of the matches in this tournament, like, they look pretty good against T1. And not that T1 have been...
No.
T1 also finding themselves in that lower bracket.
Yeah, it's where you see this a lot in traditional sports, right? It's like some of these older players, they kind of like phase out a little bit, but then they always kind of have this like one little throwback. It's like, oh, yeah, look at Weibo. They look awesome today against CC. And then they go up against like a SSG or a GK or a TM, and like they just get blown out. I mean, that I think is where the levels are kind of being really difficult for Weibo to reach up to.
At the same time, this is going to be a comfortable match for both teams in a way. I mean, these are known quantities. They play each other constantly. I'd be willing to wager that these two teams are each other's top scrim partners.
Oh, yeah.
They're very familiar with each other's strengths and weaknesses, and that's where the mind games come in. You could be very prepared for this. Team CC should have seen this Ilios pick coming since they knew this matchup was coming yesterday, right? Like, this is completely telegraphed. You know what Weibo are going to play. That's been their weakness in the Overwatch 2 era. The question is, can Team CC exploit it, especially with the D.Va ban coming into play on map 1? What is Billy Deng going to bring out here, and how are they going to make this off-style work in the current meta?
Yeah, well, you imagine Weibo wants to play maybe some of that Winston kind of dive comps that we've always seen them go back to time and time again, but the Tracer gone as well, gotten rid of here by Team CC. So potentially you're looking at like some type of echo pick from Leave. You think back, MVP level player on that specific hero, Shy piloting the Ashe. There just shouldn't be a comp that is difficult for Weibo to make look successful. I'm curious what we see from CC.
It'll be a challenge for them. We saw Crazy Raccoon coming out playing some Winston on Ilios, making it look like the meta. And who else could pilot it besides Gushui? One of the greatest to ever do it on the Winston on a classic battlefield. Team CC, the DPS in particular, I think they have their work cut out for them. Winston can be a menace in this comp. And they're going to be rolling out with the Ashe Echo.
Yeah, it'll be a Wuyang for Mew as well, so a little bit more of a flex support line here for Weibo as Team CC going to bring the Lucio in, and you kind of have to when you have that Zarya, right? You've got to get some extra mobility for that hero.
Shy, a storied player on the hit scan. Can he open up this crucial match? A pick would be the momentum setter. A bit of strong poke from the Lucio there. Backs him off for the moment. Neither team wants to be the one to make the mistake. No one stepping up to contest the point, notably. Both waiting for the DPS to activate. Gushui takes the first step up, already getting punished by Billy Deng on the other side on that Zarya. Echo as well, taking the side angle, but Weibo are starting to get this first cap, working their way forward. Kaneki struggling to stay alive. And Gushui takes his time to step up. Billy Deng once again bullied back off the high ground. Shy strikes first blood, but both teams finding a bit of purchase into this fight. Still, Team CC, it's all on Billy Deng now. Both supports available, trying to keep him up, but he can't dance with the Gushui.
Yeah, and it feels like maybe a little bit too defensive there from Team CC, just kind of playing a little bit further back, maybe trying to bait Weibo in, and they just do not get what they were looking for there. Everybody kind of funneling over towards that left-hand side of the point, and it's going to mow down over time, allowing Gushui to just get so much cleave.
You got to think, with this Wuyang in the comp, you've got quite a significant amount of pressure. Team CC, with this Lucio, may need to up the pace, but far from easy to close this gap on experienced dive players for Weibo Gaming. Far away, thinking about the rush. Crucial opening ult, going to send it towards the point, start pressuring the cap. The counter rush from Monk is in, along with that Bob. Shy, holding strong. Monk takes down Kaneki, and without that Echo, this push started to fall flat. Team CC getting batted back at every attempt.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a later rush there from Monk and Weibo, and then also Shy using the Bob there to kind of deter CC from pushing on in, but this one so far has been all Weibo Gaming. Team CC has gotten really absolutely nothing here. Tidal Blast available. You can use it on to Leave. You could use it on to Gushui. A few good options here for Weibo coming up.
Team CC, they've got to find a way to close this gap. Get towards the back line. But Mew, he's getting active. He's not scared of that Zarya, willing to take these trades on the side angle. Now Team CC stepping up, and Hao-Yo-Chan, he's down! Shy takes down the Lucio. No beat into play. Kaneki wants to commit, refusing to back down. Pops this copy, but just getting absolutely crushed by the poke damage. Cannot even get close to the primal. And Gushui finds two. Leave gets the next. And this round could be over before it's even begun.
Yeah, Grab comes in here late. All the beats does not come down. First match of the day, first beat of the day, first Ajax of the day. It's Weibo Gaming. They look like a team that is undefeated against the team on the other side there. That was a beatdown.
Those are two teams that know each other well, and Weibo are saying, you've come so far, but you've not come far enough. Step aside, young ones. Getting absolutely destroyed. I mean, it doesn't get more dominant than that, frankly, Matt. Like, that is a bad sign for Team CC, that they get completely blown out of the water. This is Ilios, but they need to set the standard that they can actually compete, that they can hang in these DPS duels, and frankly, we didn't see that. One death!
Some of the stage 3 games in North America, I would argue that there are more dominant performances out there, but I digress. It's, yeah, just a brutal start here for Team CC. We'll see if they decide to make any changes. It looks like nothing thus far. And look, if Weibo is allowed to play Winston in this type of comp, and you do not punish them for it, you most likely are going to get run over. So we'll see if they actually have something to fight back this time.
Well, Billy Dang happy that we're in round 2 on Well. Already has that jump perk to take the high ground on the Zarya. They've also swapped over to the Freya to put a bit more pressure onto Gushui. But still, Shy and Lee can get a lot done on the DPS. And Billy Dung just being kited around the map for now. Team CC struggling to close these gaps, struggling to get on top of the backline, but they're still alive. They're still kicking into this one. Weibo looking for that perspex. Shy, ooh, an inopportune time to take that reload, but Gushui takes his opportunity, cutting CC to pieces. And I mean, this is just Gushui's world. We're just living in it.
He's been above like 300 HP the entire game, right? It feels like they haven't even been able to get him below half HP, really even kind of make him sweat, as some nice heals from Mew just kind of pocketing the Winston. And Gushui just a master at traversing the map.
Far away, Billy Dang, they do find a couple of kills, but with the point in control for Weibo Gaming, it's a 3-on-3 here actually for CC, but they have no sustain whatsoever. Billy Dang would love to get a kill on the Echo, would love to trade this out. He does find one, and actually the flip comes in for CC. Gushui's low, taking pressure. Pineapple gets that kill, and for the first time this map, Team CC in control.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a over-aggression there from Weibo, right? Two of their players, Shy and Mew, fall early, and then Team CC able to capitalize on it. And we talked a little bit about it. Pineapple switching over to the Freya. The Freya is such a better option, especially going against some of these Winston-based compositions. Maybe he felt like you needed the Ashe in the last round, right? I know on Ruins to get a little bit of better sight lines, but the Freya here is an awesome pick, because look at that. I mean, just gets right out of the way of the Winston lead.
Yeah, and that counter pressure, look, it just sends Gushui packing. Retreats out of the fight. Team CC happy to run the clock down. Kaneki.
But that's what they need, right? They put some damage down on Gushui, and when he leaps away, there have to be players there to finish these kills off, right? So Kaneki able to connect with a few sticky bombs, also get that focusing beam down onto Gushui and finish him off. And now Team CC, this looks like a little bit of a different game.
Yeah, this feels a lot more comfortable for them. Billy Dang getting perked up on this Zarya. Huge difference maker on the character. Able to be a lot more mobile, especially on Well, attacking, holding that forward high ground, crucial value. You've got to worry about the threat of a grab. Rush comes in for Monk just to take the space. Grab immediately onto the Kiriko, cleanses there, but it's not nearly good enough. Copy as well from Team CC, blocks this team fight win in. Gushui with the primal, but no chance really to get much done. Billy Dang is getting batted in, but there's just no way with the triple support behind him.
No, not at all. I mean, you're going to be able to kind of keep Billy Dang up with that extra Kiri out there, so 2 Kiris. And also, Team CC, you're able to hold on to both support ultimates on throughout that, and that's the rush from Weibo Gaming and Primal, so you're in a fantastic spot. Now 90% here basically on the point to close out round number 2.
Hayo-chan takes the beat. Kaneki wastes no time. Getting aggressive. This Echo has been the tip of the spear here for Team CC, a crucial performance. Leave struggling to get purchased in the round and just popped by Billy Dang.
Now this is a brutal round number 2 here. For Weibo, that is the bola shot that connects there onto Monk. And just like that, it is going to be Team CC tying it up at 1 round apiece, Jake.
Get right back into it, man.
Not as dominant as Weibo's round 1, but still a really nice answer.
Hey, you don't care about that, right?
No.
Like, get the jitters out. Round 1 is down. You're coming into round 3 with momentum, with perks online. I mean, Billy Dang on the Zarya now. I mean, think about Ilios historically has been considered a much better Winston map, and Winston, good matchup into Zarya, but honestly, this jump perk for Zarya kind of changes the game. I mean, the ability to get on top of these high grounds to contest aggressively was almost impossible previously for Zarya.
It was. It basically was, outside of, like, you know, getting a sim in position to TP. Billy Dang obviously doing a nice job in terms of the damage output.
Yeah.
Pineapple passes Shy here in that second round, so the Freya most certainly paying off. And hey, here on Lighthouse, this is a pretty good opportunity for the Zarya, right? If you have to fight in close quarters over the point, right? Getting a lot of value out of your bubbles and the damage.
Kaneki's been a hero on Echo. This duel in the sky is crucial, and they're going to be able to pass him some bubbles, making this a very awkward 1v1 for Lee to take. For now, Pineapple poking from the flank. The team elects to go towards Cage. Kaneki opens it up again, backliner down, and he's getting the saves, getting the resources from the team. CC aren't backing down, but Leave. Big sticky connection. It's enough to shut down the enemy Echo. Now Leave dominating the skies. Finds a second. But Team CC, as you were mentioning, Matt, they make their way to the point. They get the flip. This is where Zarya is very confident.
Yeah, this is not a great fight for Gushui, right? He's getting pressured out on the side by a Freya and then has to kind of go toe-to-toe with his Zarya with both bubbles active on the point, so he has to back out here for a second, trying to take some high ground, figuring out for Weibo Gaming how they can kind of like circle around the point and collapse.
Pineapple is just outputting so much damage into this Winston comp. Gushue turns the tables on Kaneki though, and opening up with a +1. Team CC back point, just trying to bunker down, just trying to survive, leave, trying to find a crack in the defense as the beam is good. And it's enough to take down Pineapple. Here he comes, piercing into that back line. And there's just not enough support in the world to survive this barrage.
Yeah, and Kaneki was actually coming off of spawn there, and I think Gushue, as soon as he kind of spots him off on his own, not in range to get a bubble or any type of healing support, and they take Kaneki out off of spawn and then just kind of collapse over the point. So Weibo Gaming kind of parlaying that late Kaneki death into a next point take. So we'll see now if Team CC on their kind of offense, so to speak here. Ooh, he put some damage down on the high ground, but that's a risky spot to go from.
Yeah, not ready to full commit with supports behind a player like Shy. Kaneki now looks to go in, gets a big connection, not enough damage, but he does take Shy off the high ground. The turn is immaculate, punishing him down, but Billy Dang with the ally bubble keeps him alive. Leave, commits with the copy, already halfway to that grab. It's gonna be a challenging fight. Gushue with the prime on the outside, the boot, hold on, he's off! Pineapple still into this fight, but Monk and Shy are doing what their tank couldn't. Leave, holding the line with grab if he needs it. Gonna be able to clean up that Echo. And it started so well for Team CC, but in the end, it's Weibo who finish it.
I thought for a second there, maybe we were gonna get Kaneki end up using the dupe. He's got it when he's kind of battling Leave and decides to kind of hold on to it. Maybe can't find a great target to be able to use there. Maybe looking for Monk to try and some extra healing out there, but could not find him, as now we'll see if the Echo from CC can make something happen, but that is Shy heating up from the high ground here. Very difficult to push into him on that Ashe.
No margin for error, and Weibo Gaming are sitting on a double support ult. They have every tool they need to close out this map. The cards really starting to stack up now against Team CC. You need a hero. You need Kaneki on this Echo to step up huge with the copy. Gets a bubble, steps up to Shy.
Yeah, the Tidal Blast there went on to Leave, and he actually knocks down Billy Dang.
Doesn't seem to be doing enough though, no kills from it. And so now Team C getting into this fight, getting a bit more of a chance. Monk finds an opportunity to rush here off the high ground, giving himself a power position from which to hide, pumping heals into Gushue. Team CC fighting on the point. Kaneki over to the Winston. See if he's able to get on this backline, force away Monk, but Pineapple finds first blood in the fight. Leave goes down. Billy Dunk still healthy, still strong on the point, and Pineapple takes down Gushue as well. So CC, not only do they flip, but they hold on to the grab. They hold on to the bolo shot. This is a more composed Team CC than I have seen in quite some time in this matchup.
Jake, 99% on the point there for Weibo Gaming. Both support ults, and Team CC still finds a way to come out on top. A long way to go here for Team CC, but you're gonna have a huge support ult advantage here. You still have your grab, and now Pineapple with the bolo shot. So a lot of momentum going over to our underdogs.
The veterans should be starting to sweat here. New generation of Chinese players on the other side, holding down this point. If you could steal away Ilios from Weibo Gaming, you would set this tone. Shy pops the bob, bursts down Hao John. He's still got something to say about this map. Billy Dang holds the point for now, but Gushue is taking this opportunity to take out the backline. Team CC struggling for life, struggling to stay alive. Faraway has so much work to do, trying to keep this backline alive. Grab, good enough to burst down this Kiriko, and Kaneki finds two. There's a fight to be had. Spawn is coming back soon. Pineapple has to delay this lead with that Zarya copy, bubbling up Gushue with the Proto Rage is moved off. Just barely back on the map. The beat is good. It's keeping Billy Dang up for now, but Shy has space to work with. Not enough to survive from Pineapple. The Primal just enough to get it done. Gushue and Leave comboing together as they've done time and time again. Weibo Gaming are going to lock in Ilios, but it was way too close for comfort, Matt.
That is a nail biter of a map one, but it is Weibo Gaming barely coming out on top there, Jake. As look, I mean, they win that map number one, but it is way too close for comfort.
I got a feeling we're going map 3, Matt. I mean, if you can take Weibo that close, playing a Zarya into a Winston matchup, that's not a comfortable matchup. On Ilios, of all places, they're forcing it.
You
and
can
they almost get it over the line.
And you can also imagine how different the game potentially could have been if the D.Va makes it through, right?
Yeah.
Like when we're watching Shy up on the high ground, as we take a look at some of the stats, just kind of pummel damage into you and not being able to get Kaneki into position. The defense matrix and flying up to that high ground with the D.Va, it would have been night and day we take a look at some of our stats, the hit scan players on both sides making huge impact.
Very, very close performances. Both teams showing up, both teams really impressing me there on map 1. This Echo duel was a clear highlight. Honestly, both teams really playing the comp well. Lead forced to play from the edges, utilize that space created by Winston. Kaneki getting so many Zarya bubbles and really making use of them, right? Getting deep into that backline,
right?
Threatening Shy, pushing him down off high grounds time and time again.
And I think there are some maps here for Team CC in the pool that they can make it really tough for Weibo Gaming coming up. So I think it's a really good sign that without the D.Va in the mix, right? Billy Dang playing the Zarya the entire time, and you still come this close against a Winston-based composition on a map where it's pretty strong. They will have to contend with Leave's Tracer, right? That most likely will kind of make it through. But there are some maps where now with Team CC, with the advantage of obviously getting the map selection in first ban, they can definitely make life really difficult here for Weibo.
And of all tournaments, right, that we've had all year and maybe even in quite a few years, Tracer hasn't looked nearly as dominant, nearly as critical. For somebody like Leave, that's taking a very powerful tool and kind of dulling it just a little bit. We've seen players make it work. It's absolutely still an incredibly valuable pick, as it more or less always is at the elite level of Overwatch. But today is the day where Leave is going to have to think pretty hard about where he wants to go hero pick-wise. It's not such an obvious choice.
Right. I mean, you're looking at like Echo. We've seen some Genji come out from teams. Obviously, a lot of Symmetra here. I know at the OWCS World Finals. But that's not really kind of what Weibo wants to do. They're not a team that's going to play Sim and going to play some of these rush-style comps because you have Gushui. And when you have Gushui as your kind of main tank all the time, it's just not to his strengths to play that way.
And I got to tell you, if you ban something like the Ramatra away from Gushui, I mean, what's he going to do, right? Like that's, in this era where, okay, this patch, it seems like off-tank is so important. You need to field some of these rush styles. Ilios is really the exception. The one place we see other teams make Winston work. Weibo make it work here as well. They do get that map in the bag. There's a lot of places where I've got questions about what Weibo can field. I think there are powerful picks and bans that Team CC can deploy to go to this map 3.
Yeah, and we've seen Gushui pilot like the D.Va, but I wouldn't be like worried about it if I was.
Billy Dang says, "Come on, bring it on."
Right, or Billy Dang just plays Zarya, and that's gonna be over quick, right? It's not like Gushui has a fantastic Zarya or some of the off tanks in his hero pool. So an opportunity here for Team CC to kind of get back into this series. So Shambali Monastery, we'll see what they decide to do in terms of bans. Maybe they ban the Ramatra here and make it like D.Va Zarya.
I think the Ramatra ban would be incredibly potent. Scary thing is you do have to win back-to-back. As close as Team CC were on Ilios, you don't get any points for trying. You've got to close out those maps.
Can't ban D.Va again, right?
True.
So that is a
and where
really
else
strong
even
pick.
I mean, this whole pool, I guess you could play Winston on New Queen Street, but you're forcing it, frankly. This is a pool, this is a meta for some of these off-tank teams, at least teams that show flexibility.
Gushui can play ball. And New Queen Street, we have seen some ball comps, and he's looked pretty good on the Wrecking Ball, so maybe that's something they would decide to pull out a little bit later in the tournament. But yeah, with Shambali Monastery coming up, we have seen this as a go-to pick for a lot of teams now at this event. I mean, you think about, Varel against Falcons, right? This is kind of where they took them, and they were able to get a win.
I mean, I think we're going to see a ton of Shambali in this tournament, especially because Escort is often a very powerful map pick. Different Escort maps are so different in the pool. And Team CC, very interesting choice. They banned the Sojourn, which doesn't protect a tank pick, right? They're going to be, losing the Zarya on Shambali, which is a pretty surprising loss. Maybe they feel like they can deal with the Ramatra, with the D.Va as an alternate.
Does Team CC want to play Sim?
Maybe.
Have we seen that from No, not really. But hey, you get here to EMEA, you start to get a little Sim pilled, right?
You play a couple scrims against Twisted Minds, you're like, maybe Sim's the meta.
Hey, you see T1, right, coming out with Sim with a Sig, their own kind of variation.
The Sojourn ban
getting rid of the Sojourn,
is a powerful tool, right? Because Sojourn, generally, Freya is pretty competitive as a strong hit scan against the Symmetra, but dropping that Disruptor shot on the TP, really painful to fight into.
Yeah, so maybe it could be a little bit of sim action here from Team CC. The Zarya gone, feels like it's going to be now Ramatra available. But hey, let's say if Team CC, maybe it's something you've kind of had like up your sleeve, you don't mind the Zarya gone if you're going to play some sim, right? You get Ramatra and D.Va into the mix, potentially, with the sim, and now you get the Sojourn gone on a map that sim is actually pretty good here on Shambali Monastery, being able to kind of move around. So maybe it's a little bit of a wild card strat here, something up their sleeves for Team CC.
I got to be honest, I would have preferred the Ram ban, because I think if you're going to map 3, you're going to be able to get a tank protect off for Weibo. And so to not, I mean, this is a perfect map for Ramatra. I don't even think Zarya is like that great on this map. Maybe you're willing to drop it, but a Ram mirror is, I think, best case scenario for Weibo Gaming on a Team CC map pick.
Yeah, you're probably right. I don't think they would have like. No, I think Team CC is actually fine, probably playing the Ram mirror here against Weibo, although it probably is a little bit more comfortable for Weibo to be able to do that.
Yeah.
But it feels like the Zarya pick could have been a little bit more impactful. Like, let's say, I know we go to like a New Junk City, let's say, or something like that. You could have actually decided to have that ban available for that one.
And for me, Matt, map 2 is such a crucial point in a series. I mean, especially in these first 2s, because, well, it could be the end of the series.
Yeah, it's early here, but you're on fire today.
I'm on fire with the analysis. But
you guys hear that?
But
Game
this is
2
your most
in a
powerful
first 2.
punch back. This is, okay, you lost map 1. You have the biggest possible range of choices. You have tons of hero bans left open. You have total control of the map pool. This is where the coaches need to show their worth, need to bring us somewhere and generate a real advantage. So we'll see, is this Sojourn ban taking that out of size toolkit, is it really going to limit it?
Bring out the sim. Your Team CC.
I mean, I like what you're cooking, but is this in Team CC's wheelhouse? Is it something that they can pilot? Like,
maybe not. I wouldn't have put it in T1's wheelhouse. and they piloted it.
The world is becoming sim-pilled.
Yep. And
slowly.
Hey, here we go. Out the spawn. Guess what?
Cassidy, what a read.
Yep. Yeah,
Okay.
I was hanging out with the Team CC coach.
Love it.
No,
you're close. You and Billy Dang like this.
I mean, yeah, everybody knows me and Billy Dang go way back.
Way back.
Yeah, I mean, way back. This is a really interesting comp, though, from CC, right? It's going to potentially cause some issues for Gushue and Weibo Gaming, right? The Cassidy, very difficult to take down, can kind of pump a lot of damage into a hero like a Ramatra, and then that sim makes it very difficult to kind of chase this team down.
I mean, in fairness, now Kazuya showed this is a winning formula. The question now, is the execution there? Is Team CC ready? Because Freya and Echo, you're talking about Shy and Leave on the other side. You're giving them the chance to have near free reign on this map. It's all onto Pineapple to stand up. I mean, he's going to have massive resources behind him, but he still needs to connect those shots, still needs to punish the backline.
And Alcatia and TM can make this work against very volatile comps against it, because obviously they played it, thousands of times into some of, really nasty kind of burst comps, poke comps against the sim. Don't imagine Team CC has a lot of reps playing against this.
It's a powerful tool, but how are they going to use this teleporter? For now, wise to play it pokey. I mean, this is the right way to play the sim style, right? Willing to go long into the fights, willing to poke it out, waiting for Pineapple to find his chances. But as Weibo pulls this card meter by meter, you start to feel the pressure for Team CC. It's an extended fight against some of the best duelists in the world. Pineapple now steps up and takes an explosive bolt to the face. Now it's Leave up in your face on the venture, and this cart is still ticking away from you. Only 1 minute left on the clock, and Weibo had pulled this quite far. Billy Dang eats that shot, and so still a fight to be had, but Weibo in full control of this engagement. They look comfortable on the Ramatra.
Yeah, this isn't exactly the line of sight you want to be fighting it. With the Cassidy, as Kaneki uses the TP, it is very easily read there by Weibo, and they just blow them up as they come on through it.
I mean, Shy just sees that teleporter, pumps it full of explosive bolts, and you're teleporting into a very bad scenario. Gushue, Leave, they're waiting for you.
Yeah, wouldn't exactly say it's TM or Alcatia.
You need this touch.
Yeah, you
need this fight.
Really
He's looking for the boop off. Hold on, D.Va. She's not going to make it. Leave secures first checkpoint for his team. Wasted rush from far away, and Weibo want more.
Yes, I mean, Weibo can definitely push up here, right? Shy nearing another bola shot, just pumping so much damage into Team CC that Pineapple can't really answer in terms of these line of sights. Very long here. they rush down and they finally do get Shy.
All right, they're getting active, they're getting aggressive, taking some of the limiters off. Billy Ding finds Shy. Now the rest of Weibo, are they gonna fight this out? Are they gonna try and retreat? Mew refuses to back down, rips the beat. Counter beat is good from Halyo John. High Noon, good enough to burst down lead. Takes down Mew as well, and a third on the platter.
A huge play there from Pineapple. Takes out a few, and now I wonder, so in EMEA we see a lot of like close holds here on this map specifically with the Sim. I wonder if Team CC feels confident enough to do that. It looks like they actually have Billy Dang in position. They might want to play quite aggressive around this corner. It looks like a few shots there though from Shy, back them up to the high ground.
Hugo's Brig, I don't think I've seen this response before. Brig is not particularly tanky when facing down a Symmetra. So we'll see how Mew navigates this. Shy taking a wide angle, putting a bit of pressure on Cart at the same time from the rest of Weibo. Team CC playing this one a little bit slower. They TP behind, making a bit of space, but not finding the opportunity to initiate. It's a disconnected play.
Now that the TP's gone, they are so out of position.
Oh, it's not good. Matt, they're bleeding out. Simwall pops, but Gushue has done the damage. Shim is down, they're pulling Cart away. Team CC, they look uncomfortable on this comp, downright forcing it.
Jake, they took the TP, everybody, down to the low ground, and the TP was basically at 50% HP.
Oh, tech shock is huge. Lining them up, big damage into the back line. Once again, Team CC, they're alive, but at what cost? Forced away. Ram Shield cannot allow Leave to continue to pressure this part. They just cap again, Team CC. They're falling apart, Matt.
Yeah, they have flipped this constantly, where they're kind of playing from the offensive side on defense, and they have just allowed Weibo to run away with the cart. So a lot like as we get a little bit of a battle here between Monk and Kaneki, as Monk gets the stop there, but this is like 2 or 3 times now where they kind of flipped the map, allowed Weibo to get insane cart progress. They win one fight after, but it's not good enough, and you can tell, Jake, they were not comfortable with that. They are going to go and play an Echo and Ramatra, mix it up.
I mean, coming back to a look that's much more comfortable for them, but the damage may have been done. Weibo have all the team fight ults they could hope for here. Team CC have to make a miracle happen. They need to stop this card progress. Weibo are crushing through this map on a record pace for this tournament. The rush deployed from Monk takes more space away. The card continues to roll. Team CC beaten High Noon deployed. Pineapple, a big channel. Is it enough? Just gets fast out of it. Mew is there, but Kaneki has found Shy. There's still a fight to be had. Team CC not backing down, but Billy then caught in the Ravenous Vortex. Gushue steps up again and again on this Ramatra. So comfortable here in the front line. And Weibo, they're on the verge of capping 3 minutes on the clock. Matt, Team CC falling apart, forcing a strategy that they obviously are not comfortable with. And this is would be a sad way to go out of the tournament.
I would say it is safe to assume they were not comfortable there on the sim.
I gotta tell you, Matt, as I've coached a team or two, I'd have my head on my desk right now. It wouldn't be good.
I mean, the few times they use the TP to try and like get behind, they all take it in the Weibo just runs away. Like they just get rid of the TP. So now it's just horrible positioning there from Team CC, and they really give themselves no opportunity to fight out of it. Just a brutal first half from Team CC. Weibo, no, that was they were able to deal with that. I mean, with ease. I mean, they were never worried about it.
And Team CC, there's been glimmers of greatness for this squad. There's been moments where it feels like they're on the verge of turning the next page, changing the story here. Always second place here in Chinese Overwatch, but maybe steal that second for just a little bit longer, or maybe more than that. I mean, Weibo,
well, here's
kind
the
of
issue
been
too.
Crushing them in this series.
Let's say they look much better with it on offense, and they're able to force some of these positions and whatnot. You gave up a 3-minute time bank here on Shambhala Monastery. There's no way you're going to finish with a better time bank unless Weibo just like rolls over the entire map.
I will say the good thing is this is Escort. So, to be honest, if you just get any kind of a finish on this map, if you get cap in overtime, that could be good enough for a win. You're gonna need a big overtime push on offense, but it is still winnable. Team CC, this is the moment. Mental fortitude. They've got to be composed. They've got to be focused. TPN taking this off angle. They're a little bit disjointed on the TP, but they get through now. Taking the fight to Weibo. Gushue gives right back, gets right in there with the form. Team CC not healthy enough, and Kaneki goes down without your sim. That's all of your damage. Team CC started to crumble. Pineapple finds one, but they need more than that. They need some good trades. Billy then gets a second, and so hold on. Weibo got the first pick that fight, but we're a little bit slow to get the cleanup, and now this is turning quite good for Team CC. Remember, their spawn is right here. They're happy to take these trades.
Yeah, they have a huge advantage having that close spawn. So you will see Gushue fall, Mew fall, Monk as well. So now Team CC will get the cart rolling. But when you watch Alcatia and TM, the two best sim teams we have, one of the things that you kind of start to realize with a lot of these is like, the way that they're so successful is like rarely is like a UB or Psycho, whoever's in for TM, or Checkmate of the first guess, right? Yeah. You allow that sim to kind of keep that utility rolling, the damage start to rolling. Kaneki cannot drop first in some of these fights because then all the benefits of the sim out the window.
Not an easy comp to pilot, and coming up to this corner, going to be a new challenge. High noon opener for Pineapple. He's taking all this damage. TP up. Falls down, but Shy still candled on already. Moved down by the break, but Gushue Mew brawling this one out. The trades should favor Weibo on the defense. Leave Gushue fighting in these low numbers. They are very comfortable here. It's all up to Kaneki and Faraway, but it just feels impossible. Gushue, full stack HP, gonna get these cleanup kills. And the clock has run dry. I mean, this is looking pretty rough for Team CC.
And now, if you're Team CC, right, you're thinking about, like, you get one really good fight with these support ults, and if you don't win that one, you are in dire straits the rest of the map, right? Minute 52 here. Let's say this next fight, you're about like a minute 30, use both support ults, you lose that, you're below a minute, and you're in a world of trouble.
It's your last two chances here. Tournament life on the line. Team CC, you've been here so many times, and every time it's gone against you. There's that moment, fear starts to creep into your heart, but you cannot allow it, Team CC. They're gonna rip the ults, they're gonna step up. Trading with Monk's Rush, they wait out the Kitsune Rush, a much later, stronger rush for CC. Haoyo-chan takes down Gushue, and now an opportunity for CC. They look to be capping this first point. Leave, has to fall back. Beautiful flash from Pineapple, reads the movement, and that's gonna open up first checkpoint. The start that you needed for Team CC.
Yeah, I mean, they get that pick on a Shy early. It's a little bit of a better rush as well from CC, and Kaneki's sim wall kind of splits off some of the members of Weibo Gaming, right? So not taking a ton of damage there for Team CC, and they've moved up, try and take this position. They need to make up a lot of time here, Jake.
TP wide on the high ground. Just a poke, just a prod, just looking for those opportunities. Park continues to roll. Leave, gonna open up with the tech shock here. Gets straight up into the back line, lines them up, but too much counter pressure, has to back off. Still enough damage to take down Kaneki. The team comes in, beat too late for the Lucio of Team CC. And Weibo get the fight they were hoping for. Stifling the momentum. Pineapple too scared to swing that. Knows that the team is backing up Leave on this corner. Team CC, how are they going to rotate through this? Very low on the ultimates. They've got to play this one perfectly. Getting too close to Gushue could be a death sentence in this next fight.
Yeah, and the timing there. Leave able to find Kaneki. No, it's going to be a rally here for Mew as a TP. They just go right up to the high ground, and they just get mowed down. I mean, everybody takes that TP, they go up to the high ground. Mew is there with a rally. Let's get a listen into Team CC, see if they can come up clutch here and extend the series.
不亮低，哎，不亮低，就是没听。我有灵狐了，他们也有灵狐。假2楼还是假2楼 A 这边吧，假2楼这边视角。提前走呗，3、2、1。哎，不亮！我没有领到了，我可以交灵狐了，等一会儿，先推车。他们灵狐快了，会大。入水晶，别推！拉百迪！我操，人家特全倒卡呀！我操！
It's just a couple of minutes left on the clock. Team CC, the desperation starting to creep into their voices there. But this could be their best chance yet, man. Weibo Gaming completely dry in the ult bank. Team CC have a couple of powerful tools to work with. How will they choose to approach this walk-up?
They've just been so easily read, though, Jake. Like, they drop the TP, and everybody just takes it. And it's not like how we see from some of the other sim TPs where, in other teams, right, where you TP 1 or 2 players, get off angles, TP them back.
There we go.
That is Mew just standing there in the alleyway, and he gets poked down there by Kaneki. Some shots from Pineapple as well.
TP's in, but Shy punishes. Lee takes down Kaneki, and despite getting the opener onto Mew, Team CC crumbling in this fight once again. Weibo just keep cleaning it up. Way too much pressure from the off angles. The DPS doing their jobs immaculately, and Tectonic Shock, such a challenging ult to fight into, especially the way Lee is piloting this venture.
And Team CC needs to be really careful here, though. Like,
This could be it. This is your tournament life.
If you TP up, you're going to get hit with the Tectonic Shock, and Mew is going to hit you with that stun on this rally, and it is going to be GG as Kaneki taking a ton of damage here at range from Gushue. He needs to stay up.
The poke is threatening. Leave so annoying. Stimwall deployed is going to get a bit of space for Team CC. Weibo can back off this. They're coming up on 5 ultimates for what could be the decisive team fight here. Team CC getting the space they need, but Weibo going to be right back into this action, choosing to fight the corner. Leave stalls for the moment. Rush comes in first. Brig extremely low, but gets that bastard. That Pineapple fighting at close range. Has to roll it out, has to find something, but can't get a single connection there. Team CC, though, they're still healthy. Billy Dang still holding the front line. That ult continuing to tick away. Weibo, the tank starts to run dry, but Gushue could be their hero. Has the final ultimate, has what could be the checkmate move. Weibo starts to step up once again. CC fully energized, Sim cooking away. You cannot lose a player here. Team CC, they have to fight this one out perfectly. Gushue still alive. Shy on the back line, looking for something. The TP turns a response, and Shy takes down Pineapple. Team CC, in maybe their final moments here in Stockholm. Weibo have done it so many times before, and here, they will do it once again.
Weibo Gaming gets a 2-0 there over Team CC. Dude, they get Gushue so low there at the end. The Annihilation rolling, and they are just not able to take him down. And then, insult to injury, Shy on a flank comes up with 3. Just not able to protect that back line. An interesting call there. I was like, the sim would work. A lot of teams who are good at the sim probably. It looks a bit different.
I'm telling you, should have been Ram.
Hey, maybe they thought their sim comp was a bit better than that, but they do not pilot it well for a lot of the map, and Team CC, they just take advantage of it.
It's far from a free win, and Weibo felt so comfortable. It felt like the longer we went down the stretch, the better they were. Ilios made me a believer, though, man. CC showed real fight. That was an incredibly close map on what should have been an extreme comfort zone for Weibo, but in the end, Team CC, they take a gamble, they take a big risk, going for an unconventional style, and it doesn't pay off today. This time it's Weibo advancing, carrying the banner for Chinese Overwatch.
And we will see Weibo later in the day, right? We have another loser match as well. So, for me, it's like, all right, you did this against Team CC, as Avril noted on the desk, undefeated against Team CC throughout the year. All right, you win this, awesome, great. You don't finish 9 through 12. Can you actually take down one of these teams from Korea, EMEA, or North America? Remains to be seen. Let's go to Danny on the stage with Gushue to hear his thoughts.
Thanks so much, guys. Yes, Danny Lim here, joined by Gushue, coming out from a clean 2-0 victory against Team CC. Great job, fantastic job. Round of applause, everybody.
非常好的表现，恭喜今天的比赛。
All right, Gushue, I just have to ask. I mean, you guys look really clean compared to yesterday. I feel like you guys are on a very a different level compared to yesterday. What was the game plan coming into today's match?
今天的比赛的表现呈现出比起昨天更加好、更加上一层楼的表现。那么针对今天的这场表现呢，有没有做什么特别的准备？
我觉得最主要原因就是昨天在第2张图开始之后，我们的 BP 和沟通会就比较混乱。然后昨天打完之后，我们昨晚花了很久时间去聊这个问题，准备今天。我觉得今天也会比昨天打得更好的。
I think the main problem from yesterday is the second map. We're having some chaotic communication and also some problems with the BP. And we did a lot of reviews yesterday when we come back, and we did our homework. So I think that's the key to today's success.
I want to ask another thing. I mean, you are here for the World Finals in Stockholm. How does it feel to be back in LAN environment, Gushue? Are you excited?
那回到斯德哥尔摩总决赛这个舞台，这个国际性的舞台，那现在有什么感受呢？
首先这也是我第一次来欧洲打比赛，我觉得这里是个非常漂亮的城市，而且也是第一次来这种欧洲打线下赛，我觉得体验感也非常好。
This is my first experience in Europe to do the LAN match, and I'm feeling really good. And Stockholm is a beautiful city, so I'm happy to be here.
Stockholm is definitely beautiful. Gucci, thank you so much. Before I let you go though, one final question. You guys did knock out Team CC. So any final words for Team CC?
最后有没有想对老朋友和老对手 Team CC 说的话？
我觉得可能对不住 CC 吧，因为在这种时候我们把 CC 淘汰掉了，我觉得还是挺对不住他们的。
I feel sorry that we kicked you guys out. Sorry for that.
Don't feel sorry. I mean, you guys are the better team. That's why they won. Everybody, give it up for Gucci one more time.
谢谢
Thank you, everybody. Let's head back to the desk.
Oh man, Danny just wants to see the world burn, you know. But you have to feel bad for Team CC because looking at the start of this series, Nekra, they played it so close, way closer than anyone would have expected, really.
It was really impressive too because I think it played out exactly the way that we thought it would. We got the Ilios map, we get the D.Va ban, and still we see Weibo come out on top, and it was off the back of that impressive Winston play on Gushue, and even still with Billy Dang on Zarya, a matchup that you would not expect the Zarya to win, you still win a round on Well, and then you make Lighthouse so close. It was 99 to 100.
Very surprising. I think like this has been a bit of a weakness for Weibo where they couldn't quite get the Ilios versus LKC as well. They really need to make sure that this is one of their key maps, that they go to Ilios because they will prioritize this map choice every time in the first map if they can, that it has to be a win. So this was a little tight for them. You really shouldn't be losing to Zarya on Ilios. They actually did get that win eventually, but you just want to have that tightened up. Other than that, I think Weibo, like I sort of said, coming into this game, they have the superior record against CC. There's a bit of a mental gap there. I think CC are a capable team that can take down Weibo on paper. However, that 7-0 gap is now extended to 8-0 all-time head-to-head between the two teams.
You know, you didn't have to spell it out, but thanks.
But I think it's being honest, but I hope that there's a lot of hope. We already saw Team C level up throughout the season, and then heading into this first map of the series versus Weibo, I think the fact that it was even as close as it is, that means that China overall is going to be leveling up as a region, and I'm really excited about what that means for next year.
And it's especially surprising. I think the cast has touched on that a lot, right? Like, we said it also already, like, this is the map for Weibo. Like, they get to play their dive. They are playing in their comfort zone. So for Team CC to make it so close and make Weibo work so hard for that victory on map 1, that is a massive achievement.
It is, and I think that exactly how Avril put it, this is what we want to see from Weibo to give us a lot more confidence heading into the rest of the tournament. They did not win Ilios with the D.Va ban yesterday, and off the back of such strong Zarya play, Avril, I'm really surprised that they didn't try to prioritize doing that again on Shambali.
Yeah, they left the Zarya ban open for Weibo, and like I sort of said coming into this one, you only have very limited maps. Every map choice counts, every ban counts. You cannot go into map 2 with Prio on your side, and you leave the Zarya open. They went for a Soj ban, which I don't agree with at all. Soj does not have to be the character that Shy relies on this tournament. He has Ashe in the back pocket. He has the Freya as well. He's got multiple choices we can lean into. He's no longer seen as this, I guess, majority Sojourn one trick, right, that he was for a majority of his career. So it's dangerous to go for a priority ban on Sojourn when Shy is not going to get affected by that. But Billy Dang not getting the Zarya, when the Zarya versus Zarya matchup should be the priority matchup for CC, getting the Zarya banned by Weibo means you're forced to Ram, and that's what Gushue wants. Gushue's been putting a lot of time into Ram. He's not a Winston one trick anymore either. He's put a lot of time to Ram. He wants to play the Ram matchup versus CC.
While we have seen Weibo look so strong on their dive, they have worked so hard to be able to play that brawl. And I hope that that's going to be something that we can see success from the fruits of that labor. At the end of the day, though, it is going to be Weibo that does get that 2-0 victory over Team CC. And it is sad to not see Team CC be able to go further in this tournament.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. I mean, they showed us 2 impressive days of play, and we're very excited for what the future holds for that team. But this is the end of their World Finals journey, as this was a 1-2 in the lower bracket, and now we have to say goodbye to Team CC.
Yeah, I do wonder if they got a different opponent. Maybe we got to play, you know, BFI 1-3 instead for a different matchup. They could have had it. One day, I think CC might get the better of Weibo, but it just wasn't going to be today. Unfortunately, a flawless record for Weibo versus CC this year, and really hope to see what CC can bring to us in the future.
And now Weibo, of course, waiting their opponents, SSG or Varel. Which of these two would you rather see them play against?
I think Weibo would be better equipped against probably Varel, but I don't know. I think Weibo have a good matchup against both. This is a very winnable game for Weibo either way. So Weibo's opportunity to progress in the bracket versus SG and Varel is quite high.
With the Ramatra, I think Weibo does have the ability to beat both of these teams, but I think that you cannot count out either Space Station or Varel, and I think that matchup is going to be really exciting to see.
Yeah, we will find out who they will be facing off against very soon, as SSG and Varel are coming up next. First, we're heading into a quick break, but don't go too far, because we will be right back with more World Finals action.
OK， 大家好，你数个3、2、1吧，那个。
3、2、1。
然后是什么来着
？Hello， 大家好，我们是微博 Gaming， 感谢大家对我们的支持，我们会努力打出好成绩。
Pathetic. Leave no survivors. You're finished. Disgraceful. Not good enough. Dirt beneath my heel.
Wouldn't want to be ya.
Enough games. Taste the Palatine Fang. Know your place. Bow down. Que codardia. Oh, impressive. Arriva la punizione! And so, my reign begins.
The 2025 Overwatch World Finals is brought to you by DHL.
まあニコがこっちで。
順番は前に戻ってもらえませんか。トップドラゴンはめっちゃ背が高いので。
同じやってなんかすぐなんかこれやって。
こんにちは、バレルです。一勝でも多く世界大会で、勝ちを取ってくるので、皆さん応援よろしくお願いします。
Welcome back, one and all, to the 2025 OWCS World Finals at DreamHack Stockholm here in beautiful, although very cold, Sweden. I am Zoe, joined by Necra and Avril here on the desk to break it all down. We're fighting our way through the lower bracket, saying goodbye to 6 teams, Team CC just lost their battle against Weibo, and we are now heading into our second lower bracket match. This one is going to be between SSG and Varel. And before we give our thoughts on the teams, let's hear what everyone else had to say about SSG.
SSG doesn't push as hard as some of the other teams.
Passionless. Passion? We got some passion.
They're steady, they're structured, but they're not the ones grinding with the same level of fire as others every day.
Every team probably looks at us like, yeah, that team is just passionless, but like they'll still lose to us because we're good.
I really think if we play to our level, we can beat them pretty easily.
Still, they've got a clear goal in mind. It's finishing above Team Liquid.
We're here to do better than Liquid and get top 6.
They know their style works when a match slows down. They stay calm, they stay clean, and they wait for mistakes.
I friend with Sugarfree, so yeah, if I beat him, then yeah, it's like really fun.
They're getting last. They're actually gonna get last.
Don't say that.
I mean, we might play them. I hope we do, honestly. I'd love to knock them out.
But to reach the placement they want, they need to show more urgency, more bite.
I'll give you $10,000 personally.
I'll give you all the prize money. I'll give you all the prize money.
It goes to you.
Like, they have Hawk and Lenny, and they're like, super good, like, mechanically, individually, but I think, like, just in general, their team doesn't play the game how you should play Overwatch.
I will say, though, like, I think their biggest weakness, for me at least, is their flexibility.
SSG may not be the loudest team in the field, but they're locked on their target and seeing red.
I think we're good for a top 6. Our bracket, we probably got the easiest bracket out of any team, so I think we have a good chance of at least making top 6 in this tournament.
Well, that video was off to a start. Passionless, straight out of the gate, is what they called themselves. I had to do a double take there. It's like, hold on. But yeah, let's discuss what we've seen from SSG thus far. And we should be going back, like way back at the beginning, like this season, what it's been looking like for them, because they were one of the teams that did not make it to the mid-season championship, but they did redeem themselves in the last stage. They did come second.
That's right. Space Station have definitely looked a lot better, especially when they did make the adjustments. They got a new coach into the roster, Christopher, who's had such a legacy behind him as one of the coaches in the Overwatch League for the London Spitfire. And now with this Space Station gaming squad, this is the one that you have to look at and be hopeful that they can continue to hold the hopes of North America high. But as you heard a lot of the other competitors say, I mean, there is a question mark behind this team's flexibility. Where there's one saving grace for them, I do think that now that the meta has shifted a little bit more towards needing to play those off tanks, that's where Hawk comes in, and he's the GOAT. He hasn't skipped a single beat coming back into OWCS after his hiatus from the Overwatch League.
And not only did they come second, but it was actually a close finals as well, 3 and 4. So they nearly even beat Team Liquid in that final. But I feel like for some reason, this has been a bit of a weaker showing for SG so far, to the point where Crazy Raccoon are doing troll bans versus them. Like, that was
they did ban Mercy
competitive, very uncompetitive series between SSG and Crazy Raccoon. And so, you know, maybe it's just the case that SSG are thinking, okay, unlikely beat Crazy Raccoon. You even heard in the interview that SG kind of looking to say, we can make the top 6. They'll be quite happy with that one. I think they have the capability to go a little bit further than that if they really lock in time. They have strong players. You know, the other teams spoke about that, but I don't know. They do seem a little passionless this tournament, so I need to see them lock in.
Where is that coming from? Are you just bandwagoning because you heard it in the video? Like,
if they say it,
what shows passion?
I'm gonna
you
believe.
Need to, like, what will make you feel like they're passionate about it?
If Hawk brings out the Rhine, I'm kidding. He did say he
no,
might.
Hawk wins. Don't actually do that.
No, like, but actually don't. No, but like, yeah, I mean, it's like one of those questions. Like, do you need passion? If you're just good at the game, like, you don't need to, like, I don't know, put up a dance every time on stage. Although I do appreciate those kind of intermissions as well. But you know, it's all just about the performance here today, because this is an all or nothing game for not just SSG but also for their opponents, Varel. Varel is one of those teams that are like kind of the winner of the heart wherever they go. Why do people love Varel so much, Avril? What is it about?
I mean, they've been a fan favorite in Japan for the longest time. They've been a core of a roster that's been together. God, I swear it's been definitely more than 3 years, probably running close to 4 or 5 years, because they even played as a core back in the Contenders days as well.
World Cup as well.
Yeah, I mean, now this is the best version of Varel that we've seen. So Varel have gone from strength to strength.
Yeah, let's hear what all the teams have to say about Varel.
Most teams don't fear Varel's play.
Kind of like lost puppies.
We played them at EWC last year, and they weren't that tough of a match for us.
Barrow is kind of like an underdog, right?
They respect them, sure. Everyone says they're good guys, solid teammates, and easy to root for.
Honestly, their team's very likable. Like no bad blood. Like they made it here, you know. Like to be here is an achievement itself.
When you come from like a minor region, and like they're doing everything they can to lift themselves up and compete on the big stage, like you just have to respect it.
是一个很久的一支队伍，跟我们也差不多。
But worried? Not really. A lot of teams look at Barrel and see an easy match win.
They kind of only really play double flex support comps.
일본 지역에 막 그렇게 오버워치를 잘한다 생각하지 않아가지고 막 딱히 막 견제되는 팀은 아닌 것 같아요.
I remember watching EWC earlier this year, and one of their players shot an Alari ult into the sky.
Oh my god, I
and
do remember that.
that's the only impression I have of that team.
Barrel sees things differently. They think people are sleeping on them. Give them the right matchup, the right timing, and they believe they can upset teams who already chalk them up as an easy win.
なんかそこでその自分のポテンシャルを出して、なんかその狙われても生き残るみたいな活躍できるようにちょっと頑張りたいなと思います。
Barrel knows they're overlooked, and they're ready to make someone pay for it.
There's some great sound bites in there as well. Necro, big takeaway from what we just heard.
You say that you only remember this team because of the Alari ult coming out from Slay, but that was something that had a massive impact in Varel's first match of the tournament versus Team Falcons. I think that's where you have to look at that and go, well, I mean, that flex backline, Baptiste, Alari, Cloud, and Slay, they work so well together, and I think that teams have to take that backline seriously.
It's also their weakness, though. It's their strength, but also their weakness. It lacks in flexibility a lot. This team's starting backline between Cloud and Slay, they don't play Lucio. You are opting into double flex support all the time with Cloud and Slay, and if you want to play Lucio, if you look at the bottom right there, Mimosa has to be subbed in just to play Lucio, and Lucio is definitely still meta. So every single time when you play against Val, you know that the weakness is going to be the backline flexibility. You know you can target ban towards the backline to really put pressure onto them and force them to playing some weird stuff.
But KSJ's Ramatra looks amazing. Top Dragon has so much flexibility as well. We've seen him pop off specifically on the Tracer and the Venture, but Top Dragon also has a mean Pharah in the back pocket.
Yeah, but we also have to consider who they went up against in that upper bracket, right? They had to go up against Team Falcons. And that is a tough opponent, no matter who you are.
Map.
Exactly. Like, yes, the first map was an 0-2. Like, that was a quicker affair. But then they woke up, and they really took it to Team Falcons. They did win the second map, and they played it really close on the last map as well.
Runasapi, they had an 80-meter lead. They got control of the push bot right away, and that actually looked like a winnable scenario for them. And so I think they could have done it.
I think when you look at, on the eye test, just looking at Varel alone, and then you consider the fact that, okay, well, they were also playing against Falcons, so that's more impressive, but they do look like a better team. They've gone from strength to strength. They're completely undefeated in Japan this particular stage. They got their first international win at the mid-season championship that we just had versus Rock as well. So that was a huge win for Rao because, you know, they're on the world stage now for the first time, at least in that tournament. Now it's their second international showing, and really, like, they are looking good. It's not just from that Falcons game, and there's a feeling behind the scenes as well. I think teams are probably giving more respect than they're really showing publicly towards Varel, and especially in, I think, in a first-to-two environment as well. Underdogs, in my opinion, have a real strong shot and make an upset happen.
Let's talk about the possibilities here we can see for Varel. Like, what is the key to victory? How do you take down SSG?
Yeah, I think they need to prioritize supports, and I think SSG as well, they're going to want to prioritize Hawk's best picks. So this is a game that's going to be defined by SSG's Lucio Kiriko into the Wuyang Kiriko of Varel. Varel also going to be looking towards possibly moving into some Slay on the Alari as well. They have some couple of picks on there. Maybe the BAP or the Ana could come through. I would not want to see Varel really go into subs. They haven't really played subs so far this tournament. They probably shouldn't. And really for the SSG side, you know your strengths are going to be landing. I think he can still come through on that Tracer for the Sugar Freeze Tracer. And then Hawk, his Zarya is king, his Diva is king. This is a great meta for him, so lean into that.
I'm really hoping that from Space Station, we do see a little bit more life coming out from some of those picks that Sugar Free can have. Of course, he's a world-class Tracer. I mean, he had a map already in this tournament, T versus Team Peps, where he went 37-0. Like, this guy is still him. But he needs to be able to show more than that, I think, or just show that, you know, you still have confidence in your Tracer. Yes, Tracer did get a little bit of a nerf heading into this tournament, but it's still very viable, and especially on maps where you can actually take those flanks, you need to have that same type of map control that you are going to see when you have a Tracer on the other side.
That's right. Of course, here, their current tournament results, 2 days of plays we already have behind us. There's a little more tape now out there, of course, on SSG. What's the big takeaway of your Varel from what they've seen from Space Station Gaming?
I think right now, Space Station, they are going to be a very tank-dominated team. We talk about Hawk a lot, but I think he is like their most consistent player. A lot of the DPS line as well. We have to talk about Chronix Freya coming back into that meta. He's always been playing the Freya anyway, but that's going to always be a strong choice for him. I think SSG's core composition are going to be a little bit more cut and dry. It's Val that are going to be bringing out a little bit more spice in their comps and taking a bit more of the risk. So you know what SSG is probably going to be bringing to the table. On paper, they should be easy to ban out, but I think between all of Hawk's picks, you can only get one ban, and he'll have something in the back of the pocket.
And when you can have an answer to a lot of the tanks in this meta right now, or you at least can be able to play a little bit more reactionary, I guess, to some of those picks, those tank bans are going to be super important so that maybe you can target an individual matchup that you might want to take. But I think outside of like Chronix Freya, I think we got to talk about Ashe. Ashe, you know, Avril, you already pointed out that Ashe comes back into the meta as a really good hit scan pick, something that you can actually rely upon in some more of these like close range fights. And so I think that Ashe, like when Chronic brought it out yesterday versus Crazy Raccoon, this is something that I think could play a difficulty to that flex support backline that we have from Varel.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very excited to see what both of these teams have in store for us with their tournament lives on the line. This is all or nothing for both of them. So let's send it over to the stage with Adam.
Thank you very much, Zoe. That's right, folks. What a great way to kickstart this competition. Weibo Gaming with one step in the next round, and sadly we say goodbye to Team CC. But this is a snowball rolling down a mountain. We don't stop here. We're on to the next matchup already, and it's time to meet the competitors gracing the stage next. First up, we welcome to the stage Space Station Gaming. Please welcome the players, Chronic, Sugar Free, Hawk, CJ, and Lep. All right, thank you very much. Best of luck, Space Station Gaming. You may take your seats, gentlemen, and get yourselves ready. We also have the next team. Their challenges coming your way here as well. Please welcome, it's Varel! On Team Varel, we have Slay, Cloud, KSG, Top Dragon, and Nico! We love to see it. Best of luck, gentlemen, as they take their seats as well and head across to their stations. Wow, we have got ourselves an epic showdown, haven't we, right here, right now. Varel and Space Station Gaming. Once more, who will progress through to the next round? Who will sadly fall away and be packing their bags and going home? We're about to find out. It's time to get started. Here we go.
All right, it's time to get into the action. Space Station Gaming taking on Varel. I'm Jake, I'm joined by Matt and Mr. X, and we're about to have the pleasure of casting this one. I mean, it's a team that the fans have really gotten behind in Varel.
They have.
And this SSG squad, I want to just clarify for the fans. I did some of those team interviews. The question was, what did other teams think about you? I suspect they didn't say our own team is actually passionless. Maybe they did. If they did, that's wild.
That's a wild statement. But no, I mean, Varel has become like a fan favorite, right? As Japan has like grown and blown up with Overwatch over the last few years, and obviously the best team from that region. So seeing them come here, compete on the world stage, they had a really good game playing that double flex support backline against Team Falcons. Not going to catch Christopher and SSG off guard in the slightest, though, because SSG, look, you still have Sugar Free, right? Fantastic player. Hawk is tremendous on a lot of the tanks in the pool right now. First map will be Ilios. For me, for SSG, just keep that back line up. Just keep that back line up. Like, I think Chronic can put together some good games. Also, like, you don't really need him to go crazy when Sugar Free has awesome maps, feels like, all the time. So for me, it's like, can you keep that back line alive, right? The early bans are in. So SSG, they get rid of the Zarya here early on. And a Lucio ban out of Arrow, I like that, especially because they want to play really no Lucio themselves. They want to play a lot of maybe like the Wooyoung Kiri, for instance. This is a pretty good ban.
Yeah, I think, the support bans are going to be pretty popular in this series, and this might look like a really bold ban out of SSG to take away the Zarya, especially considering you've got Hawk on your team. I mean, this is one of the best Zaryas in the world, probably the best Zarya in North America, and I don't know if that's even controversial. And so to ban it away here really signals to me they want to play D.Va. They want to push the pace, get Hawk into that backline, assisted by Sugar Free, and start cutting down some of these greedy support picks that Varel is so well known for.
Yeah, you don't exactly need Lucio to do that, right? You can do it without Lucio. We've seen even some teams go to the Juno here at this event. But
it's a test for Lep, though, because Lep has been really known as a Lucio player, like through and through. I mean, more than a lot of main sports in NA, he's very focused on the Lucio. It has been a linchpin of the style for SSG. They really play a ton of Lucio carry. And so to lose that tool, I mean, there's a bit of pressure onto Lep. He had some moments on Wooyoung against, this Crazy Raccoons, but he did get picked off a few times as the opener. I mean, that's really, if that happens in this type of series, Varel could easily come away with it.
Yeah, you show some of the stats over on the desk about the Ilios games that these two teams have had. I know 1-1 for SSG, and that includes some of those stats against Falcons. So you almost throw that out, right? I mean, that series was like over basically before it began, and you kind of have to throw out some of those results, right? That is Crazy Raccoon, one of, if not the best team in the world at the moment, where you'd imagine SSG can take care of business here against Varel, but Varel, I think, Jake, is not going to go down without a fight, right? I mean, look, Team CC, they tried some stuff in that last match, but Weibo really was in control the entire time. I expect this one to be a little bit more competitive.
I think so. I mean, it's a very hard series to judge because that matchup against Team Falcons, Varel showed they can go the distance against one of the best teams in the world. But Falcons are also a squad that's known to sometimes play down to opponents, sometimes not put up the most dominant performances. And so for Varel right now, this is the time to show the world. You are legit. You are here for real. Not just to show up at an international event and go out in the first round, but to actually make a run. And the fans, they're hoping for that. The cheers from home are going to be loud if Varel can get this win.
Dude, if Varel can get this win one, I mean, it does not look great for SSG to say we are passionless and then get 9 through 12. But it legitimizes, look, obviously a lot of great players now coming out of Japan, right? In teams, obviously, investing from Japan. But it definitely is a huge win for that community to be able to get a win here, especially against a pretty proven group of players on SSG.
And I think SSG are, they're no strangers to kind of playing the villains, right? To be that team that's like, yeah, you might not think we're taking this seriously, but we are vets. We have been around for years, tournament after tournament. And some of these younger players on the squad, I'm looking at players like Chronic and CJ in particular, have really impressed me. And they're on very much the positive trajectory of their career. And so while other teams might put this word on the Space Station game and call them passionless, we got to see how it goes down once we get into the server. And SSG loading up with a Juno Brig style. I love this. It lets them push the pace as they like to do, but with a style that doesn't rely on the Lucio pick.
Yeah, we'll see. Actually, it's going to be a swap here. So they're going to play Brig with Kiri here with a Tracer. So they're still going to try and play aggressive here. with Hawk and Sugar Free as a duo. Going to be going up against KSG and Top Dragon doing that. Interesting though, Varel, like we talked about, a lot of this flex support backlines, they're going to be playing with a BAP into Kiri early on.
You just see real stability out of left. There's going to be a lot of pressure on Rig in this comp, but he can do a lot by the same token. Hawk trying to step up, trying to close the distance, but Varel getting a bit of a chokehold on this map. Top Dragon poking from behind, pulling some of the attention, making things awkward for Chronic. Point starting to flip towards Varel, but Space Station pushing up here on this left side. They bully out KSG and take point position for themselves.
And Chronic pretty low as well. KSG just falling back. Gonna get healed up, put some pressure on to knock him back. Is the point still being contested? And that is Slay falling first. That is a huge pick off there for SSG.
Great play between Hawk and Lep there, dominating in the front line. There's quite a few moments where it looks like KSG is getting the edge. The assistance from that Baptiste allowing him to win the poke trade, but Hawk, the experience shows through, and Lep bails him out at the perfect moment alongside that cleanse from CJ.
We'll see. I think it's really important for Varel to get Top Dragon going. He was phenomenal in their series against Falcons. That goes down to the wire. They need a performance like that yet again.
And Jerry from Nico. Hawk trying to clean that up, forces the drone, backs off for now, and Hawk's really taking this off angle. It's hard to clear out a D.Va without a Brig on your team, but Top Dragon takes down Left. This is the opening for Varel. Time to step up. Cloud, how are you going to use this Amp Matrix? Do you need it to play it at all? Hawk has self-destruction. There's still fight to be played. Sugar Free cuts down Slay, and Space Station Gaming are right back into it with KSG's pick, though. The window deployed on point. It won't be easy. Self-destruct from Hawk. Can he stay alive long enough for the remake? Not quite. Cloud. Headshots are good, and Varel will get the flip.
Yeah, the Amp Matrix from Cloud laid in a really nice spot. Gives some nice vantage points for Nico over the point. The Bob goes down as well. Self-destruct there used by Hawk. Just trying to get a mech back for a second there. I thought he was going to be able to do so, but they take him out right before. So less than 50% on the point here for SSG. It'll be Varel now in control.
Could be a brawl on point here. Rush is available for both teams, but Lep could layer in that rally, adding insult to injury. Pulse bump from Top Dragon. Could be backbreaking as well. Looking now for Chronic, trying to disrupt that Ashe, but picks the wrong side for the moment. That gives SSG the time to step forward, the time to put the pressure on. Lep wastes no time. He's into the backline. KSG low. Has that substruct if he needs it. Pulse bomb. It's on, but not enough. The cleanse is good. CJ keeps Lep alive. And now Varel struggling, trying to get value to the rush of their own. Top Dragon out of blinks, has to fall out of the play. KSG left alone on the point. Self-destruct deployed. Keeping him alive. Can he get that reason? Yes, he can for the moment. But SSG continuing to push, hunting down backliners, getting rid of Top Dragon in this flank. Entire fight though, Varel taking up progress.
Yeah, and Varel, I mean, they take a lead now. And Jake, they're gonna have players off the spawn. Nico and Top Dragon quite low. They have to do a nice job keeping them up. But this is a great hold here from Varel.
Slay is one, Nico finds another. But SSG, both supports alive. Crawling into close range, this is where they're most comfortable. Now you're trying to get on top of CJ, trying to deal with these Kiriko heals, but Hawk peels his backline well. And the flip came in through the chaos for SSG.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you could actually keep Nico alive here, you would have had another opportunity to drop that Amp Matrix on an off angle. Hawk in a lot of trouble though.
He's okay, he's baiting, playing the Megas. Knows he has no real threat against him. There's no boops, no control for this D.Va. And letting Hawk run rampant on the server is bold play to say the least from Varel.
Now we'll see though, with that Amp Matrix on an off angle here for Nico. He won them a fight the last time. We'll see if they can kind of get this position here. Vantage point. No, never mind. Chronic, 2 headshots into Nico, finishes him off.
Hawk low, forces self-destruct, sends it in deep to the backline before he goes down. Now they're trying to take down KSG, keep the fight going. But Hawk back in the suit. KSG forced into a defensive self-destruct. Does Sugar Free find the connect? Not yet. Mech drop, not enough for a kill, and KSG pulsed out. Sugar Free deals with the tank, the rush as well. Chronic finds Slay, and SSG opening up Ilios with a clean round 1 win.
Yeah, Chronic really starting to heat up here towards the end of the round. Sugar Free timing that pulse bomb onto KSG, getting the mech back, basically demechs him yet again. No immortality field there that was able to keep him alive. So round 1, a little bit of back and forth here early on, but at the end, it's all SSG.
I mean, this is the problem with these double flex support backlines. You don't have control. You don't have the ability to fight at close range. And SSG, the experience really being shown here. They're working their way up on the map, closing these long sight lines, and honestly, Ruins is the best map of the 3 for this style. It's only getting harder as we move deeper into this map.
We take a look at some of the stats here from round number 1. Only 1-1 from Lep, but felt like the impact was much more there on the Brig.
Yeah, and wasn't scared to tango, wasn't scared to step on the gas and get aggressive. CJ also deathless. Very important from this Kiriko. Top Dragon is going to go over to the Echo, so they're really going to get greedy. And Nico, first round CJ.
I mean,
surprising kill to open the round.
It's one of those kills, though, Jake. It happens so early that, like, you still have like 15 seconds before the point's even going to open up.
Left could be in trouble. KSG doesn't chase it for now. Hawk has to fall back. Remember, CJ's just coming back into the fight now. Barrel happy to take an early point flip. Space Station Gaming looking to just stay active on the map, keep this fight going. Cleanses force, Top Dragon strikes again, takes down Lep this time, and SSG just can't get into this round.
And it's like worst case here for SSG, right? You lose both these supports really early on into the round, but then also just generally, right? We were talking about how important it is for this support line to play well for SSG. When they do, like you saw in round number 1, Hawk, Sugar Free, and Chronic can contend with anybody. It's just, you gotta be able to keep this back line up.
And Chronic, under immense pressure, KSG right up in his face. This time Hawk gets the kills onto Cloud. D.Va, with that perk, able to do so much damage at range. Now SSG gets the flip in the chaos, and Barrel just crumbled. I mean, they were in control. They had that hold, and Hawk just showed up, killed the backline by himself. Gets it done.
Yeah, I mean, Hawk just boosts straight past KSG, gets right towards the point. You take out Cloud right away, and then you also get rid of Top Dragon. I mean, that is just a really bad setup there for Barrel. They like didn't even react to the D.Va getting into the backline.
And honestly, this D.Va perk, right, being able to tighten up your spread and push more range, KSG has gone for the more of a brawling style, needs to really carry the team on that front. Hawk wastes no time in immediately countering this high ground push. Sugar Free punished his Drop Dragon, was lying in wait there. And Hawk continued to put the pressure on. KSG, low but with self-destruct, has incredible heals that can come down from range. Now SSG forced to drop to the point to play with the Brig. Hawk low but not out of the fight yet. Laser Beam is in, but they can just barely get the damage done. Hawk has self-destruct, able to get this resuit. Rush on point, further stabilizing things, but Varel biding their time, waiting for their chances. Pulse Bomb gets nothing. Hawk still finds Cloud. Slay takes down Chronic, and I mean, this is turning into a brawl, man.
Yeah, the Pulse Bomb actually hits Cloud. He's saved there by the Immortality Field. And then it gets finally finished off by Hawk. This is going to be the Kitsune rush here from Slay of Varel over the point. No self-destruct from Hawk, so you're going to get him out of the mech. And this should be enough here for Varel with that later Kitsune rush. Able to take it, but not yet. Lep is actually going to pop the rally here without Hawk.
A bit of desperation. They are holding on to the point, so they're getting quite a bit of objective time off of this play. Is it going to be worth it in the end? I mean, the steps onto point there actually really well executed from SSG, but rally is a high price to pay for that.
Would you have kept the rally? I mean,
it's a tough call.
Maybe you think that you can keep Lep alive a little bit longer and like Hawk is back in the action, then you'd be at like 90% at the moment, right? But
yeah.
The fact that there's an Amp Matrix on the other side here and then Slay is about even in terms of rush, man, I would have loved to have that rally potentially.
Chronic needs to find a way through here, needs to connect to the backline. Pulse Bomb eaten by Hawk, ever vigilant there on the D.Va. Hawk, though, got up quite low. Amp Matrix gonna pop him down, wasn't ready for that kind of a counter punch. And Barrel, without the enemy tank on the field, yeah, this should just be a quick reset from Space Station. They just want to get out, get back to spawn, and take another chance as Barrel evening up the score here.
Yeah, KSG can play quite aggressive, right? Has that self-destruct to work with here in combination with Top Dragon and Slay there on the Tracer gear. He can try and maybe pick off one of these players. Sugar Free takes some shots there from Nico. Does not want to burn that recall at the moment as we may be looking at final fight here on Lighthouse.
The walk-up could be challenging. Hawk has already closed the gap, though. He's close to that backline. Sugar Free getting marked by KSG for the moment. Very deep push from KSG. Has self-destruct to back him up, but doesn't want to just throw that ultimate away. Here comes Hawk. He's into the backline, helping Chronic get this touch on the point. Playing for the high ground now. Forcing Cloud out of the fight, but Chronic taking this to KSG, trying to ball out, but can't quite get the damage done. KSG playing with the house cash and that self-destruct. SSG building up the ultimates. Rush on point for both teams now. It all comes down to this, the double down on the point. Chronic takes down Nico. Bomb gets just enough. It's actually has sent Hawk's neck off the map and is able to get cleaned up before he can resuit. Sugar Free has to get this done, has to lead the team, and maybe has just done enough. Chronic's still alive as well. Rallies to secure. Doesn't want to take a risk in this fight, but maybe didn't need it.
Yeah, maybe did not need it. You're going to have another fight, right? Daryl's going to be able to touch here. Top Dragon needs to stay up.
If he doesn't live, this is going to be potentially game. He's running out of blinks, caught between a rock and a hard place. Sugar Free hunting him down. Top Dragon turns, but he can't stand tall. Now, Beryl have to fight. Down one, they've gone to the brig, trying to take this fight on the point. Nico needs to be the hero, needs to find a clutch kill, get some connections onto the backline, but the cleanse from CJ keeps them up for the moment. KSG running low on the health, and now toe-to-toe with the brig in the small room. Not the place you want to be, and SSG looking to close out Ilios, opening up this series 1-0.
Yeah, not the fight there that KSG would have wanted to take. Tries to make a play for Lip, and he falls. That'll be SSG taking a 1-0 lead in this series.
It's a big map to win. It's your map opening pick, and in a first to two, it really counts, right? You've set the stage. Yes, Beryl, they're gonna get to clap back, get a map pick, get a hero ban. A win is not assured though, and you know you're gonna be staring down the barrel of a Space Station map pick for the closeout of the series.
I agree. We have seen Beryl though, and what I imagine will happen is they will take us to Shambali Monastery. And maybe they're able to make it work there. We take a look at some of the stats. CJ, 8-1, almost 5k damage, over 10k healing. A great game from him on the Kiri, and that's what you need to see out of these two players in the backline of SSG.
And honestly, I mean, CJ is really the one who's called upon to have a big game in a matchup like that, because you know when you cut the main support, you're not able to get that to that backline, not able to connect, and if Kiriko just lives forever, I mean the consistency of the output from CJ is incredible. Sugar Free as well, really able to feast in this game, right? You go greedy with the backline, and you're getting punished by exactly the players that Space Station needs to get active. It's Lenny, it's Hawk. They're always getting in there, they're always getting active. Chronic's taking a lot of pressure from KSG, but that just opens the door for Hawk and Sugar Free to get in and take the fights to the opponent.
Yeah, and a few times there for Beryl, right? Like, you know, they have control of that point for a while, and it was that one fight where we were like kind of laughing about it, where Hawk just basically boosts right past Beryl, and him and Sugar Free are able to take out two players when they had control of the point. It's just moments like that, if Beryl were to clean up just a little bit, could be a different scenario there for map number 1. But as we move forward in the series, it'll be a Beryl map selection and first ban. Remind you guys, the other day, they take Falcons to Shambali Monastery, double flex support backline, which they love to do. They looked awesome on that map. I think obviously SSG will be better prepared than potentially Falcons was at that moment. So we'll see if that's where they decide to go.
Yeah, Beryl have shown one of their strongest cards, I think, and a lot of teams this tournament have been taking us to Shambali, so it's going to be a place where SSG have absolutely thought about not only their own strategy, but also what Beryl are likely to do. And so, you know, yes, I feel like Shambali is such a powerful pick for the double flex support. However, as you said, the fact that that strategy is open, and you can't ban the Lucio, right? You can ban anything else, but you can't ban the Lucio, and that's actually pretty important, I think.
I'd also say it is a map loss on the Beryl record. But on Runasapi against Falcons, they had a lead for most of that game. And
they look good.
And it still comes down to one fight. So maybe there's also a world in which we see them go that route. It's a map loss for Beryl, but it did not look, you know, they beat just about every other team in the world in that game other than Falcons. So potentially two decently strong maps that they have an opportunity to go to, but as I highlighted before, Shambali Monastery was their pick against Falcons, is their pick here against SSG.
You just got to give Slay the ball here, give him a shot to take this Illari and really send a message. I wouldn't mind a Kiriko ban, because I think it really does allow, I mean, the cleanse is such a potent response to Illari. I mean, you pretty much just counter the ultimate. You're just not really going to get much Illari value when Kiriko hits that cleanse. And so it'd be one way to ban not only a support, but also to kind of protect your double flex support.
It puts CJ in a little bit of a weird spot as well with SSG of like, okay, no, he was so great on the Kiri. Like, what does he end up going to? Do we see them maybe play? Okay, so we actually do see, yeah, there is the Kiri ban. And it is Venture gone here gotten rid of by SSG. We have seen a lot of great Venture play, specifically even at a Top Dragon, right? So this is a very good ban for Space Station.
And I think Shambali is a fantastic map for Venture. I mean, it's full of these close-range corners, awkward spots where Venture can get in,
spam
can
damage
hold
from the Venture as
objectives,
well.
and yeah, actually do real damage. I mean, you're not finding yourself too often in spots where the range limitation is that much of an issue for Venture. And so I think this is a really intelligent ban, even though I don't really expect SSG to play Sim, which is sort of the conventional read of what a Venture ban leads you to. It's an option for them.
But if they're going to play a backline, if you're talking about Varel of what? Are you looking at like a Lari? Is it a Lari Bat maybe?
I think that's what we've seen from them before, right? It's been the Alari Bat, but honestly, I think Venture fits in so well with that style because you don't need as much consistent healing as somebody like Tracer wants. And honestly, Bap and Alari don't provide. And at the same time, you create a lot of distraction, slow the game down, and kind of get the enemy bogged down into these kill zones where they're being poked down by support. So Slay, Top Dragon, question is on them. What do they want to play? How do they want to approach this?
Yeah, because you could have seen, right, with the Zarya ban used in map number 1 from SSG, like you could have saw Varel go back and play some of those like Zarya Venture-based comps with those double flex supports, right? And really up the pace and the tempo and give SSG some trouble trying to keep CJ and Lep alive. But that seems, at least for now, no, obviously Venture off of the table. You can still play quite aggressive. Not going to be the same type of effect.
I think this is a map where we need to see KSG step up and have a big game. Because frankly, map 1, this was all Hawk. He was running the table.
And I mean, Hawk can do that at the international stage. I mean, it's been a while since we've seen him. Yeah,
it's been a second, but he's been here before. He's been on this trophy list, right? He's won championships. This is a player you have to respect. We talk a lot about Sugar Free, but maybe we don't talk enough about Hawk.
He's one of the more fun players in North American Overwatch, I believe, is that, you know, just a really great mind for the game. When he's here competing in the OWCS, he cares a ton. He's watching everything, knows so much about the game. And like you mentioned, he's had success with numerous teams, mixed rosters all over the globe. So Hawk, a fantastic player that, you know, SSG, they're quite fortunate, right, that they're able to convince him to come back and play, because there are not many tanks in North America that can kind of do what Hawk does.
I mean, second in NA, they defeated GK for this spot. They've earned their position. Now the question is, can they hold on to it? Can they stay alive here in Stockholm? Send Varel home into maps. Do what Falcons couldn't do.
It'll be Varel on defense here to kick things off, as it will be that Alari Baptiste backline, like we had discussed. And they'll combo that with Ram, Echo, and Ashe here. So we have started to see more Ashe play as we have gone a little bit deeper into this tournament. As for SSG, see what they decide to do. Still some time on offense, but potentially we'll see Chronic. Maybe it's a Freya. Ooh,
I love the Genji.
That's a great shot.
I mean, this is a remarkably greedy composition from Varel. They have no control on the flanks, no protection from flankers. It's all on the Top Dragon to shut down Sugar Free. He's pretty much the only one who can do it. And when a Nano Blade comes down, I would not want to be the opponent. A dash up into the air, hold on, taking the duel with Top Dragon. That's not the fight you want, Sugar Free.
no, not exactly the fight you were looking for there at the start of this. But yeah, pretty greedy comp here from Varel on defense. And look, the ability for CJ to just kind of like farm Hawk for these nano boosts, the ability to get that on the Hawk or Sugar Free could work wonders for SSG as Hawk just pesters up there, but that's 2 in a row now for Top Dragon.
Crucial
lay
kill.
there with the help to kill Sugar Free. It looks very disjointed, at least at the start for SSG.
I mean, I like the move from SSG. Top Dragon just shuts it down. I mean, he's the one who's got to hold these off angles. Sugar Free heads on over to the Tracer, just can't quite get away with the Genji facing down that Echo.
It's a bit less scary, though, I think, for the backline with the Tracer. It is scarier for the Echo, though.
Absolutely.
Right?
A much harder duel for Top Dragon. Not going to be free whatsoever. Chronic takes a bit of pressure, but dodges the stickies. Continues to hold. Slay steps over, and this is why this comp is so oppressive from Varel. They're so well practiced, distributing the resources on the map, and SSG not making any progress. The nano onto Hawk here. He hasn't gotten too much done just yet, but finally the connection comes in. It's actually the Echo who doesn't get the resources. Hawk's Nano pulls way too much attention to the front line.
Yeah, but you still have KSG here holding down the payload as they have gotten no progress thus far. Now they will as they finally break Varel's setup, but some decent time off the clock there for Varel.
Yeah, Varel going to be very happy about how this defense is progressing. Still, an ultimate like Sound Barrier is crucial. I mean, you really don't have any tools to deal with that on Varel. You just have to outplay it. You just have to survive it, but so much easier said than done. Top Dragon scouted on the flank. Hawk tries to bully him out of this off angle, and he will succeed for the moment. Slay, he's been crucial on this Ari. What can you find here? Top Dragon with the copy tracer, taking the fight into the backline. Gonna run low on time. He has to recall out. Still, Pulse Bomb not quite available. Hawk out of the suit, forced the bomb. And there's spot opening for Top Dragon. Can he get the pulse in? Not quite enough for the kill. A bit of damage on the Chronic, but the follow-up is there for Slay over the top.
They were talking about his captive son back at the mid-season championship. That one is pretty good though. Connects with 2. Obviously no Kiri available to be able to cleanse that off, and that'll be another fight win for Varel. As Jake, we are quickly here below a minute on the clock. You do have Sound Barrier available here for Lep and SSG. Still not an ideal scenario for them to be in.
Nico is sharp right now as well. Can't forget about this hit scan. Very experienced in this style, putting pressure on with minimal resource. Still, it's SSG's turn with this Sound Barrier. All would be forgiven if they can just open up this first point. This is where so many teams fall.
KSG play in the corner here. Just being patient. Oh, Lep needs to stay alive. Dangerous there. So look at this. Top Dragon on a flank. That's going to be the beat that opens things up as Nico throws in the bomb.
Hawks into the back line. This Baptiste dead to right. Hunted down. Chronic. The bowler shot onto Nico opens things up 2-0 here. And the bomb just being evaded for the moment by SSG. Tries to hunt down CJ, but he's still here with all skills. Stays alive in the fight. Cart is being pressured at the same time. And Hawk cleans things up with that booster perk.
Yeah, it'll be KSG finished off, and right before OT, it'll be SSG who takes the first checkpoint, and they push up. They want to deny this space from Varel. As let's go to a listen-in with SSG to see if they can deny that space.
You guys ready? Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready. Give me. Go. Back one. Alarm one. Ash one. Alarm one. Top left. Ash one. Alarm one. I bomb. I don't need that. Good evac. Come back. 20. Good job. Hey, there. We go early? Yeah, I'm gonna sacrifice on them. They shot not bad. Here you go. Alarm your ship, Hawk. Here you go.
SSG calling to go fast, trying to push this tempo. Hawk comes in, trying to punish the flankers, but for the moment, they stayed up. Chronic has found Top Dragon, and now it's Nico in the sights. Has gone to the Freya, has the mobility, but it's not enough to get away from Sugar Free. With DPS down, this push could be already over for Varel.
It is such a good call from SSG when we're in on that listen-in to go fast, quite aggressive. Oh, wait, hold on. CJ gets hit with the bomb. You have the Captive Sun come over the top. That's Lep and... Oh, wait, what? As they turn this, Slay and KSG.
It's been a while since I've seen a Poco bomb that, but that's a certified.
Dude, that is a bomb that ends up perfectly around the corner, takes out CJ, and then another Captive Sun that comes through from Slay.
I can't believe they clutched that.
And that is one that you should not lose. SSG, maybe even they felt like a little bit of a foot off the gas that they were just going to kind of take that one easy. Now, it's a much different scenario here as Slay also goes over to the brig, so going to be much harder to be aggressive against.
Yeah, has a better tool to peel his backline. Still, the Sound Barrier. Immense threat in this fight. I mean, when Lep drops that beat, it is the go sign for SSG, and they're going to play for that. 20 seconds left on the clock. Plenty of time to farm up beat. A lot of pressure onto Lep, though. If he goes down here, it would be a decisive towards a Varel hold. But Lep's getting that poke in, getting that extra damage. How's the Sound Barrier online? Amps it up. Top Dragon's already low. Beat right down the middle. Chases into the back line, gets on top. looking for more. The copies down there, hold on! Top Dragon with the tool to keep this fight going, and Beryl with the defensive beat. I did not expect that, but it's just enough to hold this on. Beryl, unconventional, but they get it done. They should be getting this hold. CJ, if he goes down to this Ana, that's all the support left. And it's just Hawk with the self-destruct. Surely not enough to take the 1v4.
You rarely see that. A duped Lucio intentionally to get that extra support ultimate online.
So sick.
Top Dragon just making some wild plays this week. As dude, that beat connects with 4, keeps everybody up, keeps KSG alive, keeps the supports alive long enough to get a second point hold. But really, I mean, fantastic plays, obviously, from Top Dragon there at the end. But it is like a 2v4 that KSG connects with that Diva Bomb, Slay with 2 with the Captive Sun. That's what really puts that defense in a position to get that hold where it was from Varel.
They look so comfortable. And Space Station Gaming pretty much go down right where Falcons did. Team picking in a better defense,
wow, right?
but so far, no one's been able to break this Varel defense, man. Second point is just a stronghold for them.
The legendary Varel Shambali Monastery.
I mean, it's about to be legendary.
It's getting there as SSG on defense. So Young Ana here. So pretty greedy backline as well on the defensive side of things here for SSG. They're ditching the Echo. They are going with the Tracer here.
And Lep gonna step down up to Lucio. Maybe they feel like they don't want to force those aggressive plays when on defense. They want to play things a little bit more slow, a little bit more cautious and careful. Top Dragon, got my eyes on him on this Echo. It's going to be so crucial. Attack, of course, a little bit more difficult to find some of these openers.
It'll be Nico on Ashe, so a little bit of a different look here for Varel. Slay goes back to the Brig yet again, so it also feels like the Brig is targeted. They want to stop Hawk. He's so aggressive into their backline. They want to punish him a little bit more.
KSG's down? What? Just got deleted. I mean, he had to form to step up there. Didn't expect that Hawk would be willing to tango in the small room. And I mean, Hawk just calls the bluff, recognizes he's out of cooldowns and punishes. KSG gonna go over to the Diva. I like this response actually, because now it's SSG's turn to be without a conventional main support. There's not really control to stop KSG from getting aggressive.
Yeah, it also feels like KSG should have been able to get some help on the Ram there to keep himself alive. Whether you play the Brig in that room, nice nade there, connects with 2, not able to capitalize.
They're trying to turn this corner. Hawk over the top, on the Top Dragon. He gets the pack, but it's not enough. Clean burst from the Diva. And the Matrix just gets him out of trouble. Beautiful play from the Space Station backline.
Oh, and the sleep there from CJ on the KSG, plus a bio grenade. That's going to allow them to get the Diva out of mech. Sick plays from the Ana on Space Station Gaming.
I love that from Hawk. I mean, one of the strengths of this comp is the amount of raw healing throughput you can put down on a Diva, and Hawk uses every last bit of it there, taking down the star player from Varel. Top Dragon getting bursted out of the fight first. It really does feel like they need this Echo to find kills, and he hasn't gotten anything on this offense.
No, I mean, Hawk and CJ here on defense for SSG have just been unreal.
Absolutely. Shambali looking scary now. This nade doesn't connect from CJ. Hawk over the top, gets onto the Freya, puts some damage down, enough for the cleanup kills. Boosters online again, goes straight to the Baptiste in the backline. Drone forced, and Hawk is cleaning house. Sugar Free and Chronic also finding kills, and it's going to be a nasty delay onto KSG. They are not going to drop this baby Diva.
This has been ugly on offense from Varel. KSG goes to the health pack. Good. He's going to get a resuit here. And they're not going to be able to finish him off, so at least he didn't have to go back to the spawn.
The ultis, man, it looks so dark.
He's going to go back to... No, we're going to play Zarya. I thought for a second we were going to go back to Ram, but no, it's going to be the Zarya pick.
I mean, it's got some tools now to deal with Ana, to deal with Hawk, but SSG have so many ults. Is this tank swap going to be enough to get it over the line? We're basically fighting in Varel spawn. I mean, this is probably the best ult yet we've seen this tournament on Shambali.
Oh, without
and this
doubt.
from Space Station Gaming.
Varel has not been able to get anything going here. Tidal Blast available and Matrix up on the high ground here, dropped by Varel. So they're just desperate, trying to find anything.
Slay in trouble. Is he going to rally to commit? Yes, he is. Tank is sleeping though. KSG taking a little bit of a nap on the job. Top Dragon is back in alongside Nico, and it's a very expensive fight, but finally, Varel gonna roll this card.
I mean, at what cost though, right? We are below a minute. You had to invest Ant Matrix, your bola shot, and your rally into that. And SSG, I mean, look, you throw the bola shot in there, and they have everything to work with here in what most certainly looks like to be a potential final fight on this map.
Could be the final fight of the tournament. They picked their strongest map, but will it be enough? Once again, Varel have to call on Top Dragon. The star from Korea, can he do it on the Echo? Up in the air, gets the bubble, but they're being punished on the flank. No connections yet from Top Dragon, forced into a copy, but into the Wu Yang, it's not what he wants, and Sugar Free has already found two. Varel could be falling out of the tournament. Top Dragon can't even get the ultimate off. You're on the Hawk, Self-Destruct comes on, and now Varel, just a few players left. The dregs of our Japanese squad represented, but Sugar Free is cleaning them out. 3 in this fight, looking for the fourth, looking for the finish, and SSG eliminate Varel from contention in Stockholm.
A very strong performance from Space Station Gaming. They sent Varel packing. And look, that was a fantastic hold. That is a Varel team that beats Team Falcons on that map in similar fashion. And they were lucky to get out of the spawn, it felt like, against SSG. That is a strong performance from our number 2 team from NA.
And that's a message from Space Station Gaming here, loud and clear to any team in Stockholm. You underestimate us. You say we're passionless, you say we've given up, and we will send you home. Varel, they're happy to be here, they're proud that they made it this far, but it's undeniable that they were hoping for more in Stockholm.
And I think for Varel, if you allow a player like Hawk to just run rampant in your backline like that, and then you're also not punishing CJ and Lep, I mean, that's the result that's going to happen. I mean, Hawk got wherever he wanted, whenever he wanted, the entire game there. No stopping the Diva on SSG.
I mean, this is the problem, right? You don't play these main supports, and you've got aggressive stars like Sugar Free and Hawk. I mean, SSG, the strengths are just perfectly positioned for this matchup. They know exactly what they need to do, and they make it happen. And one of the things we talked about, though, for them is, will the backline have that stability? Will they be able to recover and just endure the immense poke that Varel can put down? And they passed that test with flying colors. Speaking of that backline, we've got Danny down on the stage to talk to CJ.
That's right, thanks guys. I am joined by CJ from Space Station Gaming. I mean, fantastic stuff. I do want to start off the question with, I mean, you guys did have to face off against Crazy Raccoon yesterday, and it was a bit of a tough loss. It was a, 3-0 loss for you guys. Was there anything that you learned from that loss that sort of helped you out get the win today?
Honestly, not really. We just walked into the match knowing we were going to lose. So like, don't take it too much. If we do lose, don't let it hurt the mental and just go till tomorrow.
Let's talk about this match against Varel, though. I mean, you guys looked fantastic. Was there any specific weakness that you saw in Varel that let you guys get the win today?
Not necessarily there was a weakness. We saw their match against Falcons, and they did take a map, so we thought it was going to be a little closer, like they would also take a map against us. But we just exploited that they're not really playing Venture comps. We banned Venture on Shambali. They can't really play Venture on Ilios either. So we just played the maps, and that Venture is not good, and it worked well for us.
All right, and last but not least, of course, you guys have one more match today. You guys are going up against Weibo Gaming. CJ, what are your thoughts on that team, and how do you think that game is going to be played out?
I think they definitely look a little weak because their Zarya comps. They have Gushban and Zarya, and he's like one of the best monkeys in the world. As you've seen by the Outcat series, it wasn't that great for him. They lost pretty hard, so I'm feeling confident that we can win.
All right, and before I let you go, CJ, can you do me a favor? Can you read out the letters here for me?
Yeah. So, yeah. R, I, S, E.
What does that spell? Rise. You guys are rising to the top. All right, guys, that's it for the interview. Thank you so much. Let's head back to the desk.
Random letters forming a word? Could this be a secret code? Who knows? But if it is, maybe you should be using the URL you're seeing on your screens right now and find out and potentially win some good stuff. And now we have some good stuff to talk about because, I mean, if a victory isn't passionate, if that's not the kind of passion you want to see from SSG, then I don't know what else is. This was expected, but it is still sad because this means the end of Varel's journey.
I kind of expected a little bit more out of Varel, like we sort of had that interview there. They also, We saw the win versus Falcons yesterday on Shambani. It's like maybe they could take a map here. And honestly, this was a close enough map. We'll talk about map 1 first, which I think a round should have probably have been in here for Varel. It was a 99-99 finish. We had some huge clutches. Saw out of Sugarfree, particularly on that second round as well, on that Lighthouse. Generally, what I got out of this particular map, though, and maybe across the series, is the D.Va matchup. KSG opted into the D.Va matchup. KSG's been expanding his hero pool. I think he mostly started as a main tank player, but he's been playing a lot of the D.Va, playing a lot of the Zarya. He opted to go into the Zarya towards the end, but really it was the D.Va from Hawk that ruled the day.
And this backline from Varel, I think this is one of the biggest surprises out of the entire tournament, and why Shambali Monastery looked like it could be another Varel victory, especially against a top dog like Space Station. That Allari was just so fun to watch from Slay, all those captive suns, and the clutch moments that can come out from a flex support backline. But at the end of the day, it is Space Station that ends up taking the win 2-0, and I hope this can be a bit of a confidence booster. And we say passionless, but we heard the comms from Space Station. They are trying really hard. They know what kind of tournament life is on the line for them, and I think this is a good sign for them heading further into the lower bracket.
It is, and when you just watched the footage of their winning moment there, you saw the sight of relief coming from Coach Christopher there as well. He came to play, you know, like they made some changes in this last stage, and they were actually performing really, really well to get here. And we just heard it in the interview as well. They knew that they're not going to win their first round in the upper bracket, so that was just like a brush it off. Yep. And now they're starting their salty lower bracket run.
Which always happens when you go up against Crazy Raccoon a little bit early. They'll send you down. I think the pathway looks pretty good for them. They got Weibo next, and seems like they have a decent amount of confidence up against Weibo. But Weibo also come into today looking very strong themselves. Both of the sort of like underdog teams that we have in this tournament, Team CC and Varel, didn't quite find their mark today in the opening 2 matches. Neither of them took a map after very good performances in our studio days in the first 2 days. Both Team CC and Varel just probably fell behind a little bit compared to the teams that were more favored to win, like Weibo and SSG.
It's going to be a fun matchup to watch Weibo and SSG go up against each other, but of course we still have 2 more matches that will be taking place in the lower bracket round number 1, and I think they're both also going to be kind of exciting. I really hope that they're going to be close, but they might not.
They might not be. Well, but I'm sure all the teams will bring their A game, because this is do or die. It's first to 2 in that first round of the lower bracket, and we will be playing the second round in the lower bracket as well. That will be played in the first to 3. Now we're heading into a very quick break, but when we come back, we are here with more World Finals action in the lower bracket. It's going to be T1 facing off against GK.
You can hear it in the wind. An echo. A whisper. A calling home.
It welcomes us. Not as wanderers, but as its kin.
In search of a memory of what once was, where purpose ignites.
A refuge where warriors can lay down their weapons and join forces with one another. You can feel the power as countless worlds collide.
A new future with endless possibilities.
A place to unite.
To imagine.
To belong.
Are you ready, BlizzCon?
It's about time.
The 2025 Overwatch World Finals is brought to you by DHL.
Your love makes us strong.
Okay, I'm not doing
Let's
it.
just ask
You aren't even getting into it,
Just
bro.
ask
No, I'm dead ass.
Love makes us strong and what?
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing?
Just wave. Your love makes us strong. Your love makes us strong.
We're 3, 2, 1 it, bro.
Oh, we are?
Are we actually doing that?
Yeah, your love
okay.
makes us strong.
Sure.
Okay, I'm gonna say 3, 2, 1, go, and then we do it. Okay.
Your love makes us strong.
All right, now say it like you mean it. Your love makes us strong. Dear Stockholm, it's a pleasure to be back here for the 2025 OWCS World Finals in Sweden. So we're here joined by Nectra and Avril to break it all down. 2 matches done, many more to go today. Thus far though, it's been a little stroll through to Overwatch City.
I was hoping some of these matches would be a little bit closer, especially because Team CC and Varel are such fan favorites. But I think the results are still as we expected, Avril.
Haven't had any huge upsets yet. I mean, we kind of got somewhat of an upset in our earlier 2 days, but right now in our first couple of games, we didn't even see those one mappers come through. I thought Varel and CC might have gotten that one map, so yeah. Somebody give us a 3-mapper, please.
Well, maybe this one is the one. Now let's hear what the other teams have to say about our first contender, Tier 1.
But grab is available. Here comes the beat from T1.
T1 carries weight.
觉得是他们的个人能力都非常强吧，然后他们的主题体系，我觉得也对很强。
Teams respect them. Some even fear them.
They're just genetically gifted. Versus us, they're literally the best team in the world.
You just can't beat them.
They're unbeatable. Scramps. They're actually unbeatable.
They've got strong fundamentals.
尝试的话，我觉得他们节奏很快啊。 이제 아시아 팀들의 템포가 좀 빠르다 보니까 이제 그게 저희가 상대하는 북미나 뭐 유럽 팀들 상대로 좀 잘 먹힐 수 있지 않을까 해서.
Sharp players.
Donghak, in my opinion, I think is like probably the best tank in the world.
They play around Donghak. I mean, just pocket him and he'll kill everyone.
Proud on Freya is definitely like one of the best Freyas in the world.
That boy doesn't miss a shot.
And a style that can overwhelm you if you're not ready.
Like hard to tell what they're actually gonna do because they've like tried a lot of different stuff.
제가 생각하기엔 요즘 딜러가 좀 강하다 생각해가지고 챔피언들이.
But they haven't hit the same highs as Crazy Raccoon or Team Falcons.
I mean, it's hard to tell whether they're better than Crazy Raccoon or Falcons.
No.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
이제 그 경기 때문에 조금 안 좋게 본 팀들도 있을 것 같고, 아니면 저희가 전에 좀 저력 있는 팀이라 생각해서.
I mean, I think they're pretty good. I think they could place really high in the tournaments.
They're good. Everyone agrees on that. But the big international moments are still missing.
To be T1, way too close for comfort at many moments through this series.
That team always does like really well, but when it's like the actual like really important matches, they've kind of fallen short, at least in previous stages.
If they want to stand beside the top names in their region, this is the tournament to prove it.
약간 성취감이 되게 클 것 같아요. 애들도 뿌듯할 것 같고 또 무엇보다 이제 됐구나 하는 그런 생각이 들 것 같네요.
T1, the number 3 seed coming in from Korea. And they have been nipping at the heels of Team Falcon as well as Team Raccoon.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that really has the capability to be the best team in Korea and, well, with that, the best team in the world. However, like we heard in that interview as well, Kuffa said it the best. Sometimes T1 just kind of the lights maybe get too bright. This is one of those lights too bright kind of teams on stage, and it doesn't work out for them in those very intense clutch kind of matches. They already looked kind of shaky in the opening game versus CC, dropping the map to CC, and then getting reverse swept by Twisted Minds. They had a 2-0 lead up, then lost the next 3 maps, and in the final map, New Junk City, it was also reverse swept on the map itself. They started 2-0 up on the map and then lost 3 rounds in a row. So T1, man, in these very tough situations, they need to keep the composure.
I'm looking at this roster, and I love that we see Donghak in the starting position. Of course, they have Jasmine.
He's just doubling down.
Yeah, I know,
They're
right?
all here for
I think that's supposed to say Jasmine, or Jasmine is in the starting roster, either one of the two. But I think the fact that we do have 2 different looks from this team, they have, of course, Donghak that they can rely upon for maybe some of the Wrecking Ball matchups, if they want to play the Wrecking Ball versus Kuffa and Geeke, or they can go down that actual off-tank route with Jasmine playing something like the Ramatra and the Zarya. But for Geeke, I think they're going to be really happy to be able to take that Wrecking Ball matchup.
They would be. They really would be. It's been very interesting to see so much of Jasmine because previously to the World Finals, we really haven't, right? So Jasmine now in the mix, but let's hear it from all of our teams and what they have to say about the opponents. GK.
GK hears the talk. Some teams think the coaching change is going to slow them down and that this is the moment they fall off.
They don't have him now. I think it's GG's for them, honestly.
Do they even have a coach?
It's an ultraviolet.
Eevee's the coach.
Yeah, their player's their coach, so that's how it's going for them.
But GK doesn't buy that for a second.
A lot of teams see us as a team with a lot of variables, I feel like. Because when they are against us, they have like literally no idea what to expect, I think.
If anything, they think other teams should be the ones worried.
A lot of our tournament runs, we've had a lot of upsets. We had a lot of like close calls with top teams, like even the last tournament, we were map 5 with both the finalists, you know? So I think teams should be a little scared.
They still play clean, controlled, and tough to crack. Their fundamentals haven't gone anywhere.
I mean, I just think all their players are very strong, and I think they're also good at playing with each other as a team too.
I mean, they have their style.
Yeah.
They really like playing house.
Sure, adapting to new guidance takes time. There might be bumps early.
Not having enough tank is going to be hard. They have to play to their strengths very well, in my opinion, if they want to go far.
I think like we're returning back to our stage 2 and 1 form, and I think when we're in that form, like nobody knows what will happen.
But GK believes they are still a threat.
I wouldn't want to play against us.
And they're ready to prove it the moment tournament starts.
That's right. NA's third-seeded team coming in here, and now they're playing for their lives. Necra, what has their season been like?
It's been so fun to watch their season because if you remember this team playing under the Nightmare banner in stage number 1, they actually did go very far in our first LAN of the season at the Champions Clash, and I think that's where you have to take a look at this roster and see their stage 2 and be a little disappointed. While they did end up making it to the mid-season championships, they ended up going out in the in the top 8, and so I think we have a lot more hope for this GK roster that they can come in, they can utilize this strength. Maybe some of them say, well, there's no subs. That might be a little bit of a con, but I think that could be a pro for this team. They know that they can play together as a team of 5.
For GK as well, I think moving back into some of the strengths that we saw earlier in the stage where Ultraviolet on that Wooyoung, I mean, best Wooyoung of North America by far, possibly even expanding that to the globe, but we're seeing a lot more of that. I think after Wooyoung nerfed, that kind of nerfed the team a little bit. They do need to get back to that stage 2 type of form, stage 1 type of form as well. They won NA stage 1, they won NA stage 2. It's really that stage 3 where things started to fall apart. Even third place wasn't that bad for GK, but just not their expectations. So I've also seen Admiral, by the way, he's really rounding out his hero pool. I thought he was one of the weaknesses on the team in terms of really only playing the Lucio. Now he's playing a lot more Kiriko, and that really helps out the team.
Yeah, I mean, what we've seen so far from them in this tournament, though, was not super inspiring. It just felt like they haven't quite found their footing, their identity in the meta that is still very much unfolding and to be found out.
Yeah, I mean, they did get 2-0 swept by Alcatia in that first round, and I think you can still look at that and go, well, it was Alcatia. What else can you kind of expect when you have to go up against one of the absolute best teams in EMEA? And should we take stock in that, Avril?
At this point, I mean, really, Kuffa's hero pool for this particular tournament and this particular meta is probably lacking slightly. He's not going to be playing as much of the Diva, not really going to be playing Zara. He's going to be heavily leaning to Ram. It does remind me a lot of Gushwei in that sort of regard. So I think this is going to be an interesting matchup because if Donglak ends up playing to Kuffa, they're going to be playing mostly main tanks. And I actually think T1 probably should lean into more Donglak this series as we actually see his stats here, top of the elimination leaderboard. I'd actually be surprised if Jasmine gets subbed in. I think Donglak will be playing most of the series.
Which is interesting because Jasmine has looked very good, but it has been matchup dependent. And so I think you're right. Donghak comes in being able to play a Wrecking Ball, the Winston, and with that matchup versus Kuffa, this is where Kuffa is really going to need to step up to the plate. Make sure that you can actually execute on a lot of these dives. And as we heard a lot of these teams talk about, T1, their speed, they like to go fast. And I think that's going to be a really tough thing, especially for the North American teams that might not have a lot of experience playing up against the Koreans to adapt to on the fly.
Absolutely. So what do you see as the biggest strength for the opposition here for GK? He already said what he wants to see. What do you want to see from GK? Where do you think they have the biggest chance to win? Maybe it's also like a ban and map scenario?
I think so, but I think also there's Maimon. Maimon is a hyper-flexible DPS player. There's a lot of different things that he can pull out. Tracer obviously looks very good, but the fact that Maimon also pulled out the Venture and the Echo, I think you need to be able to play a lot of different flex DPS heroes in this particular tournament.
This particular matchup to me is going to come down to the backline in the terms that T1 have a lot more flexibility there. Both of their backliners can play the flex support that can be leaned into, whereas a lot less flexibility on the GK side can lean a lot more into the Wuyang. And the reason why I think Dongak is going to play most of the series is because you can just play the main tank into the main tank into cover here, not having to rely on Jasmine, who's not played that much with T1 for the rest of the entire year. So play to your strengths here, and you know you can win against GK in the head-to-head in that mirror.
Yeah, T1 actually surprising that they did use so much like subbing in and out like per map. So like we don't usually see that. We usually see like a Koros just kind of standing in. But thus far though, it's been working out for them obviously. Let's talk predictions for this one. I feel like T1 have to be like the heavy favorite to win this one, especially if you're like just looking at recency bias and the performance so far from the two teams. Like T1, they look like just a league above.
I also went with T1. I think that we just have such a variety in terms of the roster and just how well oiled this team is. But getting some of the best practice in the world against Team Falcons and Crazy Raccoon, they're set up here. I'm
contractually obligated to root for the Korean teams
Obviously.
to predict for them, so T1 for me, but mostly because I do think this is going to end up being a Dongak versus Kuffa battle where in the mirror, Dongak will take that mirror. He wants to be able to play the ball. You can even just target out Kuffa's Winston and force the ball matchup. So I think that's probably where T1 really wants to go.
Yeah, and we're seeing the audience does agree with that. T1, obviously the favorite. Alas, it wouldn't be the first underdog story we get to tell here on this very desk. So let's bring our teams out to the stage. Adam, please take it away.
Thank you very much, team. A cosmic performance, galactic even, seismically, moonquakingly good. You get the gist, the puns there. Space Station Gaming are through to the next round. But we look now to the next contest on this main stage. What will happen between these two planet-sized teams? We're about to find out. Let's meet them. First up is the one and the only. It's T1. T1, comprising of Proud, Zest, Donghack, Vigilante, and Skewed. They are ready, and they are waiting. Let's see how T1 fare in this next head-to-head. And facing them, it's GK Esports! Embracing their moment in the spotlight is Admiral, Ultraviolet, Kuffa, Maimone, and Lethal. DreamHack are excited about this one. How will they fare against T1? It's all about to go down right here at your OWCS World Finals. Best of luck to all of our players as they take their seats. This is it. It's about to go down. We are ready and waiting. We said toodaloo to Varel earlier on. Who will be the next to exit the competition and who will go one step further? It's time to get down to it. Here we go. Strap yourselves in.
A titan of North America in GK Esports, facing off against T1, a legendary name in all of esports. And Johnny, you heard Kuffa's words in the little interview there we had on Media Day. Says Dongak's the best tank in the world currently. Is that a little too much respect? It's an elimination game now.
I don't think so. You gotta respect your opponent. The Dongak is one of the best tank players in the world. For Kuffa here, this is going to be a really tough test because they match up their hero pools quite nicely here. So Kuffa, you gotta outplay one of the best tank players in the world.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Jasmine too in the early opening days, and T1 not afraid to kind of flip in and out. But like Avril said, and highlighted on the desk was, well, actually, Kuffa, we know he kind of wants to play these main tanks. We're just going to go in the head-to-head. Like, we're chilling with this. We're completely fine. We've had more experience with Donghack across the season.
Yeah, they have relied on Donghack heavily when they can rely on the Winston and the Wrecking Ball play over in Korea, but in most recent times, Jack, it's actually been a bit more off-tank heroes. The Zarya, the D.Va has been getting involved, and that doesn't really favor GK style. They touched on it on the desk. Kuffa might have to play more of the Ram here, and as I'm predicting the win condition for GK in this matchup, I kind of want to play versus Jasmine, just recognizing how good Donghack is on those other heroes. So even though Kuffa, he would like to play comfort when it comes to the dive heroes, I would actually say slow it down in this case, rely more on the Ramatra, and maybe Ultraviolet can, play a fantastic Wuyang as well.
Well, it's going into a classic. We're going to Ilios as our first map, and wow, Winston banned for T1. Their map pick and a Tracer for GK.
Yeah, really interesting bans coming out here. GK immediately respecting their opponent with a Tracer ban here. Cest obviously popped off really hard for T1 in the previous matchup against Twisted Minds. Not quite able to overcome that hurdle and finish off that series against Twisted Minds. That's why they find themselves here in the lower bracket. But I think Maimon is quite happy not to take the Tracer matchup in this series because he is so flexible. He can play the Echo if need be. I would even say that they could play Ramatra Mei if need be. Obviously not here on Ilios, but you will see GK rely on Maimon's flexibility a lot in this one.
Yeah, it's played so many heroes over the course of the season. And that was a terrifying loss for T1 the other day.
It was.
The reverse sweep and a full reverse sweep too on Junkertown. Like, that is, or New Junk City. That is not a spot you want to be in, like crumbling at the final hurdle. And I spoke to Swingchip, actually, GM of T1, before this series started and saying, like, look, is there any nerves there? Is the confidence still high within the team? And he says, yes, like, we've played for so long in the stage before, like, it's fine. It was just a small hiccup. But as we load in onto Ilios, this first to two in the lower round final, it's a deadly one too, because you don't get very many chances to make mistakes here, Johnny.
There's no room for error. There's no room for error. You lose 2 maps and you're out of the tournament. Typically, of course, we play in a best of 5 series, so you have to get to 3. But given that bans are so powerful, map picks are so powerful, limiting your ability to rely on some of your go-to maps, and if you are a loser, you just get the one choice, right? That is going to impact, the level of upsets we see throughout the tournament. And I actually think that, yes, I agree with the desk, T1, they should be the heavy favorites in this one. If you just compare their record against the top dogs like Falcons, Crazy Raccoon, they are 3-9 in their history against those teams. The rest of the world is like 2-54 or something. They're just not able to take down those top dogs. But I think that speaks to T1's ability, the fact that they're at least able to compete with 2 of the best teams in the world. But in a first-to-2 format, GK, they stand a real chance here to upset.
Winston has been such a big pick for GK. Gator opening first to do, T1 and GK head-to-head. Donghack rolling out on a classic here. We've got the Wrecking Ball, Sombra.
Yeah, and it's going to be so powerful to grab all this space on the map immediately. You can see Donghack here, kind of posturing here. You want to get this point control early and then rely on Wrecking Ball survivability and mobility as it gets into the backline. Ultraviolet, obviously a big target on the Wuyang here.
There's actually a little manual hack on cover. Virus connects as well. Jagger Ball's going to be good there to waylay the push for any target that doesn't end up getting hacked. Donghack got 1000 HP in the backline already. Again, another manual hack connecting with the tank player, but doesn't really matter in the end. A double tap onto lethal though. It's the first blood for T1 as Donghack just being a menace in the backline, just unable to gain that space that GK they're trying to push up, but there's just too many obstacles in their way.
Yeah, it's devastating to get that first pick, and Lethal is going to swap over to the Freya. Some extra mobility to navigate these dives coming in. Freya is going to be a go-to hit scan choice in a matchup like this, but Maimon is trying to at least put some pressure onto Donghack here. You need to find a way to get this Wrecking Ball out of your backline.
It's so tough, and then Zesh just kind of hanging around the side. Tough to go coast as well. You will get booped off, and the Mega Health Pack is going to be permanently hacked. They're going to try for it at least. Maimon teleporting away at 37 HP. Goes for the Mega Health Pack, hacking it up. Getting his health topped up again, but again, they need to be able to take space, but GK, they're not finding any of it.
Yeah, they don't obviously have any speed because they're playing this big Wuyang composition, and they're going to get pretty close to ultimate. So Maimon finds a crucial space pick onto Donghack, and that is going to grant them so much space. You can see them walk up here. They're going to put pressure onto this point. And now, T1, how do they contest without their Wrecking Ball? Donghack is on its way back, but it's a crucial cap for GK.
Yeah, I mean, they just don't. Wrecking Ball is so easy to get back to the point quick, so if you lose any more, it's more of a stagger, so you get at least half a fight out of T1.
Ultimate's coming up here. Going to be a big fight here. You can see GK. They are trying to rotate away from this Wrecking Ball, always be on the move. Bowler shot comes out.
EMP hits Avril. That's a Virus too. Good connection from Zest. He's going to keep it going as well. Spots Ultraviolet. Teleports behind him. Virus connects as well as Donghack finishes up. And with Lethal only finding Vigilante, I mean, they're going to have to find something else. Like, in the meantime, that's 3 kills for the Sombra. Zest ends up going down to cover, but Donghack's here with the follow-up. Flip ends up coming in. 36% for GK. But losing Avril that early on to an EMP is not a good look.
It's not a good look indeed, and T1 now still very happy with their ultimate economy. They got double support ultimate here, and Mines are so good at keeping this point contested. So GK will try to walk up here. Eyes on Maimone here, actually. Has an EMP in hand. Can you shut down Skew there potentially? Comes out.
He connects with 2, in fact, and yeah, Proud instantly deleted. Headshot with the Virus, you take that. Another kill onto Skew, the other hack target. All right, quick reset. T1 still, though, gaining percent. Donghack's in a little bit of a sticky situation, or a spiky situation with that jagged wall.
We're getting into a bit of a tricky spot here for GK as well. Knowing that T1 has double support ultimate, and you only have a rally in hand. You need to go for a bit of a crazy play here. Can you find a manual hack onto one of the supports? See some follow-up from Lethal onto that Freya. We talk a lot about Lethal's playmaking ability on that hit scan. Well, this would be the time.
Yeah, I worry now, though, this Sombra ult charge coming through from Zest, Johnny. Because of how early they used it, they're going to get one for the final fight. Oh. Donghack trap, though. Jagger Ball looks like Skew was there to the rescue, shooting it as well with the blaster. Ends up spotting out Maimone in a bit of a predicament, but uses that translocator to get away. Here comes the rush now from Vigilante onto the point. How did GK even respond to this? A nice little headshot onto the backline, forces Maimone to use that teleport again to go invisible. Sound Barrier comes in response to this rally, but Ultraviolet's already dead. That overhealth didn't have a chance to build up. Ends up spotting Proud there, but quickly zipping away. Jumps up to the high ground, and Skewed finds 2 on the Lucio.
And this is going to be a tricky spot now for GK. Skewed is just popping off on the Lucio here, and it's going to be a
4th.
Dagger.
Okay, Skewed, 4 kills for the Lucio.
Okay, that's not every day. Pop off, King.
They're going to be able to get back in time, of course. They got one more fight, but they're running into the CMP.
They're running into the CMP, and T1, they want to fight aggressively here. Make it difficult for GK to contest this point.
Shift, cover can find an isolated kill, but Zest wants to go early. Pings out, Lethal, looking for cover. Translocate to the high ground. Donghack's in a good spot to follow up from this as well. EMP, it does connect, and it connects with 2. Cover behind the jagged wall, but it's Lethal to fall first. A nice little tidal blast there from Ultraviolet, but it can't save you from Proud. T1, they're going to wipe GK off of Ruins and claim the first round.
And that is what T1 does best. Playing the Wrecking Ball is a hero that GK will need to find a way to navigate throughout this series. But if I'm GK, I can't put too much emphasis into this singular round. Coming up next, Lighthouse. Well, these are the most important rounds for GK to really look towards if you're going to play this hazard composition. Find some nice rotations, because Ruins really is the best point here for a hero like Wrecking Ball. And so I do think that T1 might have to change up their composition here slightly.
Feels like an anomaly on the scoreboard with Donghack with the most deaths on the team with 3. But Proud, Skewed, Vigilante only dying once each. Zest doing a lot of work too on the Sombra. Very high damage for the Sombra.
Yeah, I mean, GK, they were put under so much pressure without that speed, right? So yeah. Admiral is going to make this swap over to the Lucio here, actually. And it's going to be a Echo Freya composition from GK. We've been seeing this a lot in the meta because of the mobility both of these heroes have. GK here, contesting this coast side, trying to wrap around this enemy team. But Donghack, he doesn't want to give up these side lanes. They're already on top of GK.
Yeah, Maimone's super low already. Donghack had an aerial view over the Echo. Gets the slam on a couple of people as well. There's the shield. Pretty chilling now is Donghack. And Kuffer overextending a little bit. As Donghack was going for that triple slam, Johnny, Kuffer was trying to make his own space. But unfortunately, the virus hit.
Yeah, they're in a tough spot here because GK, as you can see, they're kind of stacked up together because Donghack did such a great job at just pressuring them away from the flanks as Vigilante just gets another 3K. Okay, the supports on T1, they're decidedly having a great game here.
They're looking good.
But if I'm GK here, I need to find a way to utilize my speed to get on top of one of these individuals. Looking at T1's composition, of course, who do you really contest here? There's so much mobility on the side of T1 that you really have to capitalize on a mistake, maybe a bad translocator crowd, not able to navigate his way around here.
Yeah, Cover tried to use that Dragon Wall there to stop the escape with the translocator, but didn't connect. That did though, and Nitho's already dead. Already Donghag's in the back line, yeah, hitting the slam. It's so tough to move against this comp, but even with the speed, Johnny, I'm gonna keep it real with you, Chief. It ain't working.
It's not working for the minute. I mean, Lucio, in these tight corridors, it is a fairly diveable hero.
Oh, whoops. Zest?
Whoopsie.
Okay, my bad.
Can we get a replay on that one? What are you cooking, Chief?
He's chilling. He's chilling.
All right. We'll be back in a moment.
What? With a commotion. I'm joking. I'm joking. EMP coming up for Zesto pretty quickly. Duplications have been pretty crazy as of late. We saw a Lucio one earlier.
My God.
Admiral takes a double shot. Yeah, goodbye. Oh, that was nasty. A good little duplication from Maimone, but didn't exactly want to use it there. Napolis connecting with him mid-air. Can he get good use of these mines? Ends up using them in cage, but Lethal already falls down. A rush onto the point's good for GK, but again, Johnny, no real estate, no space at all to use it.
They're under so much pressure, and you can see here, 90% time is ticking for GK.
Maimone goes down to his own mines there, and well, 95% for T1, and they are routing cover. And that is an alt-jax as well, as T1 just decimate GK. That was not close.
Wow, that was lopsided. That is what we're expecting from T1, the third seed coming out of Korea. And we know this going into the matchup that GK, they are going to struggle against a Titan like Donghag, proven it so many times before on the global stage that he's the tank to be reckoned with, and GK had no answer for the wrecking ball.
The head-to-head looks good. Maybe Kuffer giving too much respect there to Donghag. Just peep the stats, Vigilante and Proud. Only dying once each. Oh, this is looking good. Avast is going to look pretty happy, I'm going to tell you that.
Oh, Avast is just having a blast backstage. Yeah.
In his little cubby.
Peep that co-stream.
Yeah. 19-4 as well from Zest on the Sombra. His EMPs as well were magical. Connecting with the right target every time.
Yeah, and I think Zest is showing that he's having a bit of a breakout tournament here. We obviously know that Zest has been incredibly talented, performed for many years in Overwatch Esports, but it's primarily been the Tracer. Zest in his career hasn't really been able to overcome some of these really tough opponents, right? To gain that hugely important accolade, something he can look back on, a big achievement in his career. But in this tournament, like, his venture was absolutely fantastic against Twisted Minds. Now, you're seeing it on the Sombra. We know what he's capable of on the Tracer, of course.
Legend standing behind them as well.
Yeah.
Flutter. See where we go to next.
Overwatch MVP, yeah, 2020. Yeah, he's got the Echo skin.
He's got the Echo skin, yeah. Base dance, Johnny. Now look, I did a kind of swing. Give me something spicy from T1. She's like, no.
Spicy?
Yeah, I was like, please, you know, they've got to say something a little bit spicy. You're in the lower bracket. You've got to have some fighting talk in you, right? And she's like, no, we just got to follow in the steps of Faker, be humble, and just respect our opponents. But that round was anything but, in all honesty.
Follow in the steps of Faker.
Be humble.
I love that. A little T1 vibes. Yeah, that's a good shout. Yeah, I mean, look, this is a team that I think are not only speaking about Zest, but T1 as a whole, really. We always talk about the potential they're showing, their capabilities when it comes to playing so many different compositions. But this is the time on the global stage where you gotta start popping off, where you gotta start taking down some big opponents. GK, for T1, I feel like it's just another kind of like roadblock here in their path in the lower bracket. They have their eyes set on like the bigger teams here, Team Falcons, Crazy Raccoon, Twisted Minds now. They want to get revenge on them. I think anything but top 3 here for T1 would be a little bit of a disappointment.
Yeah, and if they can push all the way to the finals as well, I mean, look at the finalists throughout the year. Crazy Raccoon, Team Falcons. If T1 then take the very end, it's like Korean dominance throughout the year. That was a big breakout from EMEA as well, to be fair. At the mid-season, like, EMEA showed up, and they're continuing to do so. And when you looked at the patch notes, Johnny, what was your kind of immediate thought? Because mine was like, oh, well, NA, they rely a lot on this, like, ball. Winston, dive, like, we want to play super quick. But, like, the map pool ended up changing here. The patch kind of shifted towards a little bit of RAM,
well, mostly Ram, Zarya, D.Va, like off-tanky, and it's like, oh, NA, like, especially a team like GK, looked a bit weak coming in.
Yeah, GK have struggled as of recent. They weren't really able to pick up the pace in stage 3 as much. And this is actually really interesting as it relates to that. We see a Ramatra ban come out from T1 after GK picking Kiriko first here as their ban select. Because Kuffa, he's not really been able to play the dive heroes like we talked about, the Winston, the Wrecking Ball, and so he's been forced to pick up a lot of that Ramatra, and now T1 removing his optionality to play that hero. We gotta ask ourselves a question like, what is Kuffa going to play in this matchup? Are we again going to see the Hazard come out? Well, it's a different map from Ilios, it's New Junk City. Dongak will be forced to play something else, but the Hazard, it can be navigated. T1, they should be able to find a game plan here to deal with whatever tank Kuffa is going to roll out on.
Bit of mental warfare as well from GK maybe. Look, you got reverse swept on this map and it ended up costing you the series yesterday. We take you here and maybe shades of yesterday are still in the forefront of your mind.
But even more mind games. This is a map that T1 picked against Team CC as well. So you're saying, oh, you picked New Junk City? Well, we think we know a game plan how to counter whatever you brought out then. We're going to pick New Junk City ourselves. Now, noteworthy on that, of course, was that Viper was actually subbed in for T1 in that series against Team CC. That time playing the Genji, and you saw Viper was top 5 when it comes to the eliminations. Leaderboard previously, before this series. And so T1 not subbing in Viper this time, maybe they have something different in store with Zest.
Still love the Venture right now.
The Venture is so good.
Especially on this map as well. A lot of corners to play around and your escape routes. I mean, to be fair, on a lot of Flashpoint maps, there's a ton of small escape routes that you can play with the Venture. It's not like a one-track linear, like a payload map or anything. It's like, well, I can go this way, I can go that way. There's a lot of easy flanks, so Venture works out really well. It's been good to see them actually in the meta a little bit more.
Yeah, and especially when it comes to contesting the point. That is what Venture does so well, right? Is that you can reliably have a Venture burrow onto the point, keep it contested, not allowing the flip. But then also the mobility that Venture has, you can get into the enemy backlines. You can kind of juggle the point by yourself, and that frees up your tank player. You don't have to sacrifice your tank positioning just to keep the point contested. You can let your flex damage player do that quite reliably. And so Venture has really earned themselves a slot in this meta, not only for countering this Metra, but also for some extra objective pressure.
Just thinking too, like, well, the Kiriko is banned here as well. Like, Zest play Venture. Like, if you look at the rest of the hero roster, a little bit more vulnerable. Kiriko definitely the best at kind of getting away from that pick. So we'll see if Zest ends up rocking this. Dongak, little Mauga gameplay.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, last time it was Jasmine playing this map, and so T1 are changing things up here quite drastically on New Junk City. I wouldn't be shocked if we saw the Mauga.
It's not like, especially on Flashpoint, it's definitely not the worst pick.
No.
Very front to back.
And I mean, T1, they're so comfortable playing so many different styles. They really are a jack of all trades. So they like to play the Symmetra themselves. Now they're just going to TP out. So it'll be a Sojourn Venture composition from T1 here. But the Mauga is going to be really aggressive. GK, they need to scout this out and beware, because this overrun will come in quick.
Yeah, again, it's going to be tough for them to claim space.
Here it goes.
Ultraviolet's 1 HP already. Ends up backing up. A little flank here from Maimon, but UV already dead. Zest finds another in lethal. Donghack, cardiac overdrive, hits the overrun, gets out of there. And now GK, they're on a little island here. Kuffa looking for the next entrance for T1, spots it through main. But where's the staying power? Maimon with the 1v1 against Zest, and Zest wins it.
Yeah, with Maimon going down, GK, they have to retreat. They have to wait for their Venture player to get back here. So allows T1 to get the point cap. And now they have the optionality of how aggressive do we want to play here. Maimon swaps over to the Echoes. You have to be aware of the aerial presence from that hero. But you can see T1, they're poking, they're prodding. They're looking for any kind of opportunity here to go aggressive and capitalize on a positional mistake.
Tough for the Echo to excel though in these low ceilings. Ultraviolet is in T1 sights right now. Manages to get away with that rushing torrent. And there's the flip, kind of free actually. GK just end up flipping the map on them completely. Proud 1 HP, has to back off. Nice shot from Ultraviolet. Overextends though, goes down to Zest.
It's traded back and forth. It's a 3v3 actually. Donghack and 2 supports for T1. GK has the point cap.
Nice Jagger Ball. Cover gets slammed, and in fact, Might end up going down here as well. Has to get out. Yeah, Violet leaps away or tries to. Cuffer dead, and this is an easy point flip for T1. No one standing up against the Mauga here.
Yeah, a bit of a mistake from Cuffer there. Playing overly aggressive. You gotta realize you're 2 men down, but pushes up. Donghak gets a bit of a 3-point cap there in T1. Now with ultimates on the board, they can decide how to play this one. I'd actually like to see them navigate it a little bit. Oh, it's another big pick from Proud here. Individual plays from T1.
Yeah, and they got window as well. They can play far up if they want it. Downpour. Vigilante doesn't get out of the way though. Mymone's on the flank. Stand by from Skew does end up hitting up 4 as Cuffer goes for the leap onto the Sojourn but doesn't connect. And now Venture and Zest just trying to find this kill, but yeah, well, unfortunately, Zest, the spawn door is right next to Lethal, so should be safe. Cap does end up coming through, but Donghak staking his claim again.
It at least buys GK enough time here to get back and have a proper fight. Both support ultimates used for either team here, but Lethal, with this overclock, as does Proud, can you navigate the flanks here? Find yourself an opportunity to get some crucial picks.
The cage though, Johnny, like how do you actually deal with this right now if you're GK? An overclock 2 from Lethal to try and melt through it, but Cuffer's already down. And unfortunately, Lethal and the rest of GK go the same way. And that'll be the first point to T1.
Okay, if we still want to be optimistic, it is the first to 2. And so GK, they're in a world of trouble right now, facing defeat on this map. But they should be better. Well, I'm contextualizing, Jack. Okay. I'm contextualizing. Okay. They should be better off on the remaining points on this map because they want to play this, longer range Wuyang kind of composition. And that initial point is so difficult for them to execute on. This should be the time where they start to gain some momentum.
Nice flank here. Double shot, no, it doesn't quite get Lethal. Still hunting for heads. Lethal with a very dangerous peek. Proud doesn't want to stay any longer. Jagged Wall could block his escape as the dude from Mymone ends up copying the Mauga, but no free cage. Good focus fire, but they still lose Proud. 4v5, T1 still in this. Maybe not anymore though. Zest down, and there's the first cap on point B.
And T1 is in a really awkward composition here, playing the Juno and the Lucio. Not something you see too often. Obviously a lot of speed involved there. But GK, I think they should be able to capitalize on this. You kind of have to peel away, you gotta back off, you gotta be wary of this Mauga walking up. But as soon as you survive that initial overrun, you should be able to capitalize with all that damage output from your Sojourn and Echo.
Not a healing from Vigilante. This orbital ray is a nasty. GK have to watch out. They're a little bit further behind than they'd like to be right now. There's the vital leap into the backline, and wow, Proud just got deleted. Actually one-tapped. And it's going to keep Cuffer in the fight as well. Tidal Blast, that's the knockdown onto Skewed, and this is a reset for T1.
Yeah, this is huge. Cuffer with a couple of great plays there, and Ultraviolet's Tidal Blast to back him up. This is going to be the GK's at 80% here. Wait, that's a great pick.
What?
Cest is the one who needs to touch this point. And now T1, they just gotta surrender. There is no way for them to win the second point.
Yeah, they're backing off, they know it. Wow, Cest just get randomly picked. Ultraviolet water bending those orbs around the corner. All right, there's the point. However, Johnny, that's actually a really insane point here for T1. A very fast rotation since they backed off so early.
Absolutely, and they have double support ultimate here. Let's see how they play it. Should be tons of aggression.
Well, there's the orbital ray coming through from Admiral, and the downpour is going to be there to match. That's 900 HP on the Vengeance. Oh, no! Lethal! He just dashes off the map, pops the OC, thought he could be the difference maker. But unfortunately, he is 10 foot under now. Vigilante with a double, and that is T1 taking that fight handily.
Yeah, reaping the rewards of their ultimate economy is T1, and Proud finds the last pick onto Mymone. But not to worry too much. The ultimates are going to be the scariest opportunity for T1 to win these fights. If I'm GK, I can now look for other ways to gain these flanks, utilize the damage from my Sojourn. Mymone has a copy here. It's going to be really good onto a hero like Mauga.
He's going to try and look for a flank, taking a little bit of damage on entry. He ended up using that glide pretty early on, and Ultraviolet goes down. Duplication comes in. Mymone looking for a better ult here. Maybe even a cage too, but it looks like they're going to try and just navigate this. He's going to get cage eventually, and traps Donghak in here, but Mymone is so low that ult doesn't give you the full health bar, not anymore. But still they kill Skewed. A decent flip for GK with Donghak dying last.
Yeah, GK regains control here. And now they can play all these wide angles here with their damage players, and they can always look for these picks, right? Echo is going to be a really good hero at getting on top of the backline of T1, playing that Juno Lucio composition, and capitalize on getting picks before T1 successfully rotate to the point in the first place.
Cage coming through from T1 as well. Looks like they just want to lock Cuffer in place once more. And there's no support there, Johnny. Look at the silhouettes, the outlines of the rest of GK. Ultraviolet's going to try and take the fight versus Proud, and now looking straight at Mymone is the Sojourn player. Ultraviolet 1 HP, literally couldn't be any lower. And Zest is going to chase down Avril. Another flip, but GK still with 68%. But Ultraviolet, what? Tyler Boss comes in. Mymone finds 2, but is it actually enough, Johnny? Because Zest cleans him up in the end.
That's how GK gotta play the composition. You gotta look for individual plays, but that time, maybe a little bit too much, too late. And T1 at 80% and counting. Kaffa should be able to get back here for a last-second contest.
Oh, Donghag's back on the ball, man. Someone make him stop. Ends up slamming it big in the back line. Gets a lot of shields there. Has to roll away, though. A double tap onto Vigilante. That's 2 for Lethal. A good downpour is going to lock Skewed in place. Proud finds his 1, but GK find the fight.
That's massive from Lethal. That's exactly what you need from your hitscan player, being able to win a fight with a couple of picks like that. And I'm not sure I love the Wrecking Ball Juno Lucio composition. It's such an awkward composition for T1 to be on. Now, they have double support ultimate, and if they're able to build these, they should be able to win this next fight.
Ultraviolet's just in a 1v1. He needs help.
It's in trouble, yeah.
Okay, they're going to be able to get the touch.
Oh, they got it!
Wait. Miscom there, maybe. I mean, I thought Donghag was maybe going to roll towards the point.
What about this? You have a Venture player.
Yeah, you have a Venture, you have a ball. Like, Skewed ended up falling, but that's a mistake from T1.
That just can't happen in a situation like this. You have the ultimates required. You gotta pick onto the Wu Yang player, T1, with another mistake there. And now Donghag finds himself on this Wrecking Ball as we head into an indoors point. How are we going to get on top of the backline here for GK? This is such a tough spot for T1 to be in.
They're gonna go early by the looks of it, Johnny. They
have Orbital Ray.
Orbital Ray, and that's a lot of pulsar torpedo damage. Lethal already dead. A quick duplication, but it's almost instantly killed. These dupes from Mymone not looking so pretty this series so far. GK are going to lose all their players, and that's going to be the first cap to T1, and the wealth, the economy for T1 at this point as well, Johnny. It is looking good.
Yeah, really good stuff, just winning the fight based on the Orbital Ray alone. But it's so fascinating them playing this Juno Lucio, because they gotta be so quick to get these kills early. And now you have a sound barrier. So with some tactical aggression here, pushing outside the point. It's all about getting on top of your opponent. One missed slide from Lethal and it could be all over for GK.
He redeemed himself from earlier on, of course, after sliding off the map with the OC. There's the Orbital Ray used pretty early, but Team 1 are going to respond with the sound barrier and instant kill onto Avril. Who's going to be good for 1. He jumps up to the high ground. There's going to be a tidal blast. That Proud now's trying to get away. Oh, and a snipe onto Lethal. He thought he had him dead to rights, but Proud stands taller. Cuffer down, and well, that's a flip for GK, sure, but T1, they're the ones in control.
Yeah, and GK haven't been able to find quite the same momentum on this indoors point. Mymone swapping over to the Tracer, and now GK, they're going to make some hero adaptations as well. Admiral over to the brig here, some added protection for Ultraviolet. Try to get some rotations from inside this point. They want to fend away from this Wrecking Ball. Lethal pops the overclock. Nice headshot, actually.
Manages to get the double slide up onto the high ground, but still searching for more. Half HP, has to get healed up, but that's the headshot's the only thing he's going to get. Mines there, separate the team, but it looks like the backline from GK made it out alive. A downpour from Cuffer doesn't result in any kills just yet, but at least manages to get the flip. Lethal comes up big with 1. There's still 99 for T1. They can't afford any mistakes now.
GK gonna try to run this point back and tie up the series. And this is what you gotta do. You gotta be aggressive. You gotta poke in spawn. See if you can get some early picks with your Sojourn player. Make the rotations difficult for T1, who are coming up on an Orbital Ray here. That is going to be a ridiculously powerful ultimate as we draw closer to this point. Mymone, what can you cook up with this full spawn with no Susu on the field?
Hunting for the backline now, spots 3. Expecting Zest to come back down, yeah. Ends up getting chased out, knows the numbers are against him. Orbital Ray, like you said, available now, Johnny. For T1, straight across the high ground, but Proud's already dead. Cuffer found an off angle, was hiding in the bushes or something. So well, T1, they've got Donghack in the front lines, but there's no kills to this orbital range. And there comes the tidal blast as well. Cuffer looking for a target to knock down, but doesn't end up finding anybody. A little bit too elusive at T1 right now, but the rally from Ramble is going to be good for another.
This is the map.
And GK are going to take them here. New Junk City is theirs. We're going to a map 3.
What an impressive performance on New Junk City from GK. Showing some momentum on their own map choice. Kaffa gets going on the Hazard, and you can see the individual playmaking. Lethal, Maimon, Ultraviolet contributing on the Wu Yang. This is what GK is all about. Poking and prodding around the flanks, doing some playmaking, but T1, I gotta question that Lucio Juno composition. Is that really what you wanna commit to when you find yourself in a loser bracket match in first to 2? I mean, I can't remember the last time we saw that composition.
A long time. My mind just races back to that second point though, Johnny. Donghack, and they're getting a kill. Oh, we got a pick, like, okay, pretty easy. Ultraviolet's dead, right? There's no Wu Yang. We roll to the point, and then the comms break down for T1. Like, is this map like their kryptonite? New Junk City not looking good for T1 so far. Map number 3 coming up next.
I hate to say it, Jack, but it comes down to being clinical on LAN in these major tournaments, not making those kind of mistakes. And I think from T1, just looking back at that map, there were a couple of opportunities for them to win some crucial team fights. Obviously, Lethal sliding off the map is not optimal either, as we just saw. But I think that is a great example, Jack, of T1 just not being able to go across the finish line in a tournament like this. We gotta see them be more clinical in a matchup like this.
Yeah, be cleaner. And this is something that GK, or under their previous banner Nightmare, have done before. Taken down one of the best Korea has to offer. That's last time around. That was Crazy Raccoon in Hangzhou. And I think we harped on it in mid-season too, but they eliminate T1 here. They could be on a warpath in the lower bracket. But now they have to contest with T1 on their map pick.
Yeah, this is going to be a scary task for GK, no matter where we go. But I think this is going to be such an extremely interesting pick from T1 here, because obviously you would maybe want to see them commit a bit more to Donghack, his capabilities on the Wrecking Ball, on those dive heroes. But historically now in this tournament, they've kind of favored Jasmine being their go-to tank player, playing more of their Ramatra composition, playing more Zarya. Jasmine, a fantastic Zarya player, that is. And so now when you're facing defeat, going to a third map in this first to 2 series, where do you go? What is your comfort? What map are you willing to play and say, we're leaving it all on the field here?
I feel like maybe it was a blessing going to this New Junk City here.
But why the change though? Like, why did T1 change up from what they were doing against Team CC? You know, when we're seeing Viper just dominate on that Genji, you know, maybe they think that we want to make some adaptations to GK style. They lean so heavily on this Wu Jang playstyle, right? Team CC, they like to play their own off-tank, you know, similar to Cuff Up or playing the Hazard here. But still, this T1 team, it's a team that always make these changes, as we see Jasmine coming into the lineup. And they're saying, if we're going to go down in this tournament, we're going to play the Zarya.
Yeah, the off-tank now versus the main tank. And yeah, I agree. I thought maybe we'd just see Donghack throughout the entire series. Is this a little bit of panic from T1? Like, okay, now we sub in Jasmine. We'll see what the map pick is.
They will always obviously have a very well-researched plan from their scrims. They practiced it. They know all the win rates. They know what is their best composition from all that practice. But Donghack, the great tank player he is, and the amount of respect we put him in, the amount of respect Donghack gets from his fellow competitors at this tournament, at the Kaffa himself, right? Then you kind of want to rely on him as like a steady contributor to the success of T1. And there's so many maps you could have gone to. You could have gone to lots of different maps where you enabled that Wrecking Ball for him. But it's going to be Jasmine here being subbed in, and there's lots of payload maps in the pool here, of course.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be too surprised to see something like a King's Row. Obviously great if you want to hone in on that Zarya style.
Yeah, and then what does Kuffa play in that regard?
well, it has to be the Ramatra, right?
Right.
But that's the point I was making going into the series. If I'm GK, I'm like, I want to play the Ramatra. Like, I don't want to play Donghack, and I know they just took down Donghack on a New Junk City. That was pretty awkward for T1. But if I'm GK, I'd rather play Jasmine than whatever Donghack will bring on his go-to maps.
We'll have to wait and see. Jasmine obviously setting up on the stage now. A sub for T1. This final map in this lower round. And the loser here will go home. And GK as well. You think about throughout the year, they've looked at their most dominant. Like every single stage, just unstoppable. Stage 3 kind of bit them a little bit. Team Liquid really punching up and proving, hey, like, we're one of the best. Like, SSG looking really clean as well. GK falling behind ever so slightly. But in a meta where you can play the Winston, you can play Kuffa on just these super fast tanks, and then you have Ultraviolet just going absolutely wild on the Wu Yang. We're not in that same meta here. And Johnny, you were right. Johnny the Wise comes in strong. King's Row is the pick.
Yeah, I mean, when we look at map pools, we generally look at the most extreme maps when it comes to different playstyles, right? And T1 are actually going to ban the Hazard here. Makes sense for them, of course, because they're also protecting that Zarya of Jasmine. GK decides to get rid of the Venture here. Massive amount of respect going out to Cest, the performance we saw yesterday against Twisted Mind. And this is also going to open up the door for, you know, someone like Maimon to mantle the Echo. He has so much impact on that hero.
Yeah, it's been incredibly good throughout the different stages. Maimon, the flexibility there is so strong.
Yeah.
Incredibly smart player too.
He's so smart. He's able to play so many different heroes, and when we think about GK's performances this past year, what has been so successful with them is their teamwork, like the way they communicate and operate together. And Maimon is kind of like the backbone of that. Obviously, a lot of communication comes from your tank player, comes from Kuffa. Hey, I'm seeing this. Can we pounce on this? But Maimon has to be there on the follow-up. That's why we've been seeing Sombra from them in the past. Kuffa saying, hey, can we hack this target? Can we engage? Can we dive here? And then Maimon follows up, of course, with that hero. And I think that is why they're so good in these tournament formats. That communication doesn't fail them. It is always going to be a great factor for them against an opponent like T1 here.
Let's bring up the bracket real quick just to see how both GK and T1 made it here. Of course, this lower bracket, being first to 2 as well, you speak to any player, it's just so dicey. It feels, the amount of pressure that they're under is ridiculous. Here's the lowers. Obviously, we have TL and Peps up next. And then this is a series that I thought would go a little bit differently as well. That been Weibo Gaming versus Team CC. I thought that might be a 3-map banger. Even Avril was saying, like, hey, I think Team CC got that one.
I thought Team CC were on upset alert in this tournament.
Facts.
Because just scouting them going into the tournament, you're like, okay, are teams going to respect what they bring to this tournament? Billy Dang, go-to off-tank player for that team. Just
Rising star in China.
Rising star in China. And you're looking at Weibo Gaming, the #1 seed from China, and you're like, okay, like, are they past their prime? You know, is this dive composition going
Don't
to
say
always?
That, bro. No.
Am I being too harsh? I don't know. Maybe. Like, there's so many.
Bro called Leave Shy and Gouche past that.
But what I'm saying is, like, Team CC, they're in the next generation. It's just like,
yeah.
Although, you know, Kaneki has been around the scene forever now. You know, they got
Pineapple.
plenty of veteran on that roster.
Yeah.
But Weibo Gaming has been the #1 team in China for so long that I really think we ought to put some respect on Team CC and what they could bring into this tournament. But they go down 2-0 against Weibo Gaming, obviously falling to Weibo's dive composition in that one. We got lots of bangers in this first lowest round, all first to 2 matches. So cutthroat for all of these teams.
Yeah, cutthroat is definitely the word you'd use there. It's a little bit sad to see Varel obviously getting knocked out. Little 2-0. No map for the Japanese team in that one, sadly.
I still love them though.
Oh yeah, Varel.
Like their go-to
Fan
playstyle.
favorite.
It's so entertaining.
Come on.
They're just like, yeah, we're gonna play double flex support. Yeah, we're gonna win a map of Falcons.
The map of Falcons is crazy. Oh! It's your boy, Cargo. We told you he would be here, and there he is, live. I was gonna say in the flesh, but in the, I don't know, joints, mechanics, metal.
Give that robot a Reinhardt hammer.
Yeah.
Immediately.
That's what I'm saying.
Slam it down.
Yeah, he'll be around the venue, so make sure, if you're in chat right now, !DHL drop.
We can.
Oh, a little hug. There we go.
A little hug. Bro's gonna get crushed.
We should get Cargo on the cast.
Yeah, you reckon he dropped
him up on
cool
stage.
lines?
Yeah, let's go.
You might. Yeah, I mean, he wouldn't need a box.
Yeah, we're the same size.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Me and Cargo, we're real close. We're buddies.
Yeah, you dabbed him up at the corridor?
Yeah, we dab him up, yeah.
Nice. Looks like Jasmine is ready and raring to go. Let's have a look at the damage dealers for Flashpoint specifically.
Wow. Okay.
Jasmine, number one. Damage per minute, 1,030.
That's a lot of damage.
That's over some DPS. That's pretty good.
Over some DPS?
That's pretty good.
One would say the tank is really strong in the 5v5 format.
It's pretty sick, guys. When you're
Someone's going to post this on social media and be like, tank is OP.
Yeah.
Let's go.
And then how many other DPS? 1, 2, 3 DPS behind him. Billy Dang, okay, Kappa, Sugar Free.
Dongak is 10th. They have 2 tank players in the top 10.
Legend.
Wow.
T1. There you go. Number 1 and number 10, both with 1s in them.
That is crazy.
That is.
You should be our new stats guy.
The new stats guy, please, no, bro.
Playing with numbers a little bit.
Bro, I can barely do addition. Come on, man. Come on, man. All right, Jasmine's still getting ready to go. King's Row, Venture ban as well. Like you said, a lot of respect paid towards Zest there.
Yeah, I mean, Venture has been so good this tournament because it's such a tool of distraction. Like, you can get into the backline with your ability cycle. You're able to secure a pick essentially by yourself, but also you have the escapability required if it really doesn't work your way. The ultimate as well is so powerful now. I feel like Tectonic Shock. Like, you see someone pop that with the minor perk as well for the reduced cooldowns.
Yeah.
And you're like, you're the scariest here on the field.
It feels like infinite mobility when you hit that, because your cooldowns come back so quick, so you're like, Draw Dash, left click, you like Draw Dash, left click, you just like perma spamming. And then you're so tricky to actually lock down as well. It's like, okay, I used my one movement ability, where do I go now? And the Venture's already on top of you.
Yeah, I mean, what is the counterplay? Just like lose your wall riding?
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Funny Astro did it the other day.
Yeah, Funny Astro jumps up in the skies, or like Wu Yang hits the Russian Torrent, jumps up, right?
But it's not a great hero as well, because you can reliably force the teleport and Suzu from Akiriko, right? And so you can really like hurt the opponents with that Venture successfully as we finally get closer to the start of map 3 here.
I want to jinx anything. Kings are obviously drawable, but in reality, our last map here, T1 and GK, a first to 2, both on a match point. Loser goes home. NA's number 3 and Korea's number 3. You'd expect, again, it to be this close. And with GK's dominance throughout the year, with a slight stumble towards the end in Stage 3, netted them their 3rd place in North America. T1 always kind of 3rd place though, Johnny. Kind of, I don't want to say it, but kind of used to it, behind Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons. And maybe this is their tournament to punch up, not even to their own region, but to the rest of the West.
They're knocking on that door. They want to be let in. GK, so much pressure on their shoulders. How are they going to adapt to Jasmine here, as Jasmine rolls out on the Sigma? This is interesting. Sigma in recent history, a bit of a niche pick. Obviously still really good with this shield. A lot of poke damage coming through, but I feel like on a map like this, can be quite easily navigated. Now, Cess is also on the Symmetra, so that's going to be some added mobility to play with here. They are probably going to be quite reliably securing the high ground using that teleporter, rotate around whatever GK has to offer. But that being said, besides that teleporter, it's going to be a hero that you should be able to get on top of.
Lethal on El Clasico on the Ashe. Very happy, I'd imagine, to see Ashe back in the meta. Just a very scary hit scan. Can really take over the game on his own a lot of the time, Johnny. He's given that space, and that is exactly what T1 denied him on in that map 1.
Yeah, playing the Ashe here, you're going to have a lot of damage output, but crucially, you need to secure the sightlines for your Ashe player. And that is what T1 are looking to shut down, with Jasmine holding this high ground here, trying to protect this from GK, not allowing them to set up and contest this point, and granting space for their damage dealers. Kappa struggling a little bit here, but Ramatra, with that Nemesis core popped in a moment, should be able to at least disjoint someone.
Yeah, he ended up using it to get up the stairs, Johnny, so didn't have it to actually stand tall against Jasmine on high ground. Trying to get a tick, but again, hard enough to stand up against the Sim. Lethal does end up going down, tries to go for a cheeky little flank there, but they do end up trading DPS. Cuffer knocked to the ground, Nemesis form though. He's just gonna run at Jasmine. That kinetic grasp, no use against the flying fist of fury from Cuffer. Is still going pretty low though. Mimo looking for the insta-kill into the backline, but doesn't manage to get it. There's no way Proud survives that. Like 10 HP or something stupid. T1, they let go of a tick, but they're gonna stand on this point at least for now.
Yeah, obviously the Symmetra teleporter really useful as well, getting back to the point faster. But GK, they should have been able to close that one down. Great protection from Jasmine, denying the pick as well. And now we get into the first ultimate cycle here for either team. How do you want to play this one? T1 with some really oppressive ultimates here.
This Tidal Blast as well coming through from T1 is going to be used a lot more defensively, you've got to imagine. Nice rock on the Nemesis form, Cover taking some additional damage there, unable to hold the right click.
Yeah, GK, the poking and prodding for the moment. GK is trying to force this point, but Duplicate's gonna
good rock
here.
Really good rock. Mimo falls off the high ground there, transforms into the Stigma, dodges the flux, but here comes the wall. Tidal Blast onto Mimo, looking for some knockdowns, but they teleport away is going to make sure they're safe. A copy Flux doesn't end up connecting, but the road to victory here for T1 has been laid down. A beautiful E in the bolus there from Jasmine. And all that increased damage from that orbital ray just eaten up. Jasmine ends up TPing away, but it's all GK on this first point.
5 ultimates used for T1, and they're still not able to come out on top. Great play by GK there, surviving all of that. Mimon creating so much time and space with that Sigma duplicate, of course. Great Tidal Blast by Ultraviolet, keeping him alive slightly longer. And then they were able to flip the mid-fight with that orbital ray coming through from Admiral and GK. They march onwards onto the second point here on King's Row.
Jasmine survived for so long there. GK now capping this point, getting the payload going. Let's get a quick listen in as they set up for the next fight.
Yeah. Kill it right side. Can you still right side?
Yeah,
Other speed rings, we can be really strong, okay?
Ram walking main.
I'm behind them.
Ram half on corner, Ram half on corner. Ram low.
Ram one.
He's wave. I saw back line.
One right well, I'm right.
Back to my arm though.
Okay, left.
I have to back.
Push it.
Okay. X1. Ram one.
Slow talk.
Yeah. Ram on. Dead.
Nice.
I'm on Pray one. I'm living.
Picking left.
Pray main. Both DPS main.
Yeah.
Slow main. Shield main. 2, 1. Fury right side. Can we click Fury right?
Go on.
Fury alone right. I slow left.
Come on.
Fury still right, guys.
You're still low, guys. Let's go.
We're getting half push.
I'm leaving you.
Freya left here.
Only we action.
Freya left side, guys. Inside.
Only we action?
Come here, man.
Hey, wait. That's 4 now. I go all Kappa, okay?
Yeah,
Shoot on.
3, 2, 1. Everyone, Ram slow.
Final chance for the defense here on this second point for T1. Proud already pretty low, but they're going to try and force the issue here.
Proud?
Nice little beam ends up connecting with Proud as Proud's in the backline. Orbital ray can't be used anymore. Admiral's so close to that ult too. But a nice Tidal Blast sets up Zest with a kill. Now Cuffer in the front line, use the Annihilation, trying to get to Vigilante, but he ends up getting out of there. Now Cuffer can just stand tall on this point. A lot of additional healing coming in from the supports right now, and he manages to survive. However, an Annihilation quickly wears away. 0.79 meters to go. It's Lethal looks for a headshot. Proud comes back from spawn, but immediately steps back. And Skewed running for his life as Jasmine left off an island there on the point. And GK with time in the bank, caps second.
And Kuffa is dominating in the Ramatra matchup right now. Finding the edge when it comes to the damage done, and that's putting Jasmine on the back foot. T1 with no space and Proud getting picked early. They just haven't been able to find any momentum since that initial point. Now, Lethal going to do a bit of an individual mistake there with the slide. Gets picked early, but it's traded by Mimon. Getting Cess there. GK will be forced to retreat from this one, but this orbital ray coming up from Admiral is going to be a great ultimate to try and round this corner.
Nice slow onto Cuffer, forces the Nemesis form at least. Yeah, this orbital ray is going to be kind of dirty from Admiral. If he can actually get it off, looks like maybe T1 want to go a little bit early in.
What is he cooking here?
Yeah, I don't know. Spotted one on the high ground. Doesn't have the headshot. TP away. Whoop. All
We're good.
Wait, that was a bit strange. Oh, deleted by Zest. Tidal Blast on Lethal, trying to play a little bit of defense now, but the copy is going to save Zest's life. Annihilation from Jasmine separates Cuffer from the rest of the squad. 2 minutes to go.
So not the worst thing in the world here for GK T1. Obviously they buy some time on their defense, but that is both the Annihilation and the duplicate committed from Zest and Jasmine. Now GK, their turn to go here, still with the Orbital Ray coming online, and Lethal with this overclock. So much damage out, but it's going to purchase some space for GK.
Overclock for Lethal. Oh, and Zest gets sniped to the back. As he's taking a headshot from Lethal in their cover and off. What a shot from Lethal too. I mean, that is filthy stuff. Skew dead. Here comes the push from GK.
And now they just want to press the gas pedal. Make it difficult for T1 to walk out of their spawn here. Proud himself with another overclock here. This needs to be a crucial tool in just securing some positioning, making the opponent scared. Both teams support ultimates in hand there, Jaws.
There's the Orbital Ray, and Proud, though, is trying to stand up to the might of Cuffer. The Annihilation just ripped through. That Orbital Ray was decent for a little bit there, Johnny, but you saw the rest of GK kind of backing off, tempering their aggression as soon as they lost Cuffer.
They knew they had to put the pressure onto Proud there and get that pick, and they got ridiculously close. But with those sidelines that the defense has coming out of that spawn, an overclocking Sojourn is so scary. Now, 40 seconds to go here. It's going to take a little bit of time for GK for the initial staging phase here as they try to set up pre-fight. Maimon has this duplicate on hand with no ultimates on the board for T1, but Ultraviolet goes down. Okay, they should still have enough time here to get a proper fight, but they can't make mistakes now. They should have joined spawns though. We should be okay. Who's going to touch though?
Should be okay, Johnny.
You just gotta duplicate the Tracer here and triple blink to the card.
That is a horrible
way to use it.
Okay, Cuffer on ball. We'll see if they can actually stop him from getting actually to the point. Looks like the touch is going to come through in the end. Very low, though, is Cuffer again. Duplication from Maimon. Goes Kiriko. TP's through the wall and tries to heal up Cuffer. A free rush there for GK.
Rush.
This is fantastic. Both Tidal Blast using the front there. It's Lethal that tries to get away. Oh! Snipe onto Zest. A 180 flick shot from Lethal finds one. Annihilation from Jasmine. Keeps him alive for the time being, Johnny. But T1, they're just falling thick and fast.
They're falling apart here. Vigilante comes in with the Suzu. Overclock from Lethal. They have all the sidelines. This should be GK securing a point cap here.
Jasmine, Vigilante dead. And off the back of Lethal again. Comes up in a massive way for GK. Triple blink onto the point for Zest, but Johnny, we know it's over. An OT cap for GK in what looked, to be honest, Johnny, fairly hopeless.
What a last-ditch effort. Cuffer with the swap onto the Wrecking Ball. And then a really mindful duplicate from Maimon onto that Kiriko to get the Kitsune Rush online. That is going to mean that you have the biggest advantage on that payload. You can contest the cart feeling safe with the added damage and attack speed from that Kitsune Rush. Obviously some extra ability cooldowns as well as you stand in that area of effect, and that was enough for GK to get some extra positional control, and then Lethal just closed it out.
Damn, that 180 flick
shot
was
huge
onto Zest was crazy. Very happy that, you know, remember the start of the stage, stage 3, it was like, oh, you know, double flex, like DPS, right? It was like, actually, the Sojourn's still pretty good, the Freya's still pretty good, like, I was a bit worried for GK in all honesty. I'm like, okay, Lethal wants to play these hard hit scans. There was a lot of Cassidy as well that was played. But now we're in a meta where you can play Ashe, you can play Sojourn. And that is Lethal's wheelhouse.
I mean, what he just did there was disgusting. I'm still dreaming of that headshot on the Zest.
Oh, yeah.
That was.
We'll get in the highlight package, don't we?
We are in a great hit scan meta. Well, we have like 10 seconds here. Like, we're in a great hit scan meta right now. We're seeing all kinds of hearing, seeing play, except for the Widowmaker. That still just serves the purpose of scouting spawn, and hopefully no one jumps up on the Baptiste.
Please.
He got money, bro.
He got money. Facts. Ultraviolet, by the way, dying one time in that previous round.
Impressive, yeah.
Ridiculous stuff from the Wuyang.
Okay, so this is interesting. Jasmine is going to roll out on the Diva here. Wait for securing some space. GK should be able to peel. Admiral goes down, actually. The dive successful from T1.
That's a lot of damage. Oh, my word. Jude and Jasmine not expecting the pace, the tempo there from T1. Maybe that's what the T stands for.
Yeah, that was a great push by Jasmine there. You can see he's already waiting to swap the hero immediately. Probably going to go over to that Ramatra. Or perhaps a Zarya here. But the D.Va was a bit of a susceptible pick there because, I mean, you're matched up against a hero like Echo. There's going to be so much damage coming your way. So the fact that T1 were able to get away with that from a great rollout on King's Row first, that is going to put them in a great position here. As Maimon swaps over to the Mei here, that's going to be another great flex hero here to keep this choke in your favor. See if any of these ice walls can make a big difference here, Jack.
Admiral swapping over to the Brig as well, Johnny. You're going to be pretty vulnerable to Zest on this Echo. Of course, you have that advantage as the attackers do flip up your picks. Now Kuffer's in a world of hurt. This angle from Proud's going to be pretty disgusting too. We'll see if he ends up finding a kill. Lethal taking a lot of damage. Same with Maimon. Pops the block pretty early. Nemesis form and the sticky bombs to follow up. Proud just playing a little disrespectful in the face of Kuffer. It's a very fast Streets phase.
It is indeed, and now you're just going to get the one last contest here as well for GK. You are coming up on a couple of ultimates here. You obviously have the title blast as Admiral swaps back to the Juno here, actually. But this is where I'm really scared that this map is going to get away from GK really quickly. Kitsune Rush and Soundbarrier available for T1. And knowing that they won these two fights so decisively, they might even know that GK are struggling to get their ultimates. They might go for a really aggressive push here.
Zest trying to find something from Maimon. Maimon not popping block there. Pretty nerves of steel, to say the very least. Tidal blast, sniped by Proud. Corralled by Zest, and Proud snipes out the Mei. A double kill for the Sojourn. And Johnny, GK are falling apart right now. This third point, look at how much time they're going to have. 5 minutes and 20 seconds to finish with over a minute.
Oh, this is devastating for GK. Yes, they got the point cap, but still being put in a position where you have to play for the draw. That is not a position you want to be in. And T1, they're still got a great ult bank here, only using the overclock. And the Kitsune Rush. And Proud finds another one!
Another pick from Proud. Soundbarrier comes in, connects with 5, T1, tempo 1. Moving on up. They want to take these fights as fast as humanly possible.
Lethal on the Widowmaker. Grapple up perhaps. Is he going to take a peek? He does.
Fleta.
Oh!
Shades of Fleta maybe. Oh! Skewed dancing on it. Not going to find the pick. Blizzard, in fact, thrown in the spawn. There's one frozen up, but Jasmine, he's going to be able to get out of there, no problem. Double Ramatra now as the payload continues to push.
Well, Kuffer has the Annihilation in hand. Should be able to buy some time for his team, but
Kuffer's going to die.
Early.
Proud gets another one. T1 running this one in. World record pace for T1.
Oh my goodness. Wow. That silences GK. They have more time to capture the first point than you get the first go around. 4 minutes and 15 seconds. Wow, that was a crushing offense by T1.
How do you come back from that mentally? Realistically, this is the final map here before you get eliminated. Number 3 seed coming in from North America. GK, who've done so well over the course of the year, are now in a position where they need to defend for 4 minutes and 15 seconds for 33% on first. And look at how quickly that went last time for T1. Almost instantly.
I think Jasmine is pretty comfortable looking the D.Va again. Let's just run it back with the rollout. GK here. You gotta take it one fight at a time. It's 4:15 on the timer here. You gotta keep being proactive. You gotta keep making plays. Take it one fight at a time. See if you can find those opening picks if you are lethal. But this is such a hole to be in. GK just couldn't find anything going on the defense.
As the gates open, GK make their final stand here on King's Row. And it's going to be Jasmine again on the D.Va. GK cannot make the same mistake. Their backline a lot more nimble this time around, Johnny. They're not going to get caught out like they did last go around.
Yeah, and T1 are taking it a little bit more slow here as well. Jasmine.
It's going to change.
Yeah, he's recognizing the composition from GK and the shift in approach. This is what I'm talking about. The D.Va, it was only meant for that initial rollout. to surprise the opponent. But now GK, they adapted. All right, fair enough. We'll take the neutral, and we're feeling really confident that in 4 minutes, we can take you down.
Cover's already popped Nemesis form as well. Playing on statue. A late one there for Jasmine. Taking a fair bit of poke damage from Mymone. Safety teleport from Vigilante. Hoping maybe once again Proud can come up big and find the first pick of this fight. That shield's going to get destroyed pretty swiftly. Zest going down pretty low though. Mymone matching him in the skies, finds the 1v1.
So an initial pick for GK here, as they're trying to build some ultimates. That is the thing to look out for here. The thing about T1 is they have a great ultimate bank, but also the pressure is on GK to not give up a single tick. This means they have to be aggressive when it comes to the ultimate usage. They are forced to drop these ultimates quite freely. T1, they can play the slow game here. They can poke and prod, they can build these ultimates, and when they have a decisive advantage, that's when they can decide to engage.
Vigilante close to this rush, Ultraviolet matching, in fact, outpacing ever so slightly. Feels like they're going to have to use this pretty early on. Cover taking a fair amount of damage in the front line there. Vigilante healing up, Zest in the sky, an early use of the Suzu. Are they going to be happy with just trading ults? Jasmine is so low. Sound barrier connects, and there's the annihilation. Everything popped at once here for T1 as they beeline for the back line. Avril goes down, and Cover tries to just gain some space here, but the supports are dead. GK torn apart on King's Row, with T1 setting a record-breaking push on their attack as they knock out GK from World.
T1, they got some great goals in their sight as they knock out GK from the OWCS World Finals. A dominant King's Row to finish their opponents off. Some great playmaking from players we wanted to see great performances from. Proud, really stepping up on that offense. Finally the picks on that Sojourn. And then on that overtime, they bided their time. They waited out that Kitsune rush from Ultraviolet. And when they had a double support ultimate in their favor, they pushed the gas and they secure a quick fight win to wrap up the series.
Yeah, both backlines going down so fast for GK there. Korea's #3 seed continuing through this lower bracket. Now it's going to be first to threes here. We talked about how deadly first to twos can be, and you can see it here. Although going all the way to 3 maps, got to be said, T1, they fumbled a little bit on that new Chunk City. But if statements could be made, they made one. That attack on King's Row, you got to check the record books for that. That's got to be one of the fastest attacks of all time.
That's GOATS vibes.
Yeah.
That's 2019 GOATS vibes. We set a bunch of those map records, and that was an incredible pace from that in this push. And I think that just, we got to put some respect on T1 now. So like, okay, you got reverse swept by Twisted Minds. You struggled a little bit against Team CC. But that King's Row alone shows what they are capable of. And when they can step up, if they can figure out a way to beat some of these Symmetra teams that we've been warning about, I think T1, they got all the skills required to go for a deep lower bracket run here.
Yeah, their opponent not yet decided, of course. We've got another game after this. I mean, look, all I want to hear is how T1 are feeling right now. That was a nail-biter, but it finished in a pretty big flattening. They made it to map #3, set a record on King's Row. Let's go down to Danny on the stage with Jasmine for a post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Jaws. Yes, I am here joined by Jasmine from T1 for a quick post-match interview. Stockholm, give it up for Jasmine. Fantastic job today. And I just want to say, I mean, that last King's Row attack was insane. Big congratulations. How are you feeling right now? 자, 일단 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 마지막 왕의 길 너무나도 좋은 모습으로 경기를 마친 것 같습니다. 일단 소감 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
뭔가 단두대 매치여서 좀 많이 떨리긴 했는데 사실 수비도 끝까지 밀려가지고 좀 힘들 거라 생각을 했었는데 다 같이 으쌰으쌰해서 잘 이긴 것 같습니다.
I do have to say that I was a bit nervous, and also because on our defense we did our opponents did push all the way back. So I thought it was going to be a difficult fight, but in the end we did get the win, so it did really feel good. All right, let's move on. I mean, today you have one more match after this. The winner of either Team Liquid or Team Peps, winner of that match is going to be facing off against T1. Jasmine, who do you think is going to be your next opponent? 자, 오늘 이 경기로 끝이 아니죠. T1 또 경기가 하나 더 남아 있습니다. 펩스 아니면 리퀴드 승자가 이제 T1과 붙게 될 텐데 재민 선수가 보셨을 때는 좀 어떤 팀이 올라와서 경기를 치르게 될 것 같으신가요?
제 개인적인 예상으로는 팀 리퀴드가 올라올 것 같습니다.
I personally think that it's going to be Team Liquid getting the win and we are going to be facing off against them. Is there a reason why you say that? 이유는?
이제 부트캠프도 하고 여기 와서도 스크림을 두 팀하고 다 해봤는데 리퀴드가 조금 더 강했다고 생각해서 리퀴드가 올라올 것 같습니다.
It's pretty simple because we did have a boot camp and also we did a lot of scrims with both of the teams, and Team Liquid is the superior team, and that is why I feel like we are going to face off against them. All right, that is it for the interview. Everyone, give it up one more time for Jasmine. Thank you very much for the interview. Back to you, Desk.
Thank you so much, Stage, also known as Danny, standing by with Jasmine there. Great to hear the insight. I was honestly very surprised to see them opting for that sub back in of Jasmine after Dong had played the first two maps. You also apparently took some pages out of their playbook because he called the bans there as well, and you did expect to see Dong hang in all series long. But for the final and all counting map to bring in Jasmine cold, that's very, very, that's a choice.
I think they wanted to lean into the fact that, okay, we've had the mirror matches, we've had the dive versus dive. First of all, by the way, I also think the Malgo map there was a mistake. And I think Dongeng knew that as well, because eventually he did swap back to the ball. But yeah, we got what we wanted here on map 1, which is you look at where T1 want to start things out with the Winston ban. The reason why I think that's such high value for them is they know that with Winston gone, that's one of Cover's key heroes. Cover probably won't want to square up onto the ball. He's going to have to go over towards something like Hazard. And they just believe, if we play our dive stuff, we play our ball, we can beat that. And that would have been true possibly in New York City had the Malga not been there full dunk. But he just loves Malga. It's him and Harbin, they just want to play this hero and it's not working. I don't want to see more of it. Unfortunately, he played a bunch of that at mid-season, didn't work out. But you go to map 3 and you suddenly have to look at, okay, well, we could just play the counter comp now, force into Ram versus Ram, and that can work.
And that's why I think that we get a lot of good feelings coming in from T1, seeing the confidence they can put into Jasmine, being able to come in cold, and then performing at this level of dominance. I saw that Geek push, and I also thought, wow, maybe this is going to be a Geek series win at the end of it all, especially after that performance on New Junk City. But that attack from T1 was so lightning fast that it was just such a great performance at the end of the day.
Yeah, they just completely ran over them. And of course, there were a lot of highlight-worthy moments for GK as well, not just in today's match, but throughout the season. It's sad to see them go, as this was their last opportunity, as we are in the lower round 1. T1 will be the team moving on in the lower bracket, trying to make that run through.
Yeah, and I hope that it's going to be one that they can continue to go forward with. But I think, as you heard in the interview, it's going to be a tough road. If Team Liquid do come out on top of Team Peps in this next matchup, then I think that's going to be a really difficult matchup just for both teams. There's a lot of hopes on Team Liquid to make it farther in this lower bracket run, and they're set up for that.
I think T1 are looking to do something similar to Liquid as well. Where if it is going to be Liquid, it might not be, but if it is Liquid, I think Donglak ends up playing a bunch of that series again, because he's going to view it very similar to, okay, we just beat Cover doing this, we can beat Infected doing the same.
But Team Liquid always comes in with plot armor too somehow, so you know, like that's always something to consider. Let's take a look at the bracket once again to see where we stand after we've already played a bunch of matches today. That was just a summarizing match number 3. So we have one more to go in the lower round 1. Team Liquid facing off against one of the big surprises that made it into this tournament in Team Peps. So that ought to be a good one. They're playing with house money. They're happy to be here. They have nothing to lose.
And they have a lot of fans in the crowd. They've got the home ground advantage, I think, as we are in Europe for this one.
So French people always show up.
Yeah, they do. They do.
Oh,
they got Swedes on the team, and we're in Sweden.
Also true. Also true. I actually completely forgot about that. Big point. Love that. But yeah, it's going to be a good one. Of course, the winner will be moving on. And in the round 2 of our lower bracket, it will be played in the first 2-3. So that's going to be a game changer as well. Long days for all of the teams that we have.
Yeah, and especially if you are going to be continuing a lower bracket run, you have 2 very high stakes matches you have to play back to back. And that's certainly something that can weigh on you emotionally.
Absolutely. And I think we're heading into a very quick break. And when we come back, we're going to round out our lower round 1 with Team Liquid and Team Pep. So stick around.
Look at them, Papa. Look at them. I wish you were here to see their faces. The crowd. The lights. The spectacle. I've become quite the celebrity in the Colosseo. They have chosen me. They call me La Lupa, the wolf. And I'm their villain. At first, I hated it. Their cheers and jeers reminded me of the sycophants you surrounded yourself with. Weak men who leeched off of your greatness, picking the bones of everything you built, leaving me with nothing, surrounded by my enemies, alone. But you were preparing me for this, weren't you, Papa? In your way, you showed me that fear was a weapon. You helped me temper my wild and reckless nature with patience and guile. Taught me the value in knowing my enemy, in learning to turn their greatest strengths into their weaknesses. Even in death, you showed me the consequences of underestimating an adversary. I promise you, I won't repeat your mistakes. Look at me, Papa. This is no longer the face of your little girl. Your enemies are still my enemies. But I am so much more than you had the chance to see. My recklessness is now focused rage, and I finally embraced what I once hated. I am the wolf. I am La Lupa. They're right to fear me. They will respect me. This arena, this mob, this moment is all just a means to an end. Every lesson, every loss has been tallied and recorded. I will take back everything that was stolen from us. And I will use them to do it.
2025 Overwatch World Finals is brought to you by DHL.
We can do Hurt if you want like this.
Yeah, I was thinking the Korean Heart.
Yeah.
Do it deep.
Do it?
Yes, are all coming for you, all the fans.
That's not true.
Yeah, that's true.
That's not true.
So what do we do exactly? Well, thank you to everyone for coming to Stockholm, and thank you for watching us and supporting us. We'll try our best to make you proud.
Synergy, coordination on point. They communicated the hearts, and the hearts it was. That's the kind of team you want, you know? That's it. But also, speaking of teams and communication and all that good stuff, Necra just shared some very valuable insight with me about the Korean heart. I had no idea.
So cursed.
Why is that
Why
cursed?
do you have to bring that up?
Because I literally just, listen, at my age, you don't learn something new all the time. So share with class. Please share with class.
I heard that it's supposed to be like the organ, like the actual heart organ, like the aorta.
Well, I got to do it too now.
Yeah.
No, but that's so smart. I never like that.
But I like it better
Cool.
when you know that it's supposed to be like the tiny little, like ignore the hand part. It's like just the little.
We're all learned something today. I'm here for it. We will be learning more about our teams as we're gonna check in and hear what everyone had to say about Team Liquid.
Very close, scrappy fight at the very end as Liquid get the payload going.
Liquid looks strong. They really look like the best team this whole stage. In scrims, they shine. Clean fights, sharp setups, real confidence. They like do really well in practice, like always.
They're way better in practice compared to actual game.
I think they treat scrims too much to win, and that's like their biggest issue.
But in real competition, it doesn't always translate.
Come match day, some things don't go their way and they start bad.
I'll be very surprised to see them go on stage and play as they do in scrims or online.
They struggle more than they should, and teams notice. It's still like really close in every match.
We were like all over the place. Sometimes we'd play insane, and then other days we'd play bad.
Public reputation says they're a top threat.
I respect them as players. The whole year we've really wanted to beat them, and that's like kind of pushed us to do better.
Other teams aren't convinced.
They're not good. They're putting all this work in to go out before us.
And say they're overhyped.
I think their goal to beat Falcons, I think is going to be questioned a lot.
I've typed my fair few words to them. We make sure they know that we call them chokers.
I also think their hit scan is subpar. I don't think he's that great. They're so flexible, but they don't have a specific identity, in my opinion. I'm sure we can beat them.
I think something we've realized after winning an A twice is that there's bigger fish in the sea.
Damn.
Liquid has the pieces. Everyone knows that.
そうですね。インフェクテッドさんが結構印象に残って戦ってる時に、なんかその自分が一回なんか相手のサポートがタックルしに行った後後ろ見たらインフェクテッドさんがもうモリモリでもうまだ陣取ってるから、うわこれ強いなって思いましたね。
This tournament is their chance to prove it when it counts.
They view us as an underdog, but like they know we have upset potential. So the top teams are a bit scared because they know on paper they should beat us, but they know that in scrims like we've made it close, so they can definitely lose that.
I mean, Team Liquid has so much going for them, and their journey throughout this year has been very, very impressive as well because they leveled up stage to stage.
Yeah, but it started out slow, but that's where you end that counts, and where we're ending right now is at the World Championship, but they do start in the lower bracket for our arena portion, and so you didn't quite get that win versus Falcons, and we saw some choice words out there about the fact that, okay, the fact that they think they can beat Falcons might be a little bit rough, but they need to be able to beat these Korean teams, and if they can get past Peps, T1 is still ahead of them. Team Liquid, they need to play up to the potential of being North America's best.
But you look at that matchup that Team Liquid had versus Team Falcons, and you cannot say that they played badly. They played really well, but I think it was just the pace that these Korean teams were setting. We just saw Geek fall to the same tactics from T1, and I think that if Liquid can continue to play with that confidence and also just with the assurance of the team synergy, they're going to be fine in this lower bracket run.
And individually, like, those players do have high ceilings, and they had so much flexibility. So I have no doubt that they will get a hold of this meta. What do you want to see from them?
This needs to be, to me, you know, with respect to Peps here, Team Liquid need to show up as a very dominant team in this particular matchup. Like, if they start to look a little bit weak against Peps, you're questioning whether Liquid can get past T1, because that's going to be the target. And we heard from SSG in that video as well. Honestly, there's a world where Liquid go out before SSG, because SSG have potentially quite a good matchup into Weibo, but T1's going to be a very tough opponent for anybody in that lower bracket, and Liquid might go down T1 just like GK did, and SSG will actually be the remaining North American team.
That would be...
That was like a lot of moving pieces right there.
No, but I think
ahead.
like Avril is just laying out all of the dominoes, no matter how they fall.
That's right. That's right. Well, but it ultimately comes down to the performance on the day. Because everyone can have an off day. Team Liquid only played one match so far as they were waiting in the second round of the upper bracket. So we haven't seen that much from them thus far.
And I think that you can still be pretty confident in the things that we did see. They did end up actually taking a map off of Team Falcons. And so I think there is a little bit of confidence there. Like Shambhala Monastery, maybe it's just like something's in the water on that particular map because it just seems to be giving a lot of teams some trouble.
Well, let's hear what all the teams have to say about the most unlikely contender we have here at the World Finals, Team Peps.
Team Peps. Does it get the same respect as the top names?
I don't think they shoot back.
Some don't treat them like real contenders.
What are your thoughts on Team Peps?
Yeah, they're terrible.
But Peps plays disciplined. Hard to crack if you give them space.
I think they view us as like either bad or like one of the worst teams. We're underdogs, so that's actually a good thing because that's probably our best chances to make upsets.
They don't win with flash. They win by doing the basics better than you expect.
They're like actually like pretty mechanically skilled. Like I think Zerion, he hits a lot of shots. Zoro, he's pretty strong hit scan as well.
或许也和我们一样，让别人觉得没那么厉害，但也可能是个黑榜。
Their weakness is tempo. When the match speeds up, they can fall a step behind.
Their biggest weakness is the fact that this is their first LAN.
Yeah, if they can show up, I think they can win. But if it's their first match on LAN and they're getting a little nervous, then maybe it's a bit harder.
이제 보통 유럽 팀들이 이제 서브 탱커를 기용한 러시 조합을 많이 하는데 이제 저희 다이브에 많이 휘둘리지 않을까 싶습니다.
Peps isn't loud. They're just waiting for the moment you stop paying attention.
If we get the trophy, that means we played so well. And to me, that feeling is absolutely amazing.
Well, it was certainly a joy to see them making it through as the third seed in EMEA over VP, which most people would have expected to see here. Let's talk about their journey thus far and the individuals that we see on this team.
This is a Team Peps we did not expect to see here at an international LAN. They have struggled to be able to get past that, into that kind of to upper echelon of EMEA teams. And so the fact that we get to see them here at the World Finals, this is an accomplishment they have to be really, really proud of. And I hope that they're able to enjoy the moment, enjoy the fact that they have a lot of fans on stage and in the arena that are going to be supporting them, because this is a fun team. And especially when we take a look at the stage 3 that they had, they were able to show us an incredibly strong Hazard from Willis and the rest of the team. If Dip and Zaro can have amazing games, then maybe they can have a clutch factor.
I think this is actually a better meta for Willies than it is for Infected. Infected is very, very flexible, but that Zari from Willies really did convince me of Peps' capability in some of the opening games. And so, you know, this is at least, I think, one of my players to look out for on the team. Homegrown hero from Sweden. My favorite Swedish and Johnny's favorite Swedish supermarket chain, Willys and player, of course. So yeah, look out for that Zarya. I think Zoro as well, another Swedish player on that DPS is going to be good.
Yeah, I think general throughout the season, Willis was like talk of the town early on already in stage 1 and 2. Like he did a lot for the team and he kind of came out of nowhere. Like we didn't really know much about him. He only really started his career quote unquote recently, like just a few years ago. So he, I think, exceeded all expectations as their tank.
Super up-and-coming tank, and with the glue that this team has and the veterancy of some of the players on this roster, I look at FD God, I look at Soon. I know Soon is going to be a huge support for the team. I love to see you guys are on it. Yeah, we got everybody that is just such big Soon fans, and I think that means hopefully a lot to this Team Pep squad. As you heard in the interviews, I think if you have the crowd behind you, that could be something that really can help you just in the match itself.
And listen, they got nothing to lose. They are the underdogs here. They know they're the underdogs here. It's also FT2's first of two. This is the exact type of format where something special can happen. I thought maybe CC or Varel could have been that team to make that upset happen, but yeah, maybe it's going to be Peps instead.
And they didn't go down without a fight, right, in the upper bracket either. Like, they did take a map off of SSG. It was 3-0 on New Junk City. So, like, it's not like they played off one just, like,
Oh yeah,
the spaghetti.
Dips May was amazing, and it did actually cause a lot of problems for Space Station. You saw like Zarya getting isolated a lot, and then just the rest of the team, Peps being able to kind of run away with things. I'm really hopeful that they can kind of bring that same type of pace and cadence to a match like this.
Now, here's the thing. If we're looking at those two teams, obviously both have a big and very loyal fan base. You see, of course, Team Peps. We are in Europe here. Lots of well-known up-and-coming players and also old-school players on that team that have so much support from everyone watching. But Team Liquid also, like, they're just so likable. Like, each and every player on that team has been so much fun to watch. So I am actually very interested to see where our predictions fall, because I think for this one, a lot of people going with the heart. I think a lot of people have to go with the heart.
The aorta.
Yeah. And if I had to ask my heart for this one, I could not. I cannot choose a favorite child. So I used the numbers, and that led me to going with Team Liquid. I just think they have more flexibility and a higher ceiling on an individual level. I think it might be convincing, but I do want to see Team Peps do well as well, so this is difficult.
I know. In my heart of hearts, I also want to see Team Peps put up an amazing fight, but I also have to give this to Team Liquid. I just think that they have come into this particular stage with the highest of highs, an undefeated record in the North American OWCS. And hopefully they can really put up on this big global stage.
Yeah, Liquid are very strong right now. I think Liquid has to be the team to beat in this particular game. They are the favorites. Pips, we already discussed, they're definitely the underdogs, but that does mean, you know, underdogs, they have the underdog advantage as well in terms of not really having anything to lose. All the pressure's on Team Liquid. That means Team Liquid, they're expected to win. They need to have a good showing here.
Oh, come on. Okay, listen, all the fans are here in the venue. They're not in chat voting.
Exactly.
Like that's what I attribute this result to. Like Team Peps, they could surprise us here. Like they do have the talent. The talent is there, how a very well-known and loved person would say. So yeah, you know what? They could throw a wrench in the spanner here. So or spanner in the wrench. I don't know, something. Something is works. Some of it works. Spanner, gears. Hammer. Lots of things are happening.
Wrench in the gear.
Yeah, let's go with that one. Let's go with that one. We're ready for this match. That's all I want to say. So once again, let's send it back over to the stage with Adam.
Thank you so much, Zoe. Boy, that was a huge last matchup. Kings rose in the form of T1 going through to the next round of this competition. And we say ta-ra to GK Esports. But speaking of threes, that goes into a third map, that first one of the day here on the main stage here. This next matchup is the last BO3 before we move into our best of 5 era. So, are our teams ready? I think it's time that we find out. First up here on the main stage, it's Team Liquid. Put your hands together for Zera, Tree, Infected, RuPaul, and Vega. Lined up and ready to roll. Gentlemen, please take your positions as we welcome to the stage their challengers, Team Peps! They are loving every second of this, rightly so. Please welcome Zerion, FD God, Willies, Zorro, and Dip. DreamHack are erupting, and we hope you can feel it at home too. Wow, 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 what an experience this is. DreamHack, you're beautiful. Incredible stuff here. As you can hear, now we've got so much love. It's intoxicating the air here as well. DreamHack, I'll ask you one more time, make some noise for Team Liquid. And then give it up for Team Peps! On that note, let's do this thing. Here we go!
Thank you very much, Adam. Yes, Team Liquid and Team Pep still in this lower finals here, or this lower round, sorry. Elimination time for both teams. First to two is the format. Team Pep's definitely coming in as the underdog here, Johnny. Team Liquid, they got a lot of fans in the audience, but yeah, so do Team Peps, and how the tables have turned now.
I've never experienced this before.
Neither have I.
Looking upwards. You can stay up there, buddy. Okay. This is a fantastic matchup, truly, between the two different regions. Obviously, Team Peps, they are the hometown favorites because they have two Swedish players on their team. And, you know, we adopt the French. You know, well, you're welcome into the warmth here in Sweden. I love it, of course. The fans representing in the crowd, very loud, rooting for their teams. And, I mean, on the other side, we got the Americans. They're just showing up in Europe. They're like, all right, we're going to claim this trophy for ourselves. We're going to shut down these Europeans. This was my favorite thing when I was competing myself, is a crowd that disliked me. When I was able to silence the crowd. So if I'm Team Liquid here, I'm fired up because I get an opportunity to shut down the Team Peps fans.
Oh yeah, whenever Soon comes up on the screen as well, the Ancient Chants always come through for Team Peps. NA's #1 seed in Team Liquid. What an incredible showing throughout the year. I mean, literally improvement that it could be seen instantly. Stage 1. 3rd place, stage 2, 2nd place, stage 3, 1st place. Just improvement stage after stage. Facing Peps, EMEA's 3rd seed, who ended up making it over one of the favorites in the EMEA in VP.
Yeah, VP knocked out early and Peps were able to capitalize on it. A 2-5 record in stage 3, and you're still able to qualify for the World Finals. Almost unprecedented in Overwatch. So Team Peps, you're going to come into this one as quite the underdog. But like we heard in the interviews, you can't be underestimating your opponent if you are Team Liquid. Because Team Peps, they are a really smart team. Dip described as a tracer that is very cognizant of what his tank is doing. How can we utilize teamwork to set up ourselves for success? And that is what they're going to have to do in a matchup like this, as Liquid gets to pick Ilios.
Do you agree with those predictions as well? 92% versus 8, like that, yeah, heavy favorites. Although, like even so, he said, like, a lot of the fans for Peps in the crowd already.
All right, that is one excuse. You can go that way if you want to cope a little bit here. But that is essentially what you're looking at in this matchup. Team Liquid, the #1 seed from North America. They are looking to prove they have what it takes on the international stage here in Sweden. But they got off to a clean start here against Team Peps. Liquid yesterday, of course, took a loss to Team Falcons, but they still looked pretty okay. You took a 3-1 series loss. This will be a great opportunity for them to build on their performance, get some momentum their way, and rebuild that confidence ahead of a lower bracket run.
Yeah, seriously, the Peps fans coming out in force right now. I can hear them through the headset. Pretty noise cancelling as well. Infected on the Wrecking Ball is something to be feared. The meta, like GK in stage 3, was just so good for Team Liquid. And in fact, their entire roster has the ability to flex like ultra hard. It's been the same 5 players with CL here for last stage, and they've not missed a single beat, Johnny.
I mean, this is Team Liquid playing comfort. They are so comfortable on all of these heroes. And Team Peps, you know, they are getting exposed here a little bit with Willis on this hazard. They are trying to poke and prod, keep Infected away while trying to find any kind of openings. The point contest is going to come through here from Liquid, so now pressure's on from Peps. Find a pick, and Zoro does so.
Yeah, that's the first blood going the way of Team Peps. Tree dismembered by Zoro's bolt. Looks like Infected's not going to be able to stay around for too long, but RuPaul, a cheeky kill onto Zoro. And now the rocks are crumbling for Team Peps. Dip also falls, with Team Liquid taking an early cap. Oh, there's some...
Whoa, what happened
in the back line? I don't know. Zerion's too below. This might be a double kill for Infected, although Willies is going to be able to escape. Oh, nice boot. Yo, Infected should be good.
Yo! Should be able to get a low. It's a Wrecking Ball after all. Yeah. Still has the point cap. And that should be able to come in once more. Maybe not. Some extra percentage points. Zera's here to ping pong.
Yeah, I was going to
get disengaged, I think, here.
Zera's going to be able to get in there at the last second. Zera takes the headshot, take-aim shot from Zoro there, trying to predict Zera's movements.
Suzu used. That is pivotal for an upcoming Bola shot.
Trying to look for an angle now is Zoro. Misses a couple on Infected, who takes the skies. Vega dead to the Jagged Wall. RuPaul TPing away, low HP though. Can't show his face for a little bit. It's going to be able to still continue to heal up Infected, who have not let go of the point at all. Like,
dude, the point cap.
An insane insane amount of progress here for Team Liquid. Oh, whoops-a-daisy. Into the drink goes the pulse bomb.
But 62%? Like, they just stalled out that point forever. That is immaculate play by Team Liquid, and that is what you're able to do when you play this Tracer Wrecking Ball composition. Able to ping-pong out, juggle the point, keep it in your favor. And Team Peps now, they have 4 ultimates on the board here. But they gotta be very aware of what all these big flankers are doing for Liquid. Who can they reliably pounce on? You look at the hero roster for Liquid here, they all have mobility tools.
FT God's got the sound barrier. Unfortunately, had the first stage Rex of...
Oh!
Whoa, okay.
This is aggressive.
I was waiting for it. I held my breath there for a second. An aggressive push here, but Willy's with 2, okay. Spike guard held up, and Vega and Tree full of needles. That'll be Team Peps with an easy fight win.
A really economical fight win as well, just using the sound barrier. As Willis comes up clutch, finding 2. And that's a great start for Peps here. This Kitsune Rush now, even though it might not secure a team wipe, just controlling some space on this point is going to be enough to build an advantage. Find 1 or 2 picks. That is enough to shut down Liquid's composition in a scenario like this. If you're Liquid here, can you utilize the Tidal Blast on maybe the Wrecking Ball, the Tracer? Shut one of these heroes down on Peps.
Yeah, classically used on the Tracer. A really aggressive push once again. RuPaul forced to teleport away, but Suzu used FD God going hunting now with Willy's. Puts Willy's in a good spot, but has to back up still. Vega and Sarah coming up with the goods, though, for Team Liquid. Now Willy's has no real answer to the quiz that Team Liquid have given them.
That is kind of what you have to do if you're Peps. You need to go for those individual picks. Okay, someone's out of place. Let's drop the hazard wall. Let's try to pounce on them before they teleport out. We drop the Kitsune Rush. Hopefully that is enough to secure a couple of picks. It didn't work in their favor, but they're still at 91%. Liquid, though, they're building quite the advantage. And a big flank here, actually. The Tracer and the Wu Yang. Here comes the Tidal Blast.
Tidal Blast. He's looking for somebody. A stick from Dip. Ends up killing Vega again. Second time in a row there, Johnny. He's been killed first.
Peps got this.
They have 91% as well. They've got this downpour too if someone wants to go for a late touch, but Zera can't risk his life. They have to go for this OT one now, Johnny.
Infected is going to come up on the mines here, actually, and that is going to be crucial because that will allow them to contest the point for quite some time. Can you find an early pick here for your Peps?
Team Liquid are split, carrying their DPS behind Team Peps.
Vega.
Zerion going down to Vega, though, and FD got booped off the map. A downpour from Release doesn't really find all too much. As Team Liquid grasp hold of the point and they don't let go.
And the chase is on here for Dip. Needs to be the man to touch the point, but
he has to get out.
The extra blinks here. Whew. Who can get there in time? FD God, perhaps with the rollout. Willis is going to be here.
Gets the touch. Jagged wall down is good, but Vega ends up killing Willy's. A good connection from Zera with that pulse bomb was enough damage. FD God to the rescue, though. He's going to be able to touch the point one more time. Now it's Dip's turn. Taking it in turns, taking a ticket, lining up. But unfortunately, lining up only to watch them fall. Zerion Zoro dead, FD God last to go down as Team Liquid. 100-99 the first round.
There's perfect play coming out of Team Liquid. Such a menacing composition to deal with because you can't quite get on top of them. You're going for these hazard slashes, you're going for these Lucio pushes, but they teleport away, they slide away with the surf. And Liquid, all they want to do is disperse, get that poke damage in, and then Zero capitalizes, blink in, Tracer or Wrecking Ball secures the pick, and then you snowball with that man advantage.
We saw it like illustrated really perfectly where, okay, Willy's goes in, sees RuPaul on an off angle, which is where the Kiri wants to be. Jagged wall, leap in, and then Suzu teleport away, and then Willy's has to go for a big reset with the cooldowns. FD God's helping him get to a position where he can do that, but yeah, so slippery, and Ruins isn't exactly gonna be any different.
Yeah, still relying here on Vega playing the Wu Yang, actually. A bit more of a poke approach here from Liquid. And Infected is over on the Ramatra here as RuPaul finds the pick out of nowhere on Zoro. And that is going to spell massive trouble for Peps.
Overwatch League champion RuPaul.
Those kunais, man.
Yeah, deadly stuff. One of the scariest supports in North America. In the world, in fact, I'd say RuPaul is definitely up there.
So Peps here, playing the Zarya and the Lucio. With this pace, they need to make these rotations work. Infected on the Ramatra is essentially going to be unkillable. So much survivability from a tank like this. But you can see Willis already struggling to walk forward. They're going to have to disengage here. This is going to waste so much time as Peps just look for an opportunity to set up a fight in the first place.
It's kind of sad to look at. Willis ends up pushing forward, pops the bubble on himself. It's like, okay, I've taken a lot of damage. Who can I now shoot? The Tracer, I guess. I mean, maybe I end up shooting Infected, but getting into a position where he can do damage is really tough. FD Gold goes for the boop onto Infected, puts the Willis in a spot where maybe he could take down the Ram, but like you said, Johnny, nigh on invincible on that pick.
Zero, recall forced here. This could be a moment where he punishes the Tracer, but blinks away. Should be fine. You can see Peps here just battling, trying to find that pick. We're going to get our first ultimate cycle here. Look towards the Kirikos to build this Kitsune Rush.
Post bomb for Zero though. Johnny. Okay, taking to the skies real quick. Zoro doesn't want to get anywhere near there. The Tracer Menace. Dip also has a post bomb. Rush it on the point for Peps. Rush coming up for RuPaul in a couple. Infected down. Maybe he wasn't so immortal after all.
RuPaul still holding this Kitsune Rush. Liquid deciding better of it than backs off here. 69% built for them. But they're going to come in with 5 fresh ultimates into this next fight. Knowing, of course, that FD God is holding on to this sound barrier. And this has been such a crucial moment for the entire year. Are you going to be able to get this sound barrier off in the first place?
It's a nice lot of percent, like 69. I mean, at the end of the day, you force an ult out and RuPaul can come back in with a rush. Tidal Blast on the Tracer, like, it's tough. For Peps, you need to be able to save these ults, but you have to use one at least to win. And there's the rush from RuPaul. Soundbarrier from FD straight to the backline, and Infected is felled again. Zoro takes his head clean off with the bolts and is so far up that Zera is basically looking to the stars to try and kill him.
Dip, crucial pick onto Vega. As Zoro finishes off Zoro there as well. And yeah, it's a great push from Peps actually. Recognizing that they cannot fight in the Kitsune Rush, they push past Infected. And even though block is so great for Amatra, what if you survive him or surround him, then he's just not able to survive in the first place. And so Willis, he's got his first Graviton Surge here. No great other ultimates on the board for Peps. So how are you going to time this one?
Oh, wow. Oh, the post bomb! Yeesh. I was close. Dip though, still under a lot of duress as RuPaul and Zera come up with an early kill. Willie's using those bubbles to get to safety, but that's 2 already down. Team Liquid know it as well. Pounced on FD God as he falls by the wayside, but it's all a matter of percent game now for Team Peps. Gaining as much as possible is key. Zoro dies to his own take-aim shots, but hey, that's 87%.
Yeah, still a great win condition here for Peps as he still hold on to that Graviton Surge. Willis thinking better of it, deciding to save it for a potential round win scenario. And Xerion has built this Kitsune Rush ahead of RuPaul. So if they stay alive here, it's a nice use to save Zoro actually from the early aggression. Liquid has to know, with Peps having this ultimate advantage and RuPaul struggling to build this Kitsune Rush, what individual play can Liquid make here?
Could use the rush early to try and put themselves on the point. They've still got this Graviton Surge, obviously, from Willie's. Well, this Bowler Shot, too. They get the touch at the very least, but they've left one person behind, and that is Zoro. Willie's just trying to find a target, Johnny, but look, there's no one in his sight. Tree maybe gets tagged here, but he just jumps to the sky as a Hail Mary ult is flung out by Willie's, and it gets absolutely nothing. Team Liquid with a 2-0 on Ilios.
The picks are devastating from Team Liquid. The individual playmaking from this team. Zero has done it in the past for Nightmare on a major stage, and once again comes up clutch for Liquid. In a deficit ultimate economy scenario, a crucial first pick onto Zoro enables Liquid to push the tempo and secure Ilios for themselves up to a 1-0 start in this lower bracket round series.
Peps fans in the crowd still. Insane energy. But they're going to need it. I mean, a 2-0 on Ilios. And the picks, RuPaul, Zera teaming up to... I mean, Zera almost got the 1 clip on Dip. Fraction, like maybe even a couple of frames there, and Dip ends up dying, and like, oh, he ended up getting chased in the end, and it's a pretty devastating scoreline to boot. 21-4 for Zera on the Tracer.
You can tell by the stats yourself that Liquid, they're so mechanically proficient on these heroes.
Oh yeah.
They were able to get all these eliminations, the damage. But Peps, they're no slouches. They made that really close on both of those rounds. But they're being wiser. The way they're rotating around the map, they're taking their time to set up these fights, and then they use their ultimates. They get value out of them. And that is how they win these fights and keep these points contested. In the end there, you gotta be kicking yourself. We had the Kitsune Rush, we had the Graviton Surge, and that should have been enough to close out this series. I don't blame Willis though. Like, are you going to grab the Ramatra? That doesn't do anything for you. Because Ramatra is going to outlive the Graviton Surge. You have to look for the backline. But Liquid, with the mobility they have on that roster, just kept themselves away from this Zarya.
As elusive as the God Particle, I mean, they're just like dashing around and catching a Freya. It's like, okay, do I fire the grab at one of the pillars to maybe catch the Freya? Like, I can't fire at the Tracer. It's like an easy blink. Like, it's a fairly easy animation to get out of the way. It has a travel time. Like, yeah, it's hard to blame Willies in that scenario because your main target there is normally the other tank to blow them up. Tough stuff for Peps as Team Liquid take an early lead. Now, where do Peps end up taking us? We know Team Liquid, of course, with Infected, the most flexible tank in North America. Off tanks, main tanks, don't matter. Infected can play them all. So actually targeting him is going to be a rather tough go at.
I do think Peps can still lean on what they did against Space Station Gaming. They picked New Junk City, and they allowed Dip to play that main. I think that could be a flex DPS hero where Peps feel like they have the advantage against a really mechanical player like Zero. Obviously, you might feel like you need to protect ban for that Mei, but it's actually going to be King's Row here instead. So it's another great map for that Mei if you wanted to play that style. The bans are going to be crucial here because Peps, they have quite a few choices here. Do we want to keep the Zarya for Willis? He favors more of those off-tank heroes.
Right.
Or do we want to retain that Mei? Dip, he made a name for himself on that Tracer. That's been one of his go-to heroes. But as you're looking for a head-to-head advantage in a matchup against Zero, you gotta be thinking outside the box there a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Sarah's Tracer. Hangzhou, take down Crazy Raccoon, land some of the sickest pulse bombs ever. Like, his Tracer is ridiculous. Peps end up, they ban first, of course, here, Johnny, so they end up protecting a tank. They ban the Ramatra, and Team Liquid are like, we know how this goes. We've seen this before. We've read the playbook. Mei, off the table.
Yeah, kind of what I suspected here. Banning, or protect banning for your Zarya, rather, is one of the most impactful bans you can place. And so Peps, they feel like, if we can remove the Ramatra from Infected, and we can allow our tank player to play the Zarya, then most of the time we're going to feel like we have the leg up in a tank matchup. But that is going to sacrifice the Mei I talked about from Dip in this case. I don't think Dip should be too worried about this. Like I said, still has a great Tracer, and Tracer could be viable. Do you flex over to something like a Venture, where we've seen someone like Cess have great success on that hero, especially on this second point? The first one is a little bit up for grabs. With that high ground, there's lots of heroes to pick, whether it's an Ashe Echo kind of composition. We'll have to see from Peps. Obviously, going into this tournament, they must have felt a little bit uncomfortable with the meta, not quite able to play those Tracer as much as they did in Stage 3. What earned them their spot here in the World Finals to begin with. And so they probably practiced quite a few heroes here that they could have up their sleeve here in the elimination game.
Yeah, I don't mind the Venture at all. I really don't. But this is another pick that's come as a little bit of a shock, I say. The Sigma. I mean, we saw T1 pilot it earlier.
Yeah.
Liquid on the defense. I mean, again, there's nothing Infected can't really play to the highest level. And, like, Sigma is one of those heroes. Like, he's very scary. And the Zarya is going to struggle here. Like, you're trying to get onto the point, trying to get point pressure. I mean, the idea is FD God, Taxi Willies, up to high ground, push the Sigma into choke, into the archway choke, and then try and pounce and get kills. But sometimes that's a tough ask against the Sitcom.
Yeah, we haven't really seen any great King's Row defenses this entire tournament.
Right.
So I feel like a lot of teams, they're kind of saying, we don't want to be pushed back into the choke, and so we're going to double down on protecting this high ground with our Sigma instead. And we're happy to give up a little bit of point pressure from you. If you want to rotate through that low ground hotel area, that's fine. We can give that up. But Infected on this Sigma, that tells me that Liquid really values this high ground.
Here we go. Well, he's trying to push the high ground. A lot of free energy, though, to be fair. for the Zarya against the Sigma comp. Nice use of the bubble as well. Getting Dip into a position where he can freely shoot at Tree, because most of the other side, you're just going to double headshot. And I'm actually a little bit disappointed in Tree here, Johnny. I wanted to see the Hanzo, but the actual suffice.
Hanzo's so susceptible to being picked here, especially with some of these teams being picked. And you see what I'm talking about here. Dip, he's essentially got free pickings rotating through this hotel area, but what does that gain you? Willis putting some pressure onto the point here, so someone will have to touch. It's a scary beam as the Dip here goes in for a pick actually, but it's a great Susa from Liquid, able to peel that off, and now they can go for the 5 versus 4 re-engage.
Hit 3 with the Suzu Dip RuPaul. Aim got shaky there by Dip. Oh, just got the bubble, still chill.
I mean, if you're Peps here, you gotta go for a bit of a coordinated push, help out your Zarya to try to get this high ground. You are going to have the advantage when it comes to the Kitsune rush. That gives you the opportunity to really secure a position of your choice if you decide to drop that on the high ground. As Dip, they go for a bit of a flanking play here, FD God and Dip. This is going to be scouted out though. Liquid in full control, and FD God goes down. Kitsune rush dropped in a 4 versus 5 scenario. This has to work out for Peps.
Infected still got the high ground. Johnny Dip is going to try and go for the flank here, and Zerion putting Kunai's down range. Oh! A headshot from Tree, though, is going to put his life back in the spawn room. And a Flux for Infected as well. They give up 46% or so, but that's about it. 2 minutes to go. And Tree is so aware of where Dip is at the moment. Dip still in the back line, receives a bubble, but his days are numbered on this high ground, Johnny. Well, that's an easy kill, it's got to be said, although a nice bubble again from Willies is going to help out Zoro.
Peps is coming up on this sound barrier, and that has to be the go moment. If you're going to play this very all-in kind of composition, you need this sound barrier. Goes for it. Zoro, early pick up to RuPaul. This could be Peps' chance.
Yeah, hits 4 as well. And that Tidal Blast from Zero got absolutely nothing. Hit the bubble, in fact, from Willie, so a little bit of free ult charge. Bob not quite making it to the point. Zip with the deflect ends up helping with the kill onto the Bob, and with Tree dead, in theory, this is Peps taking this point. And yeah, that beam, no match. Infected ends up falling, same with a Vega there at the very end, and Team Peps end up capping point A.
Could be an opportunity for some extra picks here. RuPaul has used that teleporter, trying to build some time for some extra abilities. She narrowly gets out. A Zero fends off Dip here, as Peps retreats back to the payload.
Let's get a quick listening from Peps now.
Is that monkey now? Yeah, monkey now. I can just go D.Va. Okay. Yeah. Get him in.
He doesn't have ammo, we can maybe grab him. Hello, I can push Genji, he's still on. I think he's still with yeah.
Welcome in, just. We're getting bladed, we're getting bladed. Keep me.
We're going.
Wing low behind us.
Look at me. I'm gonna die.
Only one.
One
more. Weapon. I squad weapon.
I'm pushing.
Okay, I walk up. What do we do?
I can blade if Loki jumps in, okay?
Okay.
This guy doesn't have ammo.
If he just jumps in, we can just grab him and kill him.
Okay, grab first.
I will layer blade. All of these dash, TP, monkey jump.
I'm taking right already.
Shoot monkey.
Can we take this out?
Walk monkey.
Yeah.
Just leave.
I can't see right.
Clear top right.
It works.
Okay.
I need to bang. Turn.
One left.
I'm turning top.
Get
Q1. Can you look for guy?
No, we can't. That's the reason.
We need to push him.
Just pick after pick after pick after pick. You see Team Peps, they're calling for a target. Zerion pops the rush down. They're like, okay, we got Team Liquid on the retreat. RuPaul's in our backline. Let's kill it. Oh, he's gone. Oh, and the Genji's gone. Oh, and Tree's gone as well. And then we get picked.
But the way Liquid is dispersing from all this combat, the way they're able to stay alive,
it's crazy.
It's a testament to their skill when it comes to these kind of positions. Now, Infected on this high ground, looking perhaps for a bit of a dive opportunity, has that Primal Rage in hand, but it's going to be no match to the Graviton Surge of Willis. See if Liquid maybe go for a bit of a crazy play here, considering the positioning they have. Here's the Primal Rage.
From Al.
Has to be careful, still on that grab.
Yeah.
Oh, the sound barrier.
Sound barrier from FD God, it's all good. And hold your breath, Johnny. Infected makes his way back to the point. That Soundbarrier not doing too much anymore. Graviton Surge does end up hitting the payload as Zera receives that Tidal Blast. No one goes down just yet, though, as Dip was trying to slash through all the members in that grab, Johnny, but it got instantly Suzu'd.
They can't get any kills. They invest all these ultimates, and it just doesn't work out. And now Tree is on the high ground.
Like a bird in the tree, shoots his prey from the high ground, and I mean, it's just so difficult to find anything, Johnny. They are not giving them a moment of reprieve. FD God finds Vega, but it's all for naught as the team kill is locked in there for Team Liquid.
I mean, how scary is this? Peps is trying to approach this payload, and there's Liquid players just surrounding them on the high ground, on their flanks. Team Peps, they make a last-ditch effort here with Dip, swapping over to this Reaper. A little bit more death volley of a composition here. Can stack together with the defense matrix of Willis, but Tira coming up on this Dragon Blade. Can he make another fantastic play for Liquid as they look to close out this attack?
Surrounding them again. Here comes the Blade, an early Suzu. Dip has to get out of there, use that Wraith form, but he's got a reset.
Zera.
And another one. Zera looks clean. 3 kills with the Blade. That's gonna shut the push down as Team Liquid halt Peps on Streets phase.
Masterfully impressive defense from Liquid there. The way they just unlocked Pepster, they just knew exactly what Peps were trying to accomplish. They disengaged from all those ultimates, spread themselves around, able to stay alive, and then they pounced when they had the high ground superiority, and the ultimates were going in their favor. Zera, 9-0 here. Impressive performance from him, the way he's able to not get picked early either. So many times we see Tracers, they overextend, push their limits a little bit too far.
Kiriko, get headshot or something with kunai.
Exactly, those kunais, they're deadly. But in this case, Zera, he plays so tactfully. And that is just absolutely devastating for Peps now, as they need to come up with a really good defense of their own to stay alive in this tournament.
And playing your life there as the Tracer is also really important for RuPaul. If you're on an off angle without RuPaul, and RuPaul is, you know, you're taking 2 different positions. RuPaul doesn't have to TP back to Infected, or maybe to Vega. He can TP across the map, get another angle with Zera. Peps fans still in the crowd, as loud as they possibly can be. Their final stand will be here. Only a single point on the board, as we see the defense from Peps, FD God and Wu Yang, Zerion, Kiri.
And this has been a go-to defense for a lot of teams opting into this Ashe and Echo composition. Liquid, knowing them, I've no doubt they're going to scout out this defense, maybe make a couple of adjustments, knowing they have a good time bank here. Tree goes over to the Ashe. It's going to be a lot of room for him to operate on this attack. Infected and Zera combining for a little bit of a classic Genji Winston composition here. Zera, that's a kind of favorable matchup as he looks to contest this high ground with this tank duo.
How long is Willy's going to be able to hold here? Whoa.
That's a good start.
That was a blink of an eye. Blink and you'll miss it.
But I mean, that's how you gotta play the Echo, right? You gotta go for those picks.
Yeah.
It's not really about poking. It's not really about taking down that tank that you're playing against. It's about sneaking around on the flanks on this map, hitting a couple of missiles. Infected goes for a deep dive here, actually. Liquid is really invested. Maybe a bit too far. Narrowly escapes there. And that is going to mean Peps can push back up here and regain all that ground.
Full trust in the backline there from Infected, getting healed up by RuPaul and Vega simultaneously. Zera still kind of struggling to continue his foray on this high ground, but Zora might have been caught out.
Good Suzu.
Teleports, Suzu, Zerion. Make sure Zora is good, but Infected's just going to pile on the pressure. Had a free leap, and, well, it's basically a 3-on-5 on the point right now, as Zoro has to regroup.
And Liquid here, they can play it slow. They have the Kitsune Rush coming up from RuPaul and dropping that on the point. It's going to be deadly for Peps walking up for a recontest here. They might not even go for it. We'll have to see here. The Peps all regrouping. Dip perhaps going for a bit of a pick here as that Kitsune Rush comes out.
Misses his stickies though on Tree, and now Tree has a full sightline onto this point. There is a rush too coming through for Liquid. Zera can't stand. Up to that Zarya, who's what, like 60% energy or so.
It's a good recontest actually, as Dip finds a pick on Tree, and that is just going to put a wrench in the works here for Liquid as they approach. Infected is still in there though, he's just jumping back and forth. But Liquid, they haven't really been able to do anything with all this high ground.
It's going to be a fairly decent Primal Rage time as well for Infected, and as FD God just dies from across the map. He's 10% away from this ult.
He'll get
it's
this
a little
Primal.
bubble dance, and yep, the Primal Rage is coming, and it's in the back line. Looks like they're trying to call for this push. Look at the members from Team Peps right now trying to get to the back line.
Oh.
A nice little forced away there from Zeri. Finds a reset with a Primal Rage kill onto Zoro. Bob ends up just capping the point, or at least helping. Graviton Surge from Willies gets shot out, but this is all Team Liquid all day on this point.
And it's not even like Liquid, they want to take big team fights. It's almost like they're just poking and prodding, pushing and pulling. They're looking for a couple of picks, knowing full well that they have the respawn advantage. And so in a fight like that, Infected, you know, he gets an early pick there onto the backline of Peps, combining with Vega. And then over time, they're just being able to snowball this advantage and take that defense down from Peps. Early push here from Peps. Dip has the duplicate here if he wants some extra survivability. Bob comes through.
Yeah, it's going to create a lot of space here. We'll see if Team Peps are able to kind of deal with it. Looks like no, in fact. Wow, they're paying Bob a lot of respect. Winston Primal Rage duplication from Dib. We'll see how his Primal mechanics, they look any good. He's getting kind of bopped around, though, by TL. They kind of shrug that Winston off. Yeah, he's out.
But that means Peps is going to be pretty grouped up here as the Infected goes in, and another Dragon Blade for Stera.
Straight to the skies as well, over the top, finds Dip almost instantly. Those rooftops are not safe when Zera's got the Dragon Blade. Slowly but surely, Johnny, patience for Team Liquid.
And just one fight win away here from securing this series, and RuPaul has the Kitsune Rush that you just gotta drop on the point here. And this should be a relatively easy fight win. Peps, they need something, one big play here to keep themselves alive in the series.
Willies is so low, double bubble used almost instantly there, so they're not on they're on cooldown for quite a meaningful amount of time, but a good kill from Dip on Zera. Can they continue this momentum though in the front line?
Hold them up for now. FD God building this sound barrier. Would love to get that online before the next Liquid push. As Vega's getting closer to that title blast. Just look at the damage coming through here from Liquid.
Someone's got to deal with Dip, bro. My guy is free.
RuPaul is
on the flank right now.
Here's a Genji. That's a tough matchup.
Yep. Well, there's the Tidal Blast straight to the back. FD God hits the sound barrier, but it's only on to 3. And oh, the Tidal Blast ends up knocking down Zerion. That is the perfect pick for Team Liquid in Sorrow. Isolated all on his lonesome. And Team Liquid wash over Peps. That fight wasn't close, and neither was this series. Team Liquid eliminate Peps from the competition.
A testament to the capabilities of this Team Liquid roster, the #1 seed from North America. They deal with the #3 seed from EMEA, Team Peps, with relative ease and continue on in this lower bracket. Just a great display of their mechanics when they play this poke Wu Yang kind of composition. And Infected and Zero just putting on a masterclass when it came to that Winston and Genji duo, right? That was masterfully done. They're showing that they still have the prowess, that clinical ability to show up on land when it matters most.
Yeah, an expected victory for Team Liquid. I think they would be pretty disappointed if the map 3 was on the table. They will advance in the lower bracket, but unfortunately for Peps, their journey does end here. A very good showing though, like you said, Johnny, at the very start of this series, a 2-5 regular season, but making it to Worlds is an impressive feat in of itself.
Yeah, massive respect to Team Peps and all the fans showing up in the arena here. As we take a look at the scoreboard, and 17-1 from Infected.
Most damage to.
I mean, I'm checking out that VOD on Sojourn's channel later.
Oh yeah.
That's a Winston performance to be reckoned with. And a little bit of Sigma. That's
the masterclass.
But I do want to say Team Peps here, of course. Like, qualifying for the World Finals for them.
Yeah.
Massive achievement. 2-5 record in Stage 3. And they're still able to make a run in the playoffs. So really impressive stuff. Massive shout out to all of those guys and the fans traveling here, supporting their team loud and proud until the very end. But they get removed here in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of French fans coming out, like you said, and a couple of the Swedes playing in front of their home crowd as well. Got to give them that. It was a tough battle. NA's #1 seed. And you getting knocked out in this way. I mean, hey, playing in the big arena, it's a feat in of itself. And at the end of the day, like some of these players on Team Peps, this is their first LAN, first time playing in front of a massive audience. And you're playing against a team that is kind of expected to go fairly far in this competition. North America, they can't be counted out just yet. We're going to jump down to Danny on the stage to see what Team Liquid have to say.
Thank you so much, Jack. Yes, I am here joined by Infected for a quick post-match chat. Infected, big congratulations on getting the win. I mean, this was an interesting match. I felt like there was a lot of Team Peps fans as well. So like you kind of being a villain on stage, how did that feel?
It's the best feeling ever. Being able to win and then looking at the right and seeing them all quiet. I mean, respect to you guys, but it was the best feeling ever. It was so awesome.
It was awesome. I mean, you guys did knock out Team Peps, but how was it? How was it facing them on stage? What's your opinion on Team Peps? How were they?
I mean, overall, I think they're very good, but I think their comps hold them back a lot, and I think we were just able to counter swap and play better because of it.
That is correct. And of course, you have one more match coming up, and there's none against T1. What are your thoughts on T1?
I mean, T1's obviously a very good team, but they dropped the map to GK, and because of that, I also just think that we can beat them as well. I think we're strong enough to beat them for sure.
All right, I also believe that as well. I feel like it's going to be an interesting one. Thank you so much, Infected, and best of luck moving forward. Thank you guys so much. All right, Dust, take it away.
Thank you so much, Danny. Always great to hear from Infected. I'm not gonna lie though, that made me chuckle a little bit. Having someone as wholesome and just adorable as Infected, reveling in that like bad guy villain kind of arc. Love that. Love that. Is that like 2026? Is that his shtick?
Maybe it is going to be his villain arc as we head into another Overwatch season, but it's just so good to see the Team Liquid family, especially like the actual family of the Team Liquid players there supporting them, and of course all of the fans cheering for Team Peps. It was so great to watch the audience really cheer for both teams.
It's so hard to see Liquid as the villains as well, because to me, they've always been kind of the heroes, and right now, well, they carry through North America's torch, still quite strong as one of the two remaining North American teams, but they did what I wanted them to do in this series, right? They need a strong showing versus Peps to prove that they can take it up to the strong international teams, because they got T1 next, and that's going to be a tough battle. Team Liquid so far, they've not been able to take down a Korean team. You know, you've seen the European teams do it, you've seen the EMEA teams do it. Team Liquid, you know, this has been the one thing that's kind of holding back. So this series being as comprehensive as it was for Team Liquid is a great look moving forward for them.
And they didn't have to show their cards here either, Necra.
I think they had to show a little bit in terms of just like how much counter swap they have available to them, and you heard Infected talk about it. That is going to come in as a strength, especially versus a roster that is as unique and as uniquely qualified as T1, but it was great to see Team Liquid here. A lot of confidence now with that 2-0 versus Team Peps.
And so they can continue their run in the lower bracket. We have to say goodbye to Team Peps. Obviously a heartbreaker, especially when there's so many people in the crowd cheering for them. But let's not be sad that it's over. Let's be happy that it happened. It was great to see them on this very stage. They fought really hard for this all season long, so they deserved their spot. And it was great to see, you know, every time Soon pops onto the stage, whether he plays or not, like I'm just happy. That's some good OG vibes, and I'm here for those. But yeah, very excited to see how Team Liquid will be faring as they're moving on in the lower bracket. And that's what we're doing as well. We will be heading into that second round in the lower bracket. Team Liquid going up against T1, and Weibo will be facing off against SSG. Now, we're also changing into a first 2-3. That could be a huge difference maker for a lot of these teams.
I think so. This is where, you know, you really have to have the longevity in the series. You're not going to be as surprised. Also, just because we've seen everyone play now. We've seen what the teams are capable of doing today. They've just played today as well, so a bit more of a longer series, a bit more of a standard type of series. And I think, you know, really we shouldn't be seeing 3-0, so I'm expecting some 3-1s at least.
This is where the pressure can make or break you. It's not off. You cannot get your foot off the gas. You have to continue to press forward, and especially when you know that your tournament life is still on the line. It's a very high-stakes day, and there are going to be teams that thrive under that pressure, and that's where I look at Team Liquid as one of them.
Yeah, it's high-stakes games and also long days for those teams, right? Because each of those teams has already had to play a series earlier today.
Yeah, so they have to really be able to be actually prepping for multiple teams as well, prepping for multiple matches, being ready to play against different types of teams, different types of styles.
Exactly, and because the meta is so open still, like it is more difficult to prep, especially if it's a more unknown quantity in their opponents. Now we're getting ready for our first match in round 2 of the lower bracket, so stick around. We're heading into a very quick break, and then afterwards we're back with more OWCS World Finals.
Ancora a bocca aperta, eh? Pathetic. Leave no survivors. You're finished. Disgraceful. Not good enough. Dirt beneath my heel. Wouldn't want to be ya. Enough games. Taste the Palatine Fang. Know your place. Bow down. Che codardia. Oh, impressive. Arriva la punizione! And so, my reign begins.
The 2025 Overwatch World Finals is brought to you by DHL.
Okay, so we do like 1, 1, 1.
One person
just do it. I don't care who it is. Yeah, but you're Lenny, so.
Okay, fine. I'll do it. What's up, guys? We're SSG. We're here to get top 6 at the World Finals, and then that's it.
And beat Liquid. And do better than Liquid.
Do better than Liquid. Okay.
Place higher than Liquid.
What's up, guys? We're SSG. We're here to get top 6 at the World Finals and place higher than Liquid. See you there.
All right. Well, you know what? You don't have to always set the bar the highest. You can also just like go for a reasonable kind of goal, and then you'll exceed your own expectations. I think that's actually quite smart. Nothing but passion in Hawk's face there as well, as per usual.
Listen,
what a joy.
Hawk is just such a veteran. He's done this whole rigmarole so many times.
Jaded, so jaded.
Yeah. You don't have to win the World Finals. You just have to get better than Liquid. That's SSG's game plan, and I respect it. But Liquid did just win. SSG have won, and now they might face each other. If both SSG and Liquid keep winning, eventually in the lower bracket, they play each other, right?
That's true. And then we get to see the real test. Who will win?
Is that what's in Jonak's script? Is that a scripture?
I got the secret strategy in here. We're not into that yet. Don't worry about it, guys.
Okay, we'll dip in that later. For now, though, let's take a look at our schedule so you know where we're at. We already had 4 matches today. We have 2 more to go as we're now in our lower bracket, round 2. Now we're playing in a first to 3. So that will be a game changer. Each of these teams are playing for elimination. If they lose, they are out of the competition and they won't be able to be crowned as our world finals.
2 more teams have to go home today, and that is definitely very sad. We are cutting our competition down quite fast.
By half, man. Like 6 teams go bye-bye first day here at DreamHack. That's rough.
It is hard, especially when we have so much.
Stop smiling.
They did have 2 other days. They did have 2 other days here. Let's be clear. It's like they had some.
Yeah, but
2
not
days.
on the stage.
I guess.
With the crowd. Come on. It's just so electrifying in here.
Yes.
It is. I get yes. Yes, it is.
I agree.
Okay, cool. Yeah, good.
Cool.
We're on the same page.
Nice chat. Let's talk about the 2 teams, though, because we've seen some really great stuff from both of them, obviously, since they made it to the World Finals. Let's talk about Weibo first. They're the #1 seed coming in this from China, so a lot of pressure, a lot of high expectations. However, their upper bracket match, like that was a one-sided loss they suffered there, and quite frankly, they showed some cracks in the armor in the lower bracket too.
Yeah, this is a team that needs to be able to shape up. I do actually think they looked a lot better in that CC game, and they were expected to because they've had so much experience playing against CC. But yeah, they're the first seed from China, but they're always the first seed from China, and how long can we keep this going? Weibo, I hate to say it, but have they peaked already? They got 4th place in Hangzhou Champions Clash earlier this year. The expectation now, at least for me, minimum, is that they can get top 4 again. Fun fact, in that Hangzhou Champions Clash, they did beat SSG on their way to the top 4 and only ended their journey because of Crazy Raccoon, who eventually won that tournament. So Weibo, a lot to live up to.
Now that Space Station roster did look a little bit different, but I think there's still that same legacy behind Weibo. And look at the fans out in the crowd right now cheering for the home squad. It is tough because I think when you look at Weibo, there's just so much veterancy to this roster. You know that when they need to, they can clutch up in these big LAN environments, and hopefully that means that they can stand tall to this Space Station squad.
Yeah, there are well-loved teams with so many players that we've had the absolute pleasure of following throughout the last couple of years on different teams, always somehow in pink.
Who doesn't love pink?
Who doesn't love pink, right?
Like, so like one of the best roster colors.
Honestly, it is. The Spark jersey was like the best jersey ever made. Like peaking. And Weibo like continuing in that fashion. Like, yes, please. Dude, I'm still rocking my bubblegum Reinhardt. Like I will never change that skin ever. But yeah, Weibo obviously should be considered a heavy favorite wherever they're headed, like whoever they're going up against. Like, they are an incredible strong teams with very strong players. If we're looking at the opposite side here, SSG, they have their ups and downs this year, right? But like, if we're looking at how they fell into the lower bracket, they fell to Crazy Raccoons. So like, that would literally happen to any team.
I mean, you've heard them talk about it, right? They said, we're just going to lose to Crazy Raccoons,
yeah,
straight up, brush it off. It's just okay that it happens, and you know that that's a loss that you cannot let affect your mental game.
Right.
So I appreciate that they go in, they're a very confident team, but at the end of the day, they do have that realistic expectation.
Yeah, and I mean, they they cleaned it up, right? Against Varel, it looked very, very dominant. So obviously we hope they can repeat this. But how will they match up against Weibo stylistically?
Yeah, this is a team that really, they have opposite play styles because you have a very Hawk tank pool dominated team in the off tanks. He's going to be playing a lot of D.Va inside, but specifically the D.Va. Based on what we saw early in SSG's opening game, I think D.Va is going to be the name of the game here. That's going to be a target ban straight away. Expect the Ilios first pick from Weibo. They are the first seed, highest seed. They're going to have first choice. They're going to go same prior as they did versus CC. Ilios straight into D.Va ban, get rid of that from Hawk. It's going to end up being Hawk looking either towards Hazard or Zarya. I think he's going to go towards Zarya in that one. If they win, if SSG can win the Ilios, they have a good position to then win the entire series. Similar to what we saw from Weibo versus Alcatia, Weibo failed to win the Ilios under the same situation versus Ziad. Well, Weibo have to win that map. If Weibo can't win Ilios versus SSG, this is going to be a bad game for them.
It might be a really difficult series, but I think that we should expect maybe a 5-map banger out of these two teams. It might be close. That's at least what I am hoping for when we look at the head-to-head.
Absolutely, and you just talked about that Ilios victory that they need, right? Like, it's the bread of butter. Like, that's where they can play to their comfort. But when they played it against Team CC, like, it was not the most clean affair. Like, we would have expected them to win out Ilios much more dominant.
It does seem like that could still be a bit of a sore point, but they did eventually win that one. It does look like a bit of time up against TC than they had versus Alcatia. That's probably to be expected. Alcatia just a monstrous team right now, but yeah, that has to be expectation to me. Win when you get to play your style on the Winston, but beyond that, once we get past the Ilioses, we're going to look towards the Ram style. Ram is going to be the most important here for Gooseray. Will eventually be a target ban from SSG as well.
Let's talk about predictions for this one, right? It's all or nothing. We are now playing in the first 2-3. That's going to be a game changer. A lot more can be done, obviously, with map picks and hero bans. I'm doing the thing I always go for when I'm on LAN. I'm going to root for the Chinese team. For me, I think Weibo got this one in the back. I just think individually, those are just really, really strong players, and they're not willing to give it up to the young guns just yet.
But I think it's the young guns that are going to steal it from them. So I actually went with Space Station with my prediction. Something that I noticed that they were able to shore up in terms of just their last couple of matches. Sugar Free popping off on the Tracer. I think that's going to be a super strong point for the Space Station team, especially when it comes to the head-to-head between Sugar Free and Leave. I think I want to see that Tracer clash. So it's Space Station for me.
Oh man, I've backed this team for 3 years and I don't see a reason to stop now. I got to keep going. It's going to be Weibo for me. Yeah, this is the team that I always look forward to seeing and I want to see them do well. Weibo, 加油!
There you go. He prepared all day for this moment. Let's see what the audience has to say. All right, the majority of the people watching in chat are backing Space Station again.
They agree with me.
Obviously, because you're probably right. So let's find out. You know, the proof's in the pudding. And where there is pudding, there is also Adam. Adam is currently on the stage, which I assume has pudding now. So let's send it over to him to get our teams out.
Thank you very much there, team. Wow, what an incredibly slick performance from Team Liquid, who set up an epic showdown later on today against T1. But now we turn our attentions to the realm of the best of fives, and two teams, two giants, ready to step onto this stage. One, the last chance for China to achieve their hopes and dreams of lifting that trophy this weekend here at OWCS. The other, a team, a North American one, shooting for the stars, hoping to be the last remaining team from the region standing. It's time to meet them. Please, first up, make some noise for Weibo Gaming! We welcome Weibo Gaming to the stage in Shy, Leave, Gooseray, Monk, and Mew. With fans cheering their names, will it give them what they need to succeed when it comes to facing their opponents? We'll find out soon. To challenge them, and the opposing team, it's Space Station Gaming! A mixed response, but one thing's for sure, they mean business. Chronic, Sugar Free, Hawk, CJ, and Lep, they are your team, aiming to be the last remaining North American team in this competition. Can they do it? They'll need to beat out Weibo if they're gonna. Gentlemen, please make your way to your stations and best of luck. Oh, the stage is set. Incredible stuff. DreamHack feels ready. You know, DreamHack, I can sense a lot of energy in the air. I'm going to ask you one more time to make some noise for these teams. First up, if you're here supporting SSG, let me hear you. All right. And here we go. If you're here for Weibo Gaming, make some noise! They can't wait, and neither can we. It's time for the showdown to begin.
And the stage is set for a fantastic match. Two teams that traveled far to meet here in Stockholm, both facing elimination here in the lower bracket. I'm Jake. I'm joined by Matt, Mr. X, and I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, you know, I think this could be a very good game between SSG and Weibo. The desk talking about a little bit how they think that maybe Weibo is the favorite, but I think SSG, they have a really good shot in this series. The meta looks like it's kind of turning a little bit in their favor, specifically with Hawk really being able to pilot all those tanks.
You know, I would look at most metas most times, and I would have said Weibo heavy favorite. I think the desk was talking about that, but I think today's the day for Space Station Gaming. They came into this tournament saying, look, we just want to make top 6. We want to make a decent run. And that's what a win puts you on here. You're in the lower bracket, but one more win to get top 6.
They feel like they have chance of even getting higher than top 6. I know that's kind of where they've set the bar for themselves in some of the interviews that we've had with them. But I think with the way things are shaking out, especially with the bracket, you know, who knows what happens when we see, you know, Falcons versus TM, and then I know Alcad up against Crazy Raccoon. They have a chance where they can go maybe a little bit further than they had thought. Obviously, they got Christopher, you know, behind them, being able to watch all of the VODs, you know, cooking up some nice strats as we see the first map selection here for Weibo Gaming. Nothing surprising here. Taking us to Ilios. SSG, though, Hawk has all the tanks, Jake, in his pool that you need at the moment. And Weibo, what do they decide to do? Something we saw them do a little bit earlier against Team CC. They get rid of D.Va early on. So the D.Va got in there, and then an Ashe ban. So I like this response from SSG because Shy's been playing a ton of that hero.
Yeah, and I think in particular, you know, on this map, you're very likely to want to play Freya into the Winston. It's a really great matchup for Chronic, one that he's extremely comfortable on. And usually, Shy isn't going to want to do that. He's going to want to play the Ashe, have the hard hit scan to take down enemy Freyas, enemy Echoes, to take them out of the sky. But now you've really set up your DPS to succeed for SSG, and that's been the strong point for them this tournament. Not to mention, we saw Billy Deng pave the way. You can play Zarya in this matchup. They played them all the way to the wire from Team CC.
Yeah, and I mean, look, nothing against Team CC. Obviously, SSG a step up in terms of competition, especially when you look at some of the control damage. Remind you, 2-1 there for SSG, but it was a beatdown from Crazy Raccoon thrown in the mix. So that obviously is their 1L here on control. Otherwise, perfect in their other 2 games.
They're a very strong team when it comes to these raw deathmatch scenarios, able to take over the game with individual prowess. Chronic, I feel like, has been heating up more and more in this tournament, and Sugar Free and Hawk just came in swinging. They really have not slacked off throughout the tournament. Even in that CR game, there were moments, right, where they were able to find a bit of purchase against one of the best teams in the world. And I feel like Team CC, they came into that matchup against Weibo with a lot of respect, playing maybe not their usual comfort style. SSG are not a team I would accuse of being too respectful of the competition.
No, without a doubt, as this series is going to be a banger. Our #1 team from China, Weibo, and our #2 from NA in Space Station Gaming. A 1st to 3 here as well, so a little bit of a longer affair in our loser round 2. Loser of this gets 7 and 8. The next match will be the other slot in that 7 and 8. And I know obviously SSG has a little bit dreams of going further. I think Weibo is probably, Jake, for me, just trying to prove a little bit, like, hey, you know, they beat Team CC, great. Like, let's see how you fare against one of the best teams in another region. For Weibo to just beat Team CC and then to go home, be a mighty disappointment.
It's just two teams matching up here on the server as they've done time and time again, but this time there's the hopes and dreams of an entire region. Weibo Gaming, our last representative from China. They want to go further. Matt, they want to reclaim some of the former glory that many on this squad have enjoyed, but standing in their way are an absolutely villainous Space Station Gaming, ready to kill those dreams.
And I'm looking at, you know, Sugar Free coming out on the Echo here, going to have Hawk with those bubbles on the Zarya, able to protect him. Leave was great in the series earlier that we casted on the Echo, but I think it's a read here that they know they're going to be playing the Echo on the side of SSG, come out with that Tracer to try and make Sugar Free's life really hard.
So now SSG rotating away, playing this one slow. Got to be watchful of this Winston. Got to keep the pressure on Gushui. Don't give him the opportunity to step on the gas. And now, Space Station find themselves caught a bit in cage. Chronic takes a wide swing, but that Tracer isn't necessarily the fight he's looking for. Hawk just wants to grind this one out, play the point. And Gushui struggling to contest for the moment.
Yeah, just trying to put some constant pressure on the Gushui, right? You don't want to allow him to just get on top of Hawk when he doesn't have those bubbles available. That's when you see Weibo decide to go.
Leave. First blood here on Ilios. And without Sugar Free, he's been a crucial performer for Space Station Gaming. Can they battle back in the 4v5? Doesn't seem to be. Monk, with the help of Gushui, they clean up Hawk and they send Space Station Gaming packing.
Yeah, even with some of that poke damage from SSG that we were talking about as CJ barely gets out with his life, TPs through the wall. It was not enough. They were able to kind of constantly heal up Gushui, and then as soon as they find an opening, they get Sugar Free, and then they collapse right on top of Hawk as soon as Zarya has no bubbles. A very easy target to take out, so Weibo get control of the point first.
And Leave unmatched on the Tracer. We'll see if that's a decision that Space Station Gaming live to regret. Bubbling an Echo in, but no one to be found. There's no targets in Sugar Free sights. Struggling to get purchased into this map. And Weibo Gaming are dancing around experts on this Winston style. Here comes Lee from behind, punching in. Hawk caught alone in the rush. Trapped away from his teammates. Chronic finds one, but Lee running rampant. No one left to mark this Tracer, but CJ, hold on. Still something left to play for if these supports from SSG can stay alive and regroup. And they're doing just that on the high ground. Now Sugar Free's back into it.
Yeah, Sugar Free binds one.
SSG are right back into this. Gushui's out.
Oh, that is such a turn there from SSG that even after they lose Hawk, they're able to get control of the point, win that fight. And now, also, Jake, they didn't really have to use anything to do it, right? You know, Sugar Free in the kill feed, CJ as well. That allows them to hold on to some of those ultimates. Suzu, they are trying to keep Shy alive. And now also the sound barrier.
Absolutely necessary. Suzu, perfectly placed by Monk. Gets the 4v5 advantage for Weibo. Second kill as well. Goes their way. And for now, the Winston dive seems to be working out. Sugar Free considering a clutch, but surely 1v4. Too much to ask for as Weibo take the flip.
Man, even though SSG, they get that flip, they get control, it does not last for long. Weibo goes in, uses the sound barrier from Mew, and just takes it right back. Even with the Kitsune rush there for SSG, no chance. Nerve, take that one. Maybe open things up here with the sound barrier of your own for SSG as Leave here on the flank. Seeing if you can find anything. He hears Sugar Free above him. I think he's just trying to track where this Echo's at.
Now, Chronic under attack. Dances away for the moment. Gushui looking for the chance of the Primal. SSG rips this Echo copy, but the explosive bolt from Freya is going to take him out. Gushui for now, Primal just dancing, looking for something, trying to pull somebody in. Hasn't quite found a connection, and as the Primal ends, Hawk greets him with the grab. Damage doesn't seem to be quite there yet. And the chase down, not good enough. SSG still have to fight for this. Aggressive beat from left. They swarm across the point, looking to connect on that backline. Gushui trying to make them pay with their lives, but Sugar Free standing tall, keeping the team in this.
Oh, it's a bubble there from Hawk, Jake, that goes on to Lep, keeps him alive as he goes towards that high ground. And I was like, man, when you use that dupe onto the Freya, it looked like Sugar Free was maybe just trying to stay alive there a little bit. The grab comes in from Hawk. They're not able to finish off Gushui. It's another nice Suzu from Monk, originally that blocked some of the big damage coming in from Chronic. I thought for sure that Weibo would have been able to fight out of this, but maybe now with the rush in this next fight, this is where they end it.
Weibo looking to get in. Lucio's in deep. Mew leads the way. The rest of the team follows behind. SSG fall back for the moment, but the pulse bomb is good. Leave finds one. Sugarfree trades it right back, but it cost him his life. Now it's just Hawk and the two supports for Space Station holding on to Ilios well. But Gushui smells blood in the water, senses the chance to open up this series with a round win. Gushui though, hold on, he's dropping low. Support just barely alive on slivers of HP. CJ and Lep working together, keeping this one in contention. The backline from SSG working overtime. Connection is good from Chronic and the beat is too late. Hold on. SSG can still fight this one out. Chronic finds one. Low numbers. It's just Sugarfree and Lep. Copy online. He's forced to the Lucio. Down to just a couple plays. No! Oh, what a C9. I mean, in fairness though, that is a fight that SSG have no business winning.
No, the fact that that's even competitive is wild.
Way too close. Like, I think Lucio, Kiriko, and Zarya all under 100 HP, all under maybe 50 HP for a few seconds there, and they almost clutch it out. Like,
well, they both go to chase. So, like, Sugarfree and Lep both now on Lucio in this wild world that we are living in, as they both go to chase. If one would have stayed on the point, they probably would have been able to push Mew out long enough that they would have actually maybe flipped there. So, crazy round number one. Leave running rampant on the Tracer. And I wonder if Sugarfree should just play Tracer here to mirror. And honestly, because the Diva ban, they probably don't want to. They probably want to try and make this Echo work.
Yeah, I mean, this is that question we've been asking all tournament long. How necessary is Tracer in this meta? Leave is making a damn good case for it, though. Now, SSG, I think they want to get more aggressive this round. They want to take some of the tempo. Hawk stepping up. Sugarfree as well, making space. Weibo back off for now, but they're healthy. They're ready to counter dive. Point opens, and maybe the fight will begin.
Yeah, I think you want to continue to play the Echo for just kind of that burst damage. Then also the Echo is a pretty good target for the bubbles of the Zarya. I mean, Shy takes out Sugarfree. Gushui with some help from Monk gets out with his life. Now can jump right back in.
And SSG trying to make this Echo work now. Sugarfree says no. He's got to stop Leave. He's going to take this mirror. Can this be the hero for North America? For now, Shy reigning supreme on Ilios.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the move here for SSG. The Echo, whether it be just pressure from Leave or some shots from Shy, was not working out. So I like the decision to change here for Sugarfree.
Chronic on the high ground. Bullies out Gushui for the moment, but Weibo did such a fantastic job in this comp. Staying healthy, always ready to make an aggressive move. Here comes bowler shot. It's good. It's on to Gushui, but do they have the follow-up damage? Not for the moment. Neither team losing kills. Both supports doing fantastic work. Rush is online, though. The fight is about to break open.
Yeah, a lot of ults coming online. Look at those support ults here for SSG. We'll see if they try and get this rush out here, which they do. Now they're going to try and fight for the point.
Both teams rush on the point, trading bubbles. Chronic finds Monk. That's crucial. Taking out massive sources to save for Weibo. Gushui dies on 98. A wasted beat. Mew tossing this round away. Space Station Gaming. It's not Christmas, but they get the best present.
A two-player beat there for Weibo. I think Mew maybe thinks he can save Gushui there. Not able to do so. Even if you do keep Gushui alive, I guess what? Maybe you get the beat. You have Gushui yourself and Leave alive. Gushui can kind of parlay that into a primal. Maybe you feel like you can get to like 99. But man, that is brutal there for Weibo.
Hawk, healthy, contesting these high grounds. Gushui does have that primal. It saved him time and time again. Always a threat, always one you have to watch. Mew, while running in, Sugarfree wanted to get aggressive, looking to potentially punish that. But it's Chronic in the backline, dying. Gushui hasn't even ripped the primal yet. Now Hawk in huge trouble. The pulse bomb is good. And Gushui cleans house.
And the aggression here. Signature from Weibo. Gushui on the Winston, Leave on Tracer. I mean, they have been doing this for literally almost a decade at this point.
It just doesn't get more comfortable than this for Weibo. I feel Shy, we talked about this before, he's having that series. The one we've been waiting for. The Shy we remember taking over the game so far on Freya. Chronic has struggled to answer back.
Yeah, not talking about the World Cup from 3 or 4 years ago, right? We can actually kind of point to a game in the now here for Shy as Gushui gets low.
Oh, just barely gets the Mega. Grab is out. Hold on, Hawk. still fighting for this one. If they can take down Gouche, it would be huge, but Leave has already done the damage. It's only Sugar Free and Hawk trying to stand tall, but against Monk, against Stain, this is a brutally difficult situation, and Sugar Free goes down. It's only Hawk versus the world, and surely it can't be enough. No, it's Weibo taking Ilios, securing the opening map in the series.
Weibo takes map number 1 here against SSG. That is the type of performance from Leave and Shy that we are used to. I do think, though, the D.Va ban throws a lot into the works. Ilios is a fantastic map for Weibo. So if you're SSG, you can't get too down on yourself. You know you have a lot of great options to potentially go to in map number 2.
And this is a meta where, you know, Weibo Gaming, they don't have many options to bring us back to a map like Ilios. So while you do bag a map win, at the end of the day, it's not really building you too much momentum to anything that you're really going to be able to repeat on through the series. They're going to have to be so innovative on this Chinese roster to make their style work in a meta like this.
Yeah, it feels like once a series, Weibo's able to do this with this type of comp as we take a look at some of the highlights. And a lot of what you are going to see is Leave running rampant on the Tracer. Talked a little bit about it where like Zarya and Tracer don't exactly like work as well together. You know, we have seen it in the past, but at this event specifically, it's been a lot of Zarya with Adventure, Zarya with even like Sim comps, and then Zarya with Echo. So it's not exactly a pick you'd want to make. And then obviously Sugar Free is fantastic on the Echo. It's just when you give Leave the ability to play the Tracer like that and give him the slightest advantage, I mean, he is just going to go to work.
I mean, classically, Zarya does not feel good played under the Winston. Incredibly difficult matchup. And it goes Weibo's way this time. Up 1-0 in the series, but can they continue? This is a crucial moment for SSG to strike back. You're going to force Weibo off of their comfort zone, but where are you going to take us, man?
Well, so I'm thinking, do you want to ban Ram if you're SSG?
I was talking about this in the CC match. I think they should have. I think that's really almost a crutch for Weibo. When they're not playing the Winston, the Ram really is that next best option. And we got some Gouche fans in the crowd.
Yeah, we got some Gouche
Don't be
fans
shy.
out there. Yeah, don't be shy.
He's looking fine.
DHL drops there. Gouche. Yeah, I mean, hey, Gouche, show it off. Why not?
If you got it, flaunt it, Matt.
Yeah, you know, for me, I think the Ram ban is pretty good, right? Because when you look at Gouche, it's like one of the other tanks in his pool that he could play at a really high level. So you're looking at that and being like, okay, if we can get Dowd out of the way, like Gouche doesn't want to play Zarya, doesn't want to play D.Va. Like if you have the Winston available, right, maybe he goes to that. But if you have the D.Va as an option, you feel pretty good.
Absolutely agree. And what is Gouche going to pull out of his bag of tricks? He's impressed us before. He's been in these kind of pressure scenarios. Not every meta that he has succeeded in has looked good for him. And that's why he's built this storied reputation as a player, as one of the best.
I thought Monk had a sick game as well there in game number 1 on the Kiri. So pretty good start here for Weibo Gaming is, maybe they can get on a little bit of a heater here, right? You get a win over SSG, you start to feel a little bit better about your odds going into tomorrow. But I imagine, look, Christopher and the team on SSG, they have a great idea of what Weibo wants to do. Shambali Monastery is the pick here for SSG. So their map pick, their first ban. We'll see. Maybe it's a Ram ban here. Where do you want the Ramatra in, potentially, for SSG? You don't really want to play like that double flex support if you're SSG, right? It's probably not exactly like in their wheelhouse, or it's not something they want to force. So we'll see what the bans come out to be.
Yeah, both these teams, I think, tend to be a bit more conventional with the main support at the very least. Wonder if anybody would want to remove Lucio in this series. Seems like they'll both be content for the mirror.
Yeah, I don't think Lucio will be, at least I think, a contested ban throughout this one, right? I think both teams kind of want that Lucio in. I think a lot of these bans are going to be geared towards like tanks, whether it's like, protect ban. We'll see how it kind of shapes out here. So SSG, they get rid of the Brig. So this actually kind of helps the D.Va for Hawk. So this is a good sign and for them. And then for Weibo, they get rid of Sim, which I don't know if
I think this is a
SSG
misread, honestly. I don't think SSG
I don't think
played him.
SSG was going to play Sim.
Especially with a guy like Sugarfree and the games he's been having. I mean, Sim, for all the impact you have, you're a team play hero. In the end, you're not really individually carrying the game. You're carrying based on your team play. And I feel like Sugarfree and this SSG roster needs to be on like those solo ace playmaker heroes.
Yeah, they don't strike me as a team that would have came out here and ran like Sim Cassidy or something along those lines, right?
It wouldn't be as comfortable for them, that's for sure.
No, I think SSG is a team that probably wants to play like Diva Echo with like whether it be like Soldier Nash, something like that, right? Like one of those types of comps where we'll see how this kind of plays out. Although Mew does have a Mew Monk back there in the back line. They do have a good Brig. Mew plays the Brig at a pretty decent level, so getting rid of that, maybe allowing Hawk. Right in the last series that we casted of SSG, Hawk was just going absolutely nuclear on the Diva, so possibly that's what SSG is trying to unlock here.
Both teams going to be considering their options now and really wanting to think this through. I mean, I think Christopher in particular is a storied coach. He's been to the top of the mountain and is looking to make another run with SSG.
And this
is the moment to show his stuff, right? Weibo has been a relatively predictable team. So what can you cook up as a coach that just locks in this map 2 win, equalizes the series 1-1?
I also think that if Weibo is like, all right, well, they're going to play Diva, like Gushway pick up the Czar. Like, I'm not really that worried if I'm SSG, to be quite frank.
Hawk's
like,
gonna just go straight to that Zarya mirror, right? Like nothing.
Yeah,
He's
or
gonna be so
I
happy.
think they could even still pilot the Diva into it. I don't even think they'd be that worried, to be honest. I think they would probably be fine playing that into it. So, Shambali Monastery, huge map here for SSG. Obviously, we are in a 1-3 now instead of a 1-2. But still, unless you're Twisted Minds, you don't want to go down 2-0 all the time.
Yeah, some teams seem to like that. I mean, it's kind of an odd preference, but you know what? To each their own. Twisted Minds, not only are they alive, they're in the upper bracket, so we don't get the question now.
Nah, I mean, they love to start down 0-2. Feels like it's their special move there for TM. But this match, a lot on the line. A spot in our top 6. SSG, they take us to Shambali Monastery here for map number 2.
As many teams have before them, this tournament, it feels like it is the decisive escort map. And for a lot of teams, I think you need to be prepped on this map. We've got our EMEA teams who love the sim. We've got teams playing an aggressive poke style with double flex support and extremely greedy DPS. So all sorts of different styles have come out on this map. And I think this map is one that we're going to keep looking at as a bellwether for the tournament. How do the teams match up here? What can they bring to bear? And for the coaches, a lot to sink your teeth into.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, if you're Weibo, you have to have an idea this map is coming. You already have banned Diva, right? So you don't have that. Let's see what they have cooked up. So Weibo will be on defense first. And they'll actually play... So here's what... If you wanted to play Venture, like, is there a reason you would have banned the Sim? I mean,
in the end, I think they just didn't want to play against him. I think they just feel like it's too much of a variable. It's a comp they don't want to deal with. And also, it's a relatively insignificant ban. So in a way, it's holding something back on a map that might not really favor you anyway.
That's true.
Like, you save some of these really powerful bans that really shift the game for something deeper in the series. And SSG, let's see what they do once they scout this Weibo comp.
It's like, for instance, I think like Sugarfree could play Echo into this, right? Potentially.
Wouldn't mind it. Wouldn't mind it at all.
See if he decides to stay on the Tracer, make a move as see Chronic go back to the spawn. We'll end up playing the Freya. As at least looks for now, Sugarfree will stay.
Chronic finds a bit of a connection, but moving this cart is going to be a fraught proposition. Leave is holding this corner very strong on the Venture. Chronic hoping to find something, but no targets really presenting themselves. Sugarfree tasked with somehow breaking this open, forcing the burrow out of Leave. That's a nice step, but you need to do more than that to earn some progress.
So Leave just kind of applying point pressure there. So now the push here from SSG up towards that high ground, trying to dislodge that Ramatra from this corner.
Form's running out. Gushway's going to find himself in trouble, has the shield to stall for down. Monk finds left, crucially. SSG looking for the trade, wanting to find something, anything. But instead, they get nothing. Weibo send them packing.
Yeah, Monk with a few kills there. Again, kicking off this series quite well as they're also playing the Wuyong. So a pretty nasty poke into that back line here for Weibo, and then you have Leave on the Venture. Not as much Venture today as we saw in our first 2 days of play, but still an extremely disruptive hero that Leave can pilot at an insane level.
Leave into the backline. Chronic up in the air, dueling with Shy. This could be for everything. Leave comes to contest, but the supports are there. SSG staying alive. Hawk incredibly low. Gets saved by CJ, but it's not enough. With the fist pouring down on top of him, Gushui finds 2, but CJ, that pick could be critical. SSG willing to play the time. CJ with a second. Okay, this Kiriko.
That is enormous. I mean, both DPS gone, any TPs out. Let may not be as lucky. We'll
He's got Mega. He's alive behind, and he's actually pulling a bit of attention to him. A bit of a tracer role here on the flank, and Leb's actually generating a lot of space for his team. Rushes traded now on the point. Cleanses force. No value from the bowler shot. Leb tanks through everything, but not enough for Gushui. And now, Weibo. It's going to be their turn. Wave to keep everybody stabilized. The pulse bomb is big. Forces out that tidal blast. Not full trust from you in that Kiriko. And actually, hold on. Chronic finds 1. Weibo got to be cautious. They're really looking for continuation kills here, but they might find themselves in a fight they're not ready for.
Yeah, they still have both supports alive, though, Jake. And you have Gushui, who's proven to be this, like, immovable object here on the Ramatra, on the objective. Sugar Free now going over to the Echo, so we'll see if this pays off a little bit.
Tech shock for Leave. Left has to navigate this perfectly with the beat. But Weibo, they're going to have their work cut out for surviving this rush. Here comes Left. Beat is in. Space Station diving in, swarming into the backline. Instant burst onto Shy. Public enemy number 1 is down. The Stickies followed up by Left, and SSG up 2-0 in the fight, looking to clean house. Weibo still alive, and with some ultimates, if they can get a recontest, they could feel very good about a long fight.
I don't know. I mean, we're going to have the Venture go down here and touch. Monk could TP in. You have Gushui here as well. They're going to get a fight.
Leave in trouble, getting pressured, but the supports keep him alive. Hawk finds Monk. What a massive kill. He's into the baby diva form, cut down by Shy. Bomb doesn't do much. And Weibo, if they can just stall out, but hold on, Sugar Free won't let them reset, won't let them slow down. Leave gets that kill, but it's going to cost his life. And now it's just Gushui trying to hold on. Shy doing what he can to help, but he's all alone on this Ramatra.
Still, oh no, he's got Monk here. And you have the Annihilation. You're getting very close to the rush. I wonder if you consider investing all of it. You have Mew back here as well.
They're not giving this one up for free. That's for sure. SSG caught in a bit of a doom loop here, struggling to capture this first point. And Weibo looking to go up 2-0 in the series, looking to set a dominant hold here on first point. DJ with the rush, though, maybe the one to stifle that dream. Monk responds in kind, and Gushui still hanging on to that Annihilation. Here it comes. Lep is down, and you're forced to come fight him. It's overtime. You cannot leave the payload. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. And now, Sugar Free, the counter pop, but still, he's not healthy enough. Hold on, Annihilation. Maybe that'll keep him alive. Hawk out of suit. Chronic finds a kill. This is turning into an absolute dogfight on the point for Gushui. The absolute rock of his team, refusing to crack, refusing to break, and now Shy smells blood in the water, swarms forward, and SSG stifled it first.
That is as bad as it could be, probably, for SSG.
Rough one.
Hey, we said in the last series, when it was Weibo against Team CC, you might want to consider banning the Ramatra here, and they didn't. And obviously, Weibo gets past them. We were talking a little bit, like, dude, like, you know, Gushui, the Ram is in his hero pool, and some of the corners and spots you can hold this payload from on the defensive side of things are nasty with the Ram here. And he was unkillable for like half of the round onto the cart. Unkillable for the entire round, evidently, as he does not die at all.
I mean,
that is crazy.
And just an absolute wall in the front line that Space Station Gaming can only push back. They can never crack it. They can never break it. Gushui reads the game perfectly. And to be deathless on defense is really to set the tone for the team.
As the tank?
Yeah.
When you've had like numerous support deaths. I mean, that is a wild round there from Gushui. We'll see though, SSG obviously with an opportunity here for the good old classic Fuller hold. Sneak away a win here. Man, that is a tough offense.
A win is far from assured. Shambali Monastery, honestly, one of the most defense-favored maps in the pool right now. So SSG, if they put their heads together, stay calm, stay focused, they might well be able to get this done. But Shy is going to open up on a signature Sojourn. gonna be able to get active, and the prospect of dodging rails for 4 minutes straight is a pretty scary one for Space Station fans.
Right, you're relying on just the, okay, we're gonna build up a rail, and Shy most likely is going to connect with like Lep or CJ or Sugar Free, one of those targets. And that's gonna open things up and get the Ram in there with the Nemesis form and just start swinging.
SSG have to give a lot of respect. This double support comp, though, able to keep Hawk very healthy. And so Gushui takes the path of least resistance, comes up to the high ground. Space created, now Shy has a position from which to fire down. SSG trying to play the corners, trying to hold this one off.
They're pretty split. I mean, Hawk is over there by the payload, but you see how the other members of SSG, they've been kind of pushed back to this
low. Hold on. Gushui forced into a form, and Leave goes down. Sugar Free somehow finds that kill in a disfavored matchup. And now Weibo, I mean, they took a long, slow approach to this fight, and they haven't really been able to achieve much of anything with it. Shy slides back, comes back in for a rail, does connect onto Chronic, and Shy is able to get that cleanup, but Sugar Free has already taken his blood price.
Yeah, I do think, although it's a good hold from SSG here at the start, they do not want to let Weibo take that top high ground position and kind of force them back to the choke. They want to figure out a way to get a little bit more aggressive here on defense. Take that space back. Gushui on the
Winston on Shambali. This is a risky gambit. But who else would take it besides Gushui? SSG maybe looking to fall back for now, play the next corner, recognizing the dive just too threatening to their Devil Flex support backline. You've got to be so cautious as DJ and Lep.
This feels so risky, though. I mean, the Ram is a much safer pick here for Weibo, but hey, if Gushui has an opportunity to play Winston, he's going to go for it.
One primal map. That could be all it takes. 2 connections. Mew is low, but gets saved. Okay, Monk carefully on the case. Sugar Free onto the signature Tracer with a fast charging pulse bomb. Will it be enough? Left, forced to rip that support ultimate. It's not enough to keep him alive. CJ holding on to the rush for now, but may need it to close on to this fight. Gushui finding all the purchase on this Winston. And Space Station just don't find a chance to commit to this fight. They get a bit of damage, but ultimately, Weibo come away with the kills.
Yeah, and I think they do have Hawk and CJ who make it out with their lives. You see Hawk playing around this first corner. They're also going to get Lep back.
Watch the boobs, watch the boobs! Okay, Hawk just barely makes it in. Lep had to step on a point to save the game there for a moment. Weibo, Shy is coming back with that OC. Gushui falls back for the moment to safer ground. That was way too close for comfort for SSG.
But that was the rush. So the rush is out. Now you have Lee with a pulse bomb here on the flank. Shy with an overclock.
Every tool you could want. Moved into the air, but the roll away. It keeps Chronic alive. Hawk has taken out the biggest threat from Weibo, and the trades are good. Space Station deathmatching through this.
There is a path here for SSG to do something incredible. Chronic finishes off Leave there. That'll be the fight.
It's so hard, Matt. We're talking about Shy with an overclock, Gushui with a primal rage, and absolutely nothing.
You need
Space Station Gaming Gold Bank.
You need like a double headshot here from Chronic, finishing off a support,
need a hero,
or a Squishy, or Sugar Free to make a huge play.
He's ready. He wants to slide in so bad. Looking for any excuse. Sugar Free hiding in the corner. Not get up. Huge damage on the Shy. They get the kill. He's out. Now Gushui has to do it alone. The primal rage, will it be enough? Chronic punished for his hubris, getting aggressive. Sugar Free forced back, but Hawk continuing to cut down Weibo, who are crumbling at the final hurdle. Gushui still has that primal. Could just be enough to overwhelm with the raw ultimate bank. SSG, desperation now trying to stay alive. Left wall rides away into the attacker spawn. Who's there to hold the cart? Weibo charging it forward. The pulse bomb is good. The beat's late. Too late. And now SSG beginning to regroup. Leave does find a connection. OC is back. Can Shy find the connection? High noon pop, but Mew takes down Chronic. CJ takes out Lee. There's still a fight to be had. It's just Hawk and Lep fighting this one out. Weibo coming back fast, and Hawk only with the self-destruct. Surely it won't be enough. Can he get the research? Oh my, way too close. But Shy gets the math done in the end. That one was down to the wire. Weibo are gonna be sweating.
That is way too close for comfort if you are Weibo. As Gushui goes to the Winston, even though it looked incredible on the Ram, he decides to go to that Winston, and they barely pull it out. I mean, gotta give credit to SSG, a tremendous effort on defense. I thought when Sugar Free gets that pulse bomb onto Gushui, that was it. But man, just too many players coming up the spawn for Weibo.
so many ultimates in the tank. And the fact that they nearly clinched that fuller hold. There's still some life left in Space Station Gaming, still some fight. But Weibo still, nonetheless, they're up 2-0. They're ready to send Space Station Gaming home.
We take a look at some of the stats here. So leave yet another good game here for Weibo. Man, I'd love to know the opinion of everybody online of Gushui making that change off of the Ram, because it's like, you know, we talk about how, okay, Ram is one of the other heroes in his pool. He was unbelievable in the first half. They couldn't move him out of the way. Basically same comps in the next go-around, and we decide, hey, you know what? Let's go back to what we ran on Ilios a little bit and try and make it work. And they make that change with like 2 minutes to go, and it goes down all the way into OT.
So many crucial moments. Great game from CJ, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, 2 deaths on the Kiriko.
Really good day overall from him.
Yeah, really solid.
You see Hawk there.
I mean,
Final moments
that neck drop, man, like, if Sai doesn't kill him with the headshot, that is scary territory.
They were too close.
That was
they were too close. I mean, that is one where Hawk, that would have been like the play of the event by far.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
neck drops on Shy right there.
It would have been insane. The Weibo fans would have rushed the stage. As we now have SSG trying to do their best Twisted Minds impression. They're going to have to run this one all the way back. They still have that Ramatra ban available. As we've discussed, potentially a pretty strong one here against Weibo. You could also potentially get rid of the Tracer, right? You know, Leave has obviously been playing Tracer a lot of the series. We'll see, though, what map do you think you're going to here?
Next best for Space Station Gaming, maybe something like, I mean, a King's
out.
Oh, but I mean, Winston is playable there. It's crazy. It's crazy to even say that.
Would you go? I mean, could you go Runa Soppy? Because there always is the threat of Weibo going to New Queen Street and playing like aggressive.
Yeah, maybe
style.
taking Runasapi, avoiding
New Queen Street.
It might be the best dive map left in the pool. They're gonna go to Kings though.
This is another great option, right? And we see a lot of teams also do this because you obviously have more escort maps in the pool and hybrid maps where a lot of the teams feel pretty similarly about like which flashpoint map they would go to and which push map they would go to. So you feel like you're only really conceding that first ban to the opponent as opposed to, you know, map selection as well. So Kings Row will be the choice here for SSG. This feels like it would be a great spot for that Ram ban, right? Because if you take away the Ramatra, you know, is Gushui just going to play Winston? Doesn't strike me as he's going to play Diva. And you also kind of protect maybe like a Azaria ban or something on the other side.
We'll have to see. I mean, I would have thought the Ram ban would have come out last map, but this time it looks like is it going to be the Wu Yang ban from SSG and Azaria ban? Interesting.
Yeah, so at least here that looks like what the potential is. So we did see some double flex backline there from Weibo in that previous map. Where it doesn't seem like SSG really wants to kind of go in that direction. And I did say, you know, maybe you ban the Ram to end up protecting the Zarya, but the Zarya goes.
And Lep did look pretty good, frankly, on the Wu Yang, right? Was making, I mean, that's almost, I think, what forced Gushui to feel like he had to go Winston because the backline was getting so much value from SSG, just poking away. CJ, I mean, only a couple deaths on that entire map. You felt like you had to get in, had to get aggressive and deal with them. So banning out that Wu Yang is going to force, I think, a little bit more of an honest Lucio carry mirror, and that's a place where Mew and Monk have looked incredibly comfortable for Weibo.
Yeah, so SSG, their final map pick here. So obviously they would need to run it all the way back from this point. Weibo, though, I mean, they look night and day from what we thought. We thought this team was going to beat Team CC and then maybe kind of fumble out here, but that has not been the case, and it's kind of wild to me because it feels like a team that there's no surprises in terms of what they're going to play. Like, it feels like this is a team that you can, maybe not exactly counter pick every map and like ban out every map, but it feels like a team that you have a great idea of what they're going to do. What they like to do is not exactly meta or strong at the moment, and somehow they're still able to make it work.
And I feel like Leave is back in that MVP form. He's having big game after big game, and I feel like at this point, you have to take notice. You have to put some respect on the name, because Sugar Free has had quite a similar tournament. Maybe you set that Crazy Raccoon game aside.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been having big, like, huge performances. Dropped a 37-0 map, I think, on TPEPs.
Yeah.
I mean, a crushing performance. And Leave is getting the edge, I think, in the Flex DPS battle here.
It does feel like, though, for Weibo to go far in this tournament, they need Shy and Leave to return to
Absolutely.
that MVP-style duo on the international stage we have seen in the past. It feels like that is their path to make a deep run. If they are average damage dealers at this event, I don't think it's going to be enough for this team to move forward. The Ram makes it through, they play it again. So this is something that, like, if you're looking at Weibo Gaming, you got to get this Ram out in one of these games. It feels like this is such a convenient fallback for them, because, like, Gushui does not want to play the Zarya or a D.Va. He would most certainly rather play the Ram after the Winston. Like that's like kind of what he would like to play, either those two.
Yeah. I mean, I think the read from SSG is that they can beat Ram with D.Va. That's how they see this matchup, and I think that's what is expressed in the bans they chose. I agree with you. I would have preferred to see the Ram ban, but it's time to test SSG's hypothesis. Can they, in fact, crush this matchup? Is it as confidence-inspiring as it seems to be for their coach?
We'll see as
Hawk's in deep here, all the way to the back.
He does get great positioning. I do think, though, it's so risky for Sugar Free to kind of cross this gap, especially against somebody like Shy, farming up a railgun.
They've got all the space in the world. Weibo have yielded everything but the back corner of point, just trying to hold on with this Ramatra. Hawk comes in over the top. And a quick rotation for Weibo Gaming, looking for kills, but finding nothing. Cleanse forced out. Hawk right on top of the backline. Shy incredibly low. And the cleanup is there. Sugar Free gets the kill. It cost Hawk the suit. And so Weibo not out of it yet. Still continuing into this battle. Sugar Free needs the heals, needs the support. Both DPS low for SSG. And Leave gets that cleanup. Massive for the stabilization.
Yeah, but guess who's still standing throughout all of this? Gushui by the point, kills Trey yet again. Chronic finds both supports. This might be the opening here for SSG. Gushui is still very healthy, though.
No supports. That's a big find. You're lacking the sustain, but Weibo doing this incredibly well. Holding point with the Venture Burrow. No risk to that. Stalls things out. Buys time, and now Weibo back and fighting at full strength. SSG have to win a 5-on-5.
Yeah, Gushui can just step up right after Leave contest with the Burrow, and you haven't even given up one tick at the moment.
Oh, this fight is crucial. Leave misses a couple very impactful shots, and that gets Sugar Free out of trouble. Weibo Gaming still fighting very close to these support ultimates. Monk desperately trying to finish this charge with the rush. Comes in with the team on the rotate. Here's the rush onto the point. Solo shot is good. Enough to take down two. CJ gets the cleanup. And now Weibo, they do have their own rush on point, but it's just Mew for the heals. One tick to SSG. They're looking for more, and Hawk wants it all.
There is a brief moment where I was like, is Mew gonna beat here? I mean, we have seen some wild ones from Weibo, but they decide they will live to fight another day. That is gonna be SSG taking the checkpoint here. So Weibo will have their sound barrier plus tectonic shock to fight in this choke. Could be a very good combo, and one of these corners that it's tough to get the Ramatra out of.
Sugar Free on the flank. He's unscouted. No footsteps from this Echo. Goes wide with the 6, but the Ram copy gonna keep him alive here in the heart of the team fight. Beat down from Mew, but no kills yielding from it. Sugar Free still in this copy. If he can get the Annihilation online, yes he can. Pushes back the rest of Weibo and cleans them out.
The copy there for Sugar Free. He did a great job, was quite low. Obviously, with the duplicate, you don't have the same amount of overall HP as a normal Ramatra. He gets around the corner, blocks just enough to be able to get that ultimate, and then as soon as he has the Annihilation, he gets healed up. Left with the beat, gets him around the corner. They are good to go. As Mew now gonna bring in the Brig, so they feel like, dude, Hawk has definitely been on a tear the last 2 maps. Gonna need it.
Sugar Free, once again, he's taking a risk. He has no copy to bail himself out this time. An instant first kill is what he's hoping for. Hawk comes in, perfect synergy there. And the D.Va, she has that self-destruct, but surely it's too difficult to survive. The cleanse is good, but it's enough to get the bomb kills. Weibo Gaming, that's a stationary self-destruct.
We do not have a good vantage of what happened there. There was no like boop though. Like, I mean, like you don't see Lev like in the feed, right?
Chronic hit the bola shot, so I guess the CC from the bola shot was just
maybe enough,
right? So they couldn't get away. Hold on, Shy. He doesn't want to get away from anything. Wants to step up, but the boop is good from Lev, and CJ gets the kill.
Oh, no, I mean, dude, they're not able to keep CJ and Lep alive. So even after those kind of heroics there from SSG,
they get the cap.
Kill.
That's good. They win.
Oh, they do end up getting the cap.
Yeah, the boop from Lep. It secured the cap. They didn't need to win the fight.
Oh, that is enormous there for SSG. I mean, above 4 minutes here in the time bank as well, as Weibo struggled a little bit here on the defensive side.
And Weibo got a bank of ultimates. See if they can make use of them. That's a welcome kill from Shy onto CJ. It's gonna slow down Space Station Gaming, take some of the tempo out. But they've got a lot of ults to farm. They don't necessarily mind playing a bit slow. Weibo have to meet these ults out perfectly. With 3:20 on the clock, there's a lot of leeway for Space Station to work with.
Yeah, but like what? You have Rally, Rush, Annihilation here to work with for Weibo. You should be able to win this fight as Lep takes a big shot there with not a ton invested.
Copied Venture, keeping Sugar Free alive. He has his tech shock of his own, but he's bursted down. And Gushui getting value. In the end, a 2-for-2 ult trade, and Weibo holds strong. That's an ideal ultimate economy spot to be. As now the clock continues to run, and Weibo still fighting at full strength.
Especially for Weibo, because you end up keeping the Annihilation plus the Rally. It's going to be so difficult to take out that Ramatra with
Hawk,
the Rally rolling.
I mean, this is going to be a struggle for Hawk, frankly.
I feel bad.
At close range, hard to play off angles. How's he going to navigate this scenario? An incredible challenge here. Is Weibo refusing to yield ground for free. Space Station Gaming, they're going to have to force something out. Good connection with damage. The rail is good and it's cleaned up by Leave. Hawk dives in, tries to assist that dive, but it's all for naught. Space Station Gaming roll cart for just a few meters, but that's all they're going to get in this team fight.
Dude, I hate this, though, for SSG because, like, you don't even actually get them worried enough to invest the Rally or the Annihilation.
I mean, they're not making any progress in the economy. If anything, it's getting worse.
No, that's what I mean. It's getting progressively worse, right? Because, like, Monk is already more than half to that next Kitsune rush here. You need an early pick or something, and there it is.
Bola shot. It connects onto Leave. It disables that burrow. You're not able to get out of trouble. Gushui now holding defensively, but the cart is rolling. Now Mew steps up with the rally, says enough is enough. Going to be forced to commit those ultimates. A big beat from Lev. Keeps Hawk alive and fighting. Now Mew falling back with his rally. Knows he doesn't have enough gas to keep going. Shy with the OC though. That's certainly a go sign for Weibo Gaming. He steps up looking for a kill. Needs to find one more connection. Chronic giving him no opportunities. A full rail into the back of Hawk. And CJ goes down. Self-destruct available. SSG, do they want to continue this fight? It seems not. Hawk chooses not to invest the ultimate. Taking the reset instead. But Weibo essentially have held this corner for more than 2 minutes.
And still, Gushui able to hold on to this Annihilation. And you've kind of held on to it for so long. It did such a great job on defense. You've come full back around to have another Kitsune rush. You know, the Ramatra, even without the Annihilation within the rush, is so difficult to deal with. We'll see if SSG can do it, but Jake, it doesn't look great right now.
There's no clear holes in this cycle. Can Chronic do it? Needs to be a hero with the bola shot. Connects onto one, but there's no kills resulting from it. Sugar Free with the ram copy. Could assist in this frontline battle. A later rush for Space Station Gaming. If they can live through this, they could find themselves in an advantage position. Sugar Free so close to that copied Annihilation, but can't quite get it off. Shy, too much damage coming in, and Gushui finally forced into the Annihilation of his own. Continuing to run this clock down, but finally Weibo find themselves without ultimates. They have to fight this one out. Chronic on his lonesome on the flank, getting punished by Shy, but may have just slipped out of there. Incredible movement from the Fraser.
Yeah, that is really nice tech there from Chronic, as I thought he was dead to rights. As we head into OT, it's just Hawk with this self-destruct.
Will it be enough? See if he's able to get into the backline. Chronic over the top, putting down a lot of damage. Self-destruct into the main group. Sugar Free takes down Mew. That's arguably the best kill you could find. Now the rest of Weibo Gaming, without their main support, have to fall back, have to play this one safe. They need Mew to connect on this rally, or Shy to find something with the OC. But left only a few percentage points away from the beat.
They're just not able to capitalize on getting Mew, as he's going to be back in the action. You have an overclock here for Shy.
Bolts are good, Shy.
So close to the rally. Instant beat out of CJ, or out of Lep rather, keeps CJ alive. Now Hawk steps up. The bowler shot is enough to take down Shy, and Monk falls right behind him. Mew with the rally, holding strong, but it's D9. No way, Space Station Gaming. That is a heartbreaker, Matt. And this is your tournament life on the line. Oh, they're gonna be feeling that one in the morning.
Oh, man. You think back to map 1 on Ilios? Oh. You get that duplicated Lucio, Lap and Sugar Free, they're feeling themselves, they're chasing, and oh wait, we forgot the point. Right here, they get the Bola shot and they kill Shy, who's got the overclock rolling.
It looks so good.
They have the perfect
start.
Yeah, they have the beat to fight through the rally.
Yeah.
And they get an early advantage, and it just seems like nobody able to make it back there to the payload. They did get a good push. I will say though, tremendous defense though there from Weibo. I mean, that's like a 4-minute plus they had when they get that second checkpoint, and they don't even give up a map completion.
Yeah, that corner hold looks so well practiced for Weibo Gaming, and kind of questioning, frankly, some of these ban decisions for Space Station. They haven't banned the Ram out either of the last 2 maps, and both times it's been crucial. Let's check out what happened on this D9. Chronic on cart steps away from the burrow, and everyone just a step. It was like 3 players a step away from
and
cart.
It looked like maybe
tragedy.
Lef actually thought he triggered it because he was like wall riding, and it looked like he dipped a little bit, but maybe just a little bit too high out of the box.
I mean, that right, that's like on the absolute line.
Edge of the yeah,
incredibly tight there. But that's the margins you have to play with if you want to compete at this level. If you want to be the world champion here in Stockholm, you can't be making mistakes like that. Space Station Gaming, there's going to get their last reprieve, their last chance to clean up their act if they want to stay alive in this tournament.
I got to say, Jake, I like this comp from Weibo. Leave on the Tracer, and then you still have, like, obviously you lose Monk here, so most likely going to end up losing the fight. But, that Kiri Brig backline pairs decently well with the Tracer and the Ram. It's a nice first fight from SSG. But I do not hate the look here from Weibo early on.
I mean, real veterancy being shown by Space Station Gaming. Being willing to take a brutal team fight C9 like that, and then come back in with a very aggressive defense. I mean, most teams we see on Kings Row do not play this style, do not dive forward onto the attackers, but Space Station Gaming are, if anything, they're playing like they're up 2-0. They're playing like they're dominating the series here on Kings Row D.
I mean, this is what you want to see, right?
Absolutely.
Chronic start to get the better of Shy.
Widow?
In this hit scan battle. I
mean, Widow is a conservative. You're like forced to go Widow just to clear the attackers or clear the defenders out of your spawn.
Right, just get them out of the line of sight there. Allow Gushue to push up.
Gushue steps up, taking a lot of damage. Here comes the wrap. Once again, SSG looking for those vulnerable backliners. Chronic trying to get a connection, but Gushue reads it well this time. Has 2 on the fight, and so Weibo with the player advantage. Sugar Free pulls it right back, but the trade down is good. SSG looking to heal up. Hawk and CJ preparing for an inevitable recontest. They are absolutely not giving this one for free.
That looks like Weibo very close to taking this point. Some players from SSG up on the high ground. Will we get a contest? It'll be Hawk who drops down. Will get a touch at least. We'll see if they're able to hold this for long. Bola shot in, puts down some damage. Not enough though.
We'll have to see here. Can Space Station clutch it out? Sugar Free with the copied Ram. Lep finds a kill on the fight. And so there's still the fight to continue here. CJ, beautiful save onto his main support. Sugar Free holding onto the frontline tank roll. Incredible flexibility from the young DPS. And now Sugar Free looks to clean up Gushue, making the hold on Kings Row. SSG refused to be knocked out in Stockholm.
SSG barely hanging on here. 2 ticks for Weibo. So not out of it just yet, but this would be a huge clutch up here for SSG. They also still have that Ramatra band that we've been kind of harping on available. Could get themselves back in this series right away.
Aggro beat. No support ultimates available. For now, Weibo, they do get the rally online just in time, but the damage may have been done. Hawk gets the self-destruct, but he does die in the baby form. Now Weibo fighting 3v4. No tank on the front line. It's turning into deathmatch brawl after deathmatch brawl. But SSG, they keep finding the better of these low number trades. Incredible fortitude. Gushue wants to end the madness here. Steps up onto the point. Threatens the cap. Bola shot. Forces away the Brigitte. And now Gushue with an annihilation of his own. Continuing on this pressure. Somebody has to touch into it. For now, it's Hawk giving his life to keep the team in contest.
but it should just be too much. Weibo Gaming overwhelmed. Gushui blocking for his life. And it's enough to cap first point, but man, SSG are absolutely not out of Kings Row yet.
No, not at all. What a first point haul there from SSG. They kind of drag Weibo down into OT. Let's go to a listening though with Weibo Gaming, see if they can take this second checkpoint.
第波打好了，都在前面拉吧，第波的车，他第二波卡车的，然后现在这边大吧，他灵谷可能快了，灵谷 A 过他。他英仗跟我敌下一起交的，英仗还没挂了，挂了。艾克没飞，2楼。右边。我可以打波福利啊，左边。他们右边全绕了，我边绕对了，右边那位置小心的，那里有点前点。我们爆车推，他爆卡车的。领上车了，第二滴。拉起来，拉起来！拉地！秒！那身上还没结束的，别人活吧，我走，应该保活吧。能往前推吗？走！你看，走！两个队我这儿，他们回这儿，他有灵魂，我不在的。我也有93，就卖点血吗？卖点血，我马上说你就铃铛把我就行。我就铃铛的。还没有送。有了，没飞，全投，我去卖。这把丢啊，他没飞。二水没交警吗？这边过来，这边可以吗？现在可以交。这样飞太大了，我做。这边好吧，来这边。
They're inching this cart forward, getting purchased in the team fight. Shy finds Chronic. And with the rally on the point, surely that's too much for SSG. That first hold, long forgotten. The second has been an absolute sweep.
Yeah, and maybe if Left gets that sound barrier a little bit earlier as they just finish off CJ, they decide to invest it there. Chronic with the Widow finds one. But maybe if Left gets the beat a little bit earlier, they try and invest it, keep Hawk alive, kind of cycle into a self-destruct. Just not able to do so. So you see the box of victory there for Weibo Gaming, not only for Kings Row, but the whole series.
And this is the moment of maximum pressure. SSG has had such a tough year. And could it all end right here? Left holding onto the beat, knows that this is the most crucial tool for his team at the moment. Fighting in the flank with Lee, a dangerous task. And he goes down, Lee punishes him. Now SSG, no beat, tail between their legs. Have to just hold on. Hawk refuses to yield ground, playing off that self-destruct. Getting every second of delay that he can. A masterful performance on the Diva, but it's not enough. Shy finds Sugar Free. SSG bleeding out near, and Weibo refused to back down. A forced beat out of Left, but only 4 players alive. Weibo now backing, slow, staying alive deep into this fight. They're so close to some back-breaking ultimates, and Gushui refuses to back down, continuing to push this cart.
Yeah, you get nothing with that beat, right? You have to use it defensively just to buy you a little bit of space here. Sugar Free, though, does have a dupe coming online. Could be huge.
CJ down! Can't get the rush off! Okay, that does take down View, so there's still a fight to be had. Sugar Free very healthy with the Annihilation. It's Hawk trying to get that self-destruct on, desperately needs to get back in the suit, and can't quite do it. Buck with the headshot! That's for Space Station Gaming, their hopes slipping away. Weibo, long have they been doubted, but here, once again, they live to become the last representative for Chinese Overwatch. Stays alive and makes top 6, crushes the dreams of Space Station Gaming.
It's a huge win for Weibo. We were talking, all right, you beat Team CC, let's see how it goes up against one of the best from the other regions. And they take out SSG. Hey, we were talking in the back. I was like, well, no, I think this one will be close. But I think if it was a 3-0, it feels like it would more likely be SSG to do it. And that could not be any more wrong as Weibo, they come in. It does feel like, though, Jake, I feel like SSG left a little bit of something on the table. It feels like there were some other bans and different things they could have done to make life a little bit harder on Weibo Gaming, because for all 3 maps, they got to play comps that they were fairly comfortable with.
You got to hand it to Weibo, right? To bring the Ramatra look. Honestly, a lot of props to the supports, because the pace SSG brought was ferocious at moments. And yet, they weathered the storm. I mean, Gushui holding it down into an absolutely disgusting onslaught of damage. I mean, look at that mid stat. 19,000 from both tanks. I mean, truly a clash of titans here on the tank roll. But this time, Hawk's going home.
But if you are going to allow Gushui for basically the whole series to play Winston and Ramatra, and then for Leave to just play Tracer and Venture, there's a lot of teams that they will beat. This is not just a Weibo gets by SSG. Like, they will beat a lot of teams playing this style of play. So for me, Weibo becomes a little bit more interesting going into tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. There's still a lot of fight left here in Chinese Overwatch, and Weibo, they've got to carry that flag forward. Very interested to see what they can make of this tournament, maybe the resurrection of what they once had. We'll have to see. We've got Danny down on the stage with an interview to hear more about what their expectations are for this tournament.
Jacob, man, thank you very much. What's up, everybody? I'm here joined by Lee for a quick post-match interview. Lee, congratulations on getting the win. I do want to ask, I mean, you guys are known, Weibo Gaming is known for your, I guess, Winston dive. And every time things are looking a little bit difficult, you guys always pull out the Winston and you guys always make it work. How is that possible?
首先，祝贺 Live 取得本场比赛的胜利。然后呢，我们有一个问题是，每一次微博 Gaming 拿出我们的温斯顿新兴体系，都可以达到一个非常好的效果。有什么心法或者是技巧想要和我们分享一下？
因为我们有就是世界，不说第一吧，也不说第一吧，世界前3的温斯顿，所以我们这个很强。
We have the top tier Winston in our team. We could not say top tier, but at least top 3 Winston in our team, and that's our key to our victory.
And obviously, there's so many Chinese Overwatch fans here in Stockholm. And of course, a lot of Chinese Overwatch fans are rooting for Weibo Gaming at home, watching you guys right now. Anything you want to say?
我们现场有这么多中国守望先锋的粉丝，以及镜头前屏幕的对面有我们众多的中国守望先锋的粉丝，有什么话是想要对他们说的吗？
我想说的是，虽然我们昨天表现确实不尽人意，非常差吧，但是我想说，我们其实真的是状态起伏非常大的一个队伍，但不代表我们不会玩守望先锋。
I want to say that maybe we didn't deliver a good result yesterday, but that doesn't mean that we cannot play Overwatch.
All right, fantastic answer. Thank you so much. Everybody give it up for Lee one more time. Lee, big congratulations again. Back to you guys, Des.
Listen, after that performance from Leaf, I don't think anyone in this room will doubt that he can play Overwatch. What a lifetime performance from him. And the team is staying alive with a very dominant showing here in the lower bracket.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for my prediction earlier.
Someone had to. You know, I like that though. Because there was enough reasons to also root for SSG and to believe in SSG. We know what they're capable of. Unfortunately, Matt said it at the end there as well. It does feel like they left something on the table here.
That definitely feels like a disappointing result for our space station, doesn't it? Like, on the one hand, of course, we want to celebrate the dominance that Weibo showed, but I think if you're space station, you're kicking yourself a little bit. Maybe there could have been a little bit more Tracer being played in the series, or maybe just a couple of different picks and bans that might have made the series go a little bit further.
Certainly it'll be below their expectations. They wanted 6th place minimum here. They wanted to get above Team Liquid as well. Well, Team Liquid, if they end up being T1, Team Liquid will then be the sole remaining NA team moving forward here. But for Weibo Gaming, man, they did exactly what I hoped they would do. Win Ilios. They did that in dominant fashion as well. But the Shambali and the King's Row, maybe a little surprising here. Winston into Diva on Shambali, and they win that one, a full hold as well. You go to King's Row, a little unfortunate C9. Don't worry, we'll get that sign out in a minute, Necra. But on King's Row as well, the Wuyang ban coming through from SSG, maybe a little surprising to see that SSG were that keen to protect their Lucio Kiriko at the expense of not banning out the Ramatra. So Goose gets to play as Ramatra on a map that otherwise would be really tough for him to play anything else. And sort of like the caster said here, Goose having Winston open, having Ramatra open, that is a strong pathway to success. But I'll finish by saying this, that was an MVP level performance by Leave. Jake mentioned it, and I'll double up on that one. 2021 MVP Leave is back.
Oh my god, 100%. I mean, he just made that Tracer look so dominant. And that's really where you've got to look at the success of this Weibo roster. When your flex DPS, when your hit scan DPS are popping off as hard as they are, you need to make sure that your own DPS on the side of Space Station can also live up to that same expectation and that same damage level output. But like Leave, just wreaking havoc in the backline, all of those pulse connects onto the Tracer, I think was just amazing. And then the Shy performance on the Sojourn, on Shambali Monastery, it was just chef's kiss.
Absolute chef's kiss. Now, speaking of chef's kiss, how would you rank the C9 though? Because you are our resident C9 expert. I feel like we need to have some sort of ranking at this point.
Oh, I wish I actually had put that on the sign. But for now, I think... Wow, that was...
He looks like he's shooing Sugar Free away when
I
he
know.
did that as well. He has
away
now eliminated Sugar Free, who, like you said, Rose, didn't end up playing that much Tracer, as she really wanted to lean into the Echo for this game.
And I think the Echo did look good, and I want to give a lot of credit to Sugar Free because also this series doesn't just rest on his shoulders. It's at the end of the day a full team effort when you're playing 5v5. You can't just look at the DPS. You also have to look at the rest of the team. And I think in some cases, you know, especially in King's Row, there were a couple of sound barriers that just didn't go off on time. And then, you know,
I do love that you made it.
It did happen.
Of shame, unfortunately.
Oh, listen.
The C9
In the face.
So sad.
This one goes on the list for Necros C9 of the day.
I mean,
we'll have them ranked for you later.
It is a heartbreak when that kind of stuff happens in such a high-stakes match, right? But that's exactly when nerves can come in. Like, this is exactly the situation that...
this one's pretty bad.
Chronic was right there.
This was a winnable situation. I mean, you got two picks here. Chronic gets the bullet shot onto Shy. Sugar Free also picks off the Kiri that would have been very close to also getting that Kitsune rush. So I think that was a huge win condition on the board for them. And then unfortunately, you see there, the Lucio is just too high in the skybox to actually be touching the cart to contest it.
This is like when I was on Wrecking Ball, I was like, well, Zoe's right there on the D.Va. Surely she touches, right? Very few people will get the reference, but Zoe will. That's what matters. Zoe gets the reference.
I remember you playing ball, and I'm trying to like scrape it from my memory.
Again, you were right there. You were right there to get the touch.
Yeah, where were you when that happened? Well, either way, though, like let's bring it back to our teams here at hand. Like, obviously, this is at the end of SSG's journey, but just to like kind of put a bow on their performance this year, like, what were your expectations, and do you feel like they have been met?
It's been up and down. I mean, SSG, obviously they made Hangzhou Champions Clash, but missed out in mid-season. They made it to Stockholm with sort of a rebuilt roster with Chris coming in as well. I do feel like they, at least domestically, met expectations. They got top 2, could have even won that NA final to be the first seed. But really, I think they would have at least, like they said in their own interviews, get 6th place at this World Final. So maybe slightly short of the World Finals, but at least domestically proven that they can be a top dog.
Yeah, and I think the other side of the coin you have to look at is just that I think Weibo is also exceeding expectations a little bit here, especially when you're beating a team that is as tough as Space Station. You're making it look convincing. I hope this means that Weibo can go even further when it comes to this lower bracket.
And it's going to be exciting in that lower bracket, right? Because they are now potentially facing off against either Team Liquid or T1. Who do you think they have better chances going up against?
I think they might be actually receiving a team from the upper bracket first before that. We'll have to get the bracket update. Yeah, so they'll be receiving a team from the upper bracket first.
I was a liar.
Yep. Which team
but
is
it could
that?
happen. You're just thinking ahead to the future, right? So
that's right.
The lower
I was
semi-final.
Skipping ahead there. Yeah, but we do have Team Liquid and T1 coming up next here. I don't know. I would assume they flip from the upper, but before we get confirmation from that, we're going to refrain from saying it. There it is. Yep. So these are the 4 teams they could potentially face off against. I mean, certainly their road will not be getting any easier.
Yeah, it is going to be the loser of Twisted Minds versus Team Falcons that I believe will be against Weibo. And I don't like having to face either of those teams.
Honestly,
any of the 4 of those.
I'm gonna be real here. The Weibo Falcons game, Gigabanger. Every time those 2 teams play, it's maximum maps, full tilt, like everybody playing at maximum level. No, it is some of the best Overwatch you'll see. So who knows? I mean, if it ends up being
you mean
that,
tilt as in like full steam forward, or not like
I thought
tilted.
that's not how I took it. But yes, we just got to confirm it will be Twisted Minds or Falcons that they will be facing off against. For now, though, they actually get to rest. They did play 2 games today, so that is a well-deserved rest. And they're ending it on a high note here with a quite dominant performance in their last showing today. We're now heading into a quick break, and when we're back, we are going to see T1 facing off against Team Liquid. You don't want to miss it.
You can hear it in the wind. An echo A whisper. A calling home.
It welcomes us. Not as wanderers, but as its kin. In search of a memory of what once was, where purpose ignites.
A refuge where warriors can lay down their weapons and join forces with one another. You can feel the power as countless worlds collide.
A new future with endless possibilities. A place to unite. To imagine.
To belong.
Are you ready, BlizzCon?
It's about time.
The 2025 Overwatch World Finals is brought to you by DHL.
Avast here. We are in the arena OWCS 2025 finals here in Stockholm, and I'm with Cargo, our lovely robot here at DHL. Also, don't forget !DHL drop in the chat. We're gonna be giving away free prizes, everyone. We're gonna have some people looking through that to hopefully give some cool merch away, signed jerseys, goodies, wherever you want. But I and Cargo, hopefully, if he doesn't run anyone over because he's very large, we're gonna be looking at some nice fan signs here in the arena. I've seen a couple, so we're gonna try to make our way through first. I saw something that was very relevant. First of all, T1 sign. I like that. Do you have any thoughts about why you're supporting T1 perhaps? Or I see a Philly curse reference. Are you a Philly fan originally?
Yes, I've been a fan of Philly since Overwatch League. I've always been a fan of them. And this is just the closest I got, honestly.
I mean, honestly, it's looking good for us. I have no financial ties to T1, of course, no financial ties at all. But I also saw another really good one over here. I saw something about a Ajax or a C9. That was kind of relevant to the last match we just watched there. So are you just happily a fan of the meme, or you just love C9, or what's up with that?
I think it's very important to learn about C9. So we can see even the pro players C9 and Ajax.
I like that. I like that a lot, especially because it was very, very relevant to the last match. But I saw even some more signs over this way, very far away over there. I talked to you beforehand. I see a Jasmine sign. Once again, there's a lot of T1 favoritism for me right now. And I have to ask, I mean, for these fans right here, I'm going to step on your ramen. Get ready. Get ready. I'm going to step on it. Okay, good. Good move. Good move. So are you a Jasmine fan, a T1 fan?
I'm Jasmine's fan.
Did you travel far here to the event?
I'm from Korea.
Korea. Let's give it up for Korea real quick. Let's go. I'm loving the signs. Okay, I've seen some 1v1s. We're going to hold off for that for now. Because Cargo, he's still standing over. Sorry. Nope. Not your chance just yet. Not your chance just yet, because I'm looking for some more signs. Guys, see more signs? No more T1 favoritism, though. I'm sorry. I see that's a Jasmine. I see a Liquid. I got to go to the back, though. Oh, there we go. Wait a minute. A Gushue who just won. I love the Gushue sign. Are you, I'm assuming, a Weibo fan?
Yeah, Gushue is daddy.
He's daddy. He's daddy. I'm sure we're allowed to say that, right? Cargo, are we allowed to say that? Give me an emote if we can. He's still figuring out how to move. He's saying a maybe. He's saying a maybe. He's saying a little bit of a maybe with that one. And then I see another Gushue sign. I saw that too, but we can't have too much favoritism. In fact, what is that over there? I see Sugar Braun, of course, but is that a hashtag TWinK? Wait a minute. I'm gonna go around to you, because Cargo, I know you're very slow, but I gotta go around to you because we're not gonna have you walk. I'm so sorry, camera operator. I'm very, very sorry. I'm moving around very erratically. I see the TWinK. I'm coming all the way over there. Get ready. I see. You can stand in front of me. It won't save you. It won't save you. You can stand in front of me. Okay, I'm coming all the way over here because I have to see this sign. And I also see, what is that, 0 days since last C9? Okay, I love that. Are you a T1 fan yourself?
T1 super fan.
T1 super fan. Okay, where are you from?
Well, I used to live in Philly, but I live in Manchester at the moment.
Manchester, UK. Well, you might have just lost your signed piece of merch, UK. No, actually, I like the signs so much, and I'm so favored, T21. You actually gonna get the first signed jersey that we're giving away for yourself. And then here we go. We have it right here. There, thank you, and thank you. We're gonna continue to give away. Oh yeah, make sure to show us the jersey. Show us the jersey. It's a signed jersey. Is that a Crazy Raccoon signed jersey? Well, that's nice. There we go, from the whole team, the whole squad signed that. We're gonna give away stuff like this the next 2 days, Saturday, Sunday. Also, !DHL drop in the chat. Don't forget, we're giving away more goodies there. But you'll see more of me, a lot more. And I know you guys will be standing in front of me trying to get your signs read. And don't worry, you might win. You might win. You keep up that tenacity. You keep up that tenacity. I'm going back here to Cargo. But overall, I'm very, very excited to see everyone here. Remember, 2 more days of giveaways. Do your best with the signs. !DHL drop in the chat. What's up, Cargo? How can I help you? I'm trying to figure out what this is supposed to mean right now. He looks to just be dancing, in which he has a lot of joy. And also looks like your palms could crush me here a little bit. But, I mean, right now, everyone, I'm so glad you're all here. Make sure to make more ridiculous signs, because they're giving me way too much creative freedom. So I'm going to try to put them on broadcast. Giving way too much creative freedom, guys. But overall, Des, we're done down here. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Avast, and more importantly, thank you, Cargo. I don't think there was a dance. I think Cargo was about to throw hands at the disrespect of Avast. But yeah, great fan signs out in the crowd. We hope to see many more of those. It's one of my favorite parts about live events, fan signs.
Man,
People
Avast
are
is
showing up.
So funny. I also looks great in the old Florida Mayhem colors, so he fits right in.
Yeah, it's like McDonald's, which is always following him. Like, that's just Avast live. What you got there for us?
I was like, yeah, Avast again. I got a sign you can have a look at. I got a sign for you, buddy. So yeah, they're right there. I need to see more of this. I need to see more of these today. Please do it for him. He's watching.
No more C9.
Do it for him.
I beg of
him.
you.
Or listen, it's the world's your oyster. Be creative, show us the signs, and you might walk away with a jersey here in the venue. And as Avast also said, of course, spam the DHL drop in the chat in order to get some free goodies whilst you're watching from the comforts of your home. Now, our players are not in the comfort of their own home. No, they have to battle it out on this very stage behind us. And in our next match is going to be, once again, everything on the line. We have 5 matches already done and 1 more to go to close out our day. Weibo just moved ahead, and now we're gonna look at Team Liquid and T1.
I thought Weibo versus Space Station could be a 5-map series. I really think this one between Team Liquid and T1 can also be 5 maps. Please, please, no more 2 or 3 Overwatch today. I'm manifesting that 5-map series.
It could be a good one. I think this is going to be a tough battle for both teams. A lot to prove here. Team Liquid now are the sole North American team that still remains, but they don't get past SSG unless they win this game. So if Team Liquid loses, both SSG and Team Liquid have equal ranking in the tournament.
Let's talk a bit more about the teams and what we've seen from them thus far, right? Team Liquid, they had to bye in the upper bracket, so we only saw 1 match there. They had to play against Falcons. It was a 3-1, but Necra, it was not a one-sided affair.
No, it wasn't. Team Liquid looked really good. Their staging on the maps looked fantastic. Maybe some of the execution on their strategy was a little bit slow, but otherwise, they did end up winning a map in that series, and it was a win that they earned. So I think that Team Liquid, they should be really proud about how they played that match, and hopefully they can continue to apply the same types of strategies and the same type of confidence to this particular match.
Yeah.
This is going to be a much more difficult game for Team Liquid. So, T1 are a team that can be a bit of a wild card, but Team Liquid as well, you want to really see a potential map 5 here. Team Liquid have an interesting relationship with map 5s. They've often lost a lot of map 5s. Recently, they've started to win some map 5s, so maybe they're breaking that curse a little bit. But I do think this is going to be a tough battle for Team Liquid. They really need to prove their mettle now because T1 have a lot of skill on their side.
They are coming off of a high, of course. Their match against Team Peps was very convincing, but one could also argue that they haven't really been tested in that bout.
I think this T1 matchup will be a better test of strength. Team Falcons is on that upper echelon of teams that you would expect to run into in a grand final situation. And for that match versus Team Peps, they actually didn't fold under the pressure of the home crowd. All of those Team Peps cheering against them. You heard the boos when Team Liquid actually came to the stage. And despite all of that, Infected going on that villain arc, saying that he was reveling in the experience of being able to kind of play against those fans versus Team Peps.
Infected versus Dongak is going to be an interesting battle as well, and that's assuming Dongak is going to be the one playing. I actually do believe that this match has the capability to be very similar to the T1 versus GK game, where it was Cuffer versus Dongak then. And hero pool-wise, very similar hero pools, both very flexible tanks. Infected's beaten Dongak before, last year at mid-season at EWC, and so there has been that history. Now, Infected, who is quite a big fan of Dongak, I might add, wants to take that battle, and when a lot of the strengths on Team Liquid are similar to the strengths on T1.
It's just such an exciting team. You have Infected, absolute main character energy. You have RuPaul, a former world champion, bringing that veteran aura. Vega, face card, never declined, ever. And then Tree has been such an exciting young NA prospect on that damage deal role, and Sarah is just like this one reliable tracer in your team.
Absolutely, and I think that Sarah especially, who was a tracer that ended up surprising a lot of people during the Champions Clash. It's one of the reasons why he ended up getting picked up for this Team Liquid roster. But I think this roster as a whole is going to have a very difficult battle. One of the strengths of T1 is the fact that they do have both Jasmine and Donghack. So even if Donghack, maybe you don't want to end up taking those duels in the Winston and the Wrecking Ball, you've got Jasmine. And in fact, Jasmine's actually going to start in the roster for T1 today.
Yeah, it says to me that we're not going to be going to Ilios first. The reason you would want to start Jasmine, if it's something else, probably more of a Nepal, so you're going to play towards that off-tank hero pool. So it could be a strength that you do have some you can go to for the off tank, but it's also a weakness in that you are going to make these rotations in substitutions. It's a lot more stable when you don't have to make substitutions. You can just trust one player to sort of take you through the entire series that Infected will be able to do so for Team Liquid.
Yeah, but like earlier on in this very World Finals, they have already had a Jasmine in, initially raising eyebrows because we've seen Donghagen like all season long, right?
Yeah.
So for them to come in with Jasmine and then also having Viper joining in, playing a really, really phenomenal Genji as well, that they just have in their back pocket, might not be the meta, but it worked for them, right? So let's talk predictions for this one. I had to do it. Had to go with my heart. I'm rooting for Team Liquid, man. Like this will be such a great storyline. I love the trajectory of the team. I love the players on that team. I want to see them continue in that fashion. It would be such a good showing for them to make it just a little further through that lower bracket.
I agree with you, and I may be a little bit NA-pilled, but I also went for Team Liquid. I just think that this is going to be a really great match. I'm hoping for a close series, and so at the end of the day, I think with some hero bans as well as just strategic map picks, I think Team Liquid can get the job done in a 5-map series.
Yeah, I had to go T1 here, otherwise Avaz was threatening to end my friendship. He said we couldn't be friends anymore unless I went T1, so hashtag TWinK for him and the team, obviously. So I do think overall, you look at T1's strengths, you look at how good they have been, 4th place overall at mid-season. They've gone to multiple finals as well in Korea domestically against Crazy Raccoon. So this is a team, we've seen their peaks and they're very high, but will they play to the peak or are they going to crumble?
Well, we're about to find out. We are ready. I'm hearing the teams are ready as well, so let's bring them onto our stage.
Thank you very much, Zoe. I got to find Cargo and squad up. The guy had some moves. This is it. We're about to have our last matchup on the stage for today. Sadly, mission space is over for SSG, but Weibo Gaming go through to tomorrow to our Super Saturday. We currently have 7 teams left in the competition. Only 6 can be there tomorrow. These 2 next teams are fighting it out to join them. So here goes. Let's meet the first one. First up, it's Team Liquid. The team from North America grace the stage. It's Tree, Infected, Sarah, Vega, and RuPaul. Keen to reach the latter stages of this competition. They are ready and raring to go. But they face a mean outfit in the shape of T1! T1 are eager to take on the confidence of their opponents in the form of Proud, Sesh, Jasmine, Donghak, Skewed, and Vigilante. They get themselves ready for this final test ahead of the latter stages. Can T1 go all the way? It's time to find out. And these juggernauts go toe-to-toe. Here we go, the last matchup of the day. DreamHack, one more time, if you're keen to see T1 go all the way, make some noise for T1! And if you're rooting for Team Liquid, let them hear you scream! All right. You've heard it right there. Let's jump on in, brace yourselves. It's time for the last match of the day.
The lower bracket continues with Team Liquid and T1 now in a face-off. The first to 3. Loser goes home. A shaky start for T1 here, Johnny. Team Liquid, on the other hand, bumped into Infected before the game started and said, look, it's simple as DPS gap for TL.
DPS gap for TL? Wow, that's a lot of confidence put in Tree and Sarah. facing such a lethal damage line from T1 as well. You know, Zest, Proud is really making a name for himself in this tournament so far. I'm so thrilled for this matchup, Jaws. This is when it starts heating up in the lower bracket, and we get a bit of a banger on our hands here. Feels like this is two young teams on either side trying to advance themselves in the lower bracket and, you know, get further here in such a pivotal tournament. It's the biggest tournament of the year.
Yeah, maybe some nerves as well for T1. Swing Chip as well, their manager said. A little bit nervous coming into this game, but luckily she's not playing. She's sitting back behind the stage. T1, a little bit of a rocky start, Johnny. Look at that New Junk City we saw earlier from them. Didn't look so hot, and, well, T1 and Team Liquid here, they're banning the Ashe and the Sigma. We've seen this crop up from both teams, so taking Sigma off of the table early for a control.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really interesting matchup because I think both teams actually are really flexible and are quite happy to mirror each other. Now, T1, they are going to sub in Jasmine here, so they're leaning more on those off-tank heroes. And I think it's the strategic Sigma ban coming out of Team Liquid because you also do protect that Ramatra if Infected wants to play it. For the rest of this series, though, these bans are going to have such incredible impact in how this series play out. Team Liquid, they are the #1 seed from North America, and they've taken us to Nepal to kick this series off.
Yeah, and then, look, Tree as well, I was speaking to too, said, at the end of the day, if we played Stage 3 again, it would be a no contest, easy win. We sweep everybody. Just that level of confidence coming into a place like this is paramount to your success. A lot of Team Liquid fans in the audience, and a lot of their parents too. The Team Liquid gang showing up strong. A lot of fans coming from Korea too. We saw as Avast and Cargo were checking out some of the signs earlier. A lot of Korean fans coming in supporting Team 1 as well. Nepal is our first map.
Yeah, I mean, these are two of the biggest organizations in esports overall. Like T1, you know, their dominance over in Korea. Now they're trying to make a name for themselves here in Overwatch as well, and Team Liquid. I mean, there are not many older esports organizations than Team Liquid. And they picked up a really young roster here. Some of the brightest prospects in North America, and it's been a steady climb throughout the year. #3 seed earlier on this spring, #2 seed for the mid-season championship, and now they finally won Stage 3, qualified for the World Finals. They are finally looking to build on their careers here at the OWCS World Finals.
Oh, was teasing me a little bit there, was Infected, hovering Ryan for about 0.5 seconds, but Echo for Zera, Tree on the Freya. T1 going to do the same, a complete mirror.
And this is what I'm talking about, Josh. Both of these teams very happy to take this mirror. RuPaul and Vega, they made a name for themselves on this Kiriko and Wuyang composition. And the go-to meta has been Echo and Freya because of their mobility. Some early poke from either of these teams. Just one quick bolt from either Freya could be enough for either Echo to capitalize on.
Couple of misses there from both Freyas, just struggling to hit each other, although very quick to be fair. T1 positioned on the high ground. Team Liquid happy to take low, maybe try and get first touch. Zera going pretty low, has to receive the Suzu from RuPaul.
So Team Liquid, they have a bit more of a narrow angle here. T1 trying to contest this point at the minute, and Vigilante becking says that it's going to be enough as RuPaul finds the first pick. A slow approach here from Team Liquid could earn them a first fight win here.
Infected hanging out in Kitchen currently now, can push up onto this high ground. Zesto with a kill is going to be good for one on for Zera. Tree, though, is just such a dominant position right now. Ravenous Vortex is going to pick off Skewed. Kind of ignoring Jasmine up on that high ground. Infected goes for the prey, the low health support players in their own kitchen. And T1, they end up losing control of the point with 24%.
Yeah, really patient play from Liquid, and they make it work. Not panicking about the point. Now looking at the Kirikos here, the ultimate's coming online for our first cycle. RuPaul, 80% to that Kitsune Rush. If you build this quickly, that could be a quick engage from Liquid, capitalizing on that early ultimate charge. But T1, there are no slouches. Zest almost with that duplicate.
Zest has farmed this. Look at that. Dupe up, Zera 65%. Like, Zest is chilling. Well, maybe not for long. Uh-oh, trying to go for the 1v1. Trying to get away from me, unfortunately. Over a 50% HP. That beam didn't quite turn purple. Zest, though, with a dupe, kills Tree. That's one way to send a message. Bolus available for Zest as well. It's the free ult to be thrown in for TL. Or nice T1, sorry. Does end up getting the shield as the... Well, that's a good tidal blast on Zera, saves his life, but now Vega in trouble. They're getting lasered down by Zest, who's gotten a lot of the heavy lifting so far. Duplication here now for Zera. 2 Rams on the field. Annihilation on the point from both Infected and Jasmine. Can Zera actually stay alive? Just chunked out, Johnny.
Yeah, T1 ends up capping the point on the back of those ultimates. And Team Liquid, though, they built 57%. This is going to be a very back-and-forth series, so expect either of these teams to trade team fights back and forth. But with this positioning now on the high ground, what does T1 decide to do? Obviously, the Freyas, when you are in this sky, you have an easier time landing shots downwards. And so as Team Liquid approach this point here, you gotta be constantly wary of where is this Kiriko, where's the Echo, the Freya. If you take one quick tag, that's enough to end your life.
Tree trying to create some space now on the periphery of the map. Looks like 3 players from TL trying to do just that, forcing Zest away.
Both teams poking and prodding here, just trying to find an in, really. Oh, and Zero gets one.
Yeah, Zest just taken down out of the skies. Not enough support. Unlike Zero, who had 2 supports at his back. And now Tree trying to find an off angle with a bolus in hand. A kitchen retreat there for Skewed. A downtown bolus. Didn't quite connect with Proud, but did a little bit of damage.
So Team Liquid has a lot of point pressure here, actually, as Jasmine takes an off angle. Bola shot comes in.
Yeah,
quite bad.
Though. TL end up capping the point,
yeah,
though,
they
Johnny.
have the cap, and they also have the Kitsune Rush if they want to defend this positioning. Tree goes down. That's pivotal.
RuPaul ends up TPing away. He's got Suzu up in a couple of moments as he does end up using the rush to push Infected onto the point to gain more percent. It's good damage on Infected as well. He's forced away.
Yeah.
And any stagger kill here is going to be disaster for TL. They cannot afford to let Infected or anybody, for that matter, go down. He is proud to first to fall, though. Vega. It was a sitting duck out there. Ozesh just dive bombs him. And now OT's in session.
OT's in session. Infected should be able to touch one more time. And Steer's coming up on this duplicate. A duplicate on the Ramatra should build enough time there, but he goes down to Proud.
It's a free
rush. Going to close it out.
A free rush for Zest. It's so easy for the Echo to just dive bomb in. Copy the Kiriko. And T1 with a round win.
Catch me if you can.
And this is a little bit unlike some of the previous series we've seen. This comes down to pure mechanics. These damage players, so pivotal. And like Infected said prior to the game, referenced his damage players 3-0, they're gonna have to pop off big time on that round, falling to Zest and Proud.
Just peep the stats real quick. Jasmine not dying. That last round as well, very few deaths across the board.
Damage too.
T1.
Most in the server. 6,200 damage. And I mean, if you have a great Ramatra that can just stick onto that point, manage the health pool quite nicely, that frees up the support's ability to pocket those flankers even more and earn you that pick advantage. As we head into Sanctum here, bit of a closer point here. Liquid, actually a big difference in approach here from them. Tree's going to go towards that Sojourn, still has some horizontal mobility with that slide, but Zero is going to have to get up close and personal with Dash and these Shurikens.
Yeah, it's hard to play this Genji though, right, in this comp. Like, actually getting on top of Zest and Proud is just so tough. Double flex support makes that so difficult. The amount of like burst healing that can come in is paramount.
Yeah, Liquid, they're pretty static here for the moment while Zero is touching the point. Jasmine, aggressive Nemesis form here. This is quite the commit from T1.
Just a disrespect on Infected there. Walk past the lad. Oh, focusing beam, hello. Well, they know where Zest is now for the very least. T1 with the cap. Oh, wait, no, maybe not. You gotta cap it. Couple of pixels away. They've been forced off.
T1.
There we go.
Gets the cap finally. And that eases up a little bit for T1. They don't have to push as aggressive to secure point control because they already have it. They can fall back. Now, the pressure is on Liquid. How do they regain map control? As Test finds himself in the backline here. Zero is hunting. Great deflect.
Insane deflect from Zera. Half those sticky bombs return to sender. Zest down, and now Team Liquid to play front to back.
RuPaul coming up on that Kitsune Rush has a slightly earlier timing. But you can see they're trying to force the mistake here. Zero combining with RuPaul. Kitsune Rush dropped on the point. That's going to force T1 back. They'll have to wait for a different timing now. Jasmine goes down actually from that extra damage. And that is going to be Team Liquid now, gaining some momentum and holding their ground.
First death, Johnny. Jasmine chilling still. Infected took a lot of... That was a full-fledged stickies there. That was frustrating to deal with. T1 regroup now.
Yeah, this is really scary. T1 with 5 ultimates online while Liquid are still building their damage one. Liquid are gonna hold this pressure here early on. As Blast come into Zero.
Oh,
nothing to protect them. Oh, perfect 2-2. Great play from Vigi.
Dupe into Kiriko again. 70% on ult charge already. Zesh just needs to survive. No more Suzu, but should be able to get this one off. No, it doesn't look like it, but it doesn't matter. Infected knocked down thanks to that Tidal Blast. Team Liquid lose control.
But I still like the aggressiveness from Team Liquid. They know that T1 has 5 ultimates, as actually Zero gets a pick up the skew and pops the Dragon Blade.
Ghost disguise as well. That's a double for the Genji, maybe even a triple. Vigilante backpedaling kills him. Zera still making his mark.
I mean, that's tough. It's a really aggressive play from Zero. He saw something, wanted to pounce on that opportunity. Yes, you lose that fight, you lose the Dragon Blade, but you forced a lot of these ultimates from T1's ultimate economy. And now, on this re-engage, yes, Proud has the bola shot, but you're not as scared of taking this positioning as Zera and crew is pushing through this sideways corridor.
Wow, that's an aggressive dash from Zera. Oh, the Polish is going to catch him as well. Nice to the rescue, though.
Great
Come
save.
RuPaul and Vega, but Infected is so low, barely hanging on to life. And that life support system pulled from beneath him, pulled the plug as Zera also falls. T1 routing Team Liquid, Johnny.
And this is what the Koreans do, Jaws. Okay, you're pushing through the left-hand side as Vega dies fairly late, and these Team Liquid boys are a little lost on the map here, Jaws.
No, lost in the source, and this is no time to be lost. 85%, this is final fight.
As a really late stagger, RuPaul's going to have the benefit of the teleport to get back to his team, though. Probably gonna have to commit the Tidal Blast onto Zero here to get that point cap. T1, great positioning here as Team Liquid are drawn towards the point.
Team Liquid, double support, ultimate, there's the Tidal Blast, but Zera's already dashed away. He can't close the gap, Johnny.
They have to get to rush out.
They're gonna have to play back now, but a Elf Tidal Blast coming in for Skewed, knocks him down and almost over the pit. A double for T1. Heroics required from Zera. RuPaul finds one, but it does not matter. Duper, the Genji, and T1 take control.
Dominant performance from T1 to kick off this series on Team Liquid's map pick. And that just goes to show the mechanical prowess on T1. The ability to capitalize, punish the mistakes on Team Liquid. Still though, that could have been a lot closer. Team Liquid, I like the aggression, the proactiveness coming out of them. That is what you gotta do in these types of compositions. When you see a play, when you think you can clutch up a team fight, you gotta go for it. The worst thing that can happen is that you hesitate and you don't go for those kind of plays. Team Liquid, even though they fall down 1-0 here, gotta keep heads high as they get another map pick going into map 2.
Johnny, we're seeing a new Junk City for sure, right?
Are we?
Yeah.
I mean, given T1's performances on New Junk City earlier, that could be a map where maybe you feel like you have a leg up. You can establish some kind of advantage as we take a look at the stats in Jasmine. 19-1. I mean, it was dominance on the objective there.
Look at the mitigation from Infected. 17,000.
That's a lot of blocking.
9,000. A lot of blocking. A lot of hold and right click. A lot of press and S. Jasmine, on the flip side of things, way more aggro.
Yeah, I mean, Jasmine is just having a great control of the objective here. And you can see that Team Liquid, because they had to retake so much, it's almost like they have to commit their Kiriko to help Zera on the Genji. And that kind of leaves Infected by his lonesome to some extent with Vega on the Wu Yang. And you saw at times T1, they will capitalize on that. They will say, okay, if you're going to commit so many resources to flanking to try and grab positioning on the map, then we're just going to shoot your Amatra. And by the time you've gotten some positioning on the ground, then your tank won't have enough health to contest the objective, to stand his ground. Infected being the victim here of how Liquid distribute their resources.
Yeah, and a small macro error there as well. Or like a micro error, I should say, with Team Liquid. I mean, look, Zera ended up dashing away in that last fight. And then the Tidal Blast attached to the Genji. Couldn't close the gap. Means there's no knockdown on the Ram, on the Echo, on a backliner. Like, there was nothing there. That is your engage towards the Genji. You got to go in with that overhealth, get a knockdown, get a kill, or at least assist in one.
Yeah, it was a really panicked moment because Vega just about built it. So Zera probably had some hesitation about, are we going to build this Tidal Blast to begin with?
Yeah.
And if not, then I have to dash out, then I have to get away with here. And the timing was just very unfortunate that Vega popped it almost as soon as he got it. That would have been really favorable, dashing in with the confidence of that tunnel blast sustainability. And also, that just allows the rest of your team to funnel forwards, to take even more space and set you up for success, right? So a bit of a panicked moment to end it all from Team Liquid, but some of these damage players got to step it up now. This is next level. You're playing the 3rd seed out of Korea.
Yeah, 3rd seed out of Korea feels like #1 seed a lot of the time, out of a lot of other regions. But that's been the narrative throughout the whole year, hasn't it? It's, have we closed the gap? Has EMEA, has NA closed the gap on Korea? It's been a Falcons and a Crazy Raccoon world we've been living in. Can Team Liquid, NA's #1 seed, break through?
It's going to be another uphill battle for Team Liquid as they already find themselves at a 1-0 disadvantage here in the lower bracket. Elimination match to end the day. And Team Liquid, they are going to take us to No Junk City. It's been a map that T1 has been slightly shaky on. Earlier in the day, committed to playing a Mauga, Juno, Lucio composition, a very unorthodox support composition that favors a lot of speed, a lot of aggression to follow that Mauga in, but kind of caters easy pickings for Liquid because they like to play this Wu Yang style. We'll see what Castores, Danny, the coaching staff of Team Liquid have in mind. Obviously very influential when it comes to these bans. The map picks and the bans, the plans they have in place to try to maximize the value they can get out of this roster.
Wow. All right, TL, start off. Banning Jasmine's Zarya. Then a Genji ban for T1 in response.
And I mean, already some changes from T1, right? Like Donghak played in the previous matchup here on New Junk City.
Yeah.
T1 said that did not work at all. We're going to now commit to Jasmine. And so T1's coaching staff, they're showing we got a lot of adaptation up our sleeve. This is how both of these teams play. And the Zarya ban also serves as a bit of a protect, of course. You know, protects Infected from Matra once again. That's 2 tank bans coming out of consecutive first ban picks here from Team Liquid. The Genji ban as well, respecting Sarah on the Genji, can be very influential. Maybe force some uncomfortable hero pick here for Zero, obviously known for his Tracer and the Genji. But we haven't seen too much of the Echo. We haven't seen Zero on too much of that venture when it comes to official matches. Partly because he hasn't needed to play it, hasn't really been the meta, and he's been so good at the other heroes. But this could be the event where we need to see some more hero pool flexibility from Zero.
DPS gap is what Infected told me backstage.
Let's see it.
Let's see it. If you're going to pop off on any map, it's going to be this one. Team Liquid's up and down affair so far this tournament in the World Finals here in Stockholm.
Deserves saying as well, T1, they were the team to beat Team Liquid at the mid-season championship. Eliminated them back then, and so a bit of two teams that know each other very fondly.
Right.
But that one was a 3-0, and Team Liquid just showed no resistance whatsoever to T1. You can't let this series get away from you. Going into our second map here, you can't be in a 2-0 hold. That allows T1 with consecutive map picks throughout the rest of the series. They get the first bans. This is the moment for Team Liquid to step up.
Zest, I imagine, a quick teleport out and then switching over to the Venture, I'd imagine. Even some of the EMEA teams kind of quivering a little bit at the Venture picks from Zest. I see gate open. Quick teleport away. Zest switching.
He's not switching.
Okay.
Staying on the Symmetra here, and that's going to be a lot of added mobility for T1. Team Liquid, they have to immediately respect this Symmetra and what the teleporter is capable of. Big rotations coming through from Proud here. As Team Liquid, they need to set up a coordinated dive with this Venture.
She's gonna catch T1 on a rotation. It's just so tough, like you said, with that TP. There's the first one.
Here they go.
TP forward. This beam's gonna get charged super quick as well. Infected's 1 HP already. Zero also very low. And with a single flex support, Johnny, it's so hard to keep up with the healing against this burst.
Yeah, frankly, Infected, he should have been more aware and just keep rotating away from the Symmetra with the speed boost as fast as possible. But that early pick onto Infected is going to allow T1 to just swarm the rest of Team Liquid, secure the first point pick here. And now it's a big mental matchup. Liquid knowing that the teleporter can come in at any time. You have to respect it. You have to be ready to disperse and disengage, because otherwise you're going to be caught real quick.
Are they going to be able to actually catch them off? Oh, Proud with an opening pick on RuPaul. That is not even a, yeah, we're not going to bat an eye. We are leaving.
I can't overemphasize how much this Metra from Seth.
Again?
It's just changed the dynamic of this whole matchup. Team Liquid going into this New Junk City, they had a plan in place. Zero playing this venture, but now they're forced to play the game of T1. They're not really allowed to go into this matchup with what they had prepared, and they have to be the one playing reactionary rather than proactively.
They've almost got wall up available, Johnny. 80%, and Proud closing in on this overclock. Teleporter used already. Pretty early there from T1. Don't catch anybody, but they know Team Liquid have to now bundle onto the point. It's going to be a rush. It's a big ult fight for T1. Liquid looking a bit dire right now in terms of their ult bank, but luckily RuPaul's got his rush. And they're using on this high ground, but look at this position from Proud. An absolute monster right now in the Sojourn. Has already picked off Vega.
He was hailed as the new generation of hitscan players and leaving a mark right now as Tree is taken down. Proud is having a monster map to kick us off here.
I mean, this is just a differential. T1, barely a scratch on them as they take the first point.
And only using the Kitsune Rush as well. We traded back and forth as Team Liquid. They didn't even really have any ultimates to go with it. Vega at 63% sound barrier ultimate charge here.
Skewed has
this ready to go.
Yeah.
When you're playing the Symmetra with this added mobility, I would not be surprised to see an aggro beat push come out here. Maybe you want to wait for the objective to come online here. But this is the stuff that Team Liquid have to think about.
Don't test him, Sarah. Come on, man.
Here they go.
Overclock available. There's the B as Proud slides in. Hasn't used the overclock just yet. Actually spots Vega on the sidelines. Tree just trying to stem the bleeding with an OC. But Proud again and again and again. He's got a double, but Team Liquid, Johnny, they have secured two. But their mentals may be waning at this point. Sarah kills Skewed, that's 3. But now Proud comes to stay. Oh yes, overclock to kill 2, and that's the point.
Are you kidding me? He's like gotten every single final blow, it feels like, this map. He's just on an absolute monster run. And Team Liquid struggling to gain any ground whatsoever here on New Junk City. Cest has the Symmetra shield. That's going to be a big ultimate that Team Liquid will have to find their way around. Vegas coming up on that sound barrier. They're going to have to get maximum value out of it as they approach the point here. But they also have to be keenly aware. Cest, he can disengage away from this sound barrier if need be.
Whoa, an immediate ult there from Zero.
Great pick.
Going down, yeah, really nice pick. Trying to reposition with this ult. Decent amount of damage. Sends out another one. Looks like Vigilante got out to safety.
All right, Team Liquid gaining some ground here. They got double support ultimate coming up. That should earn them at least another team fight win here as they're poking and prodding just a little bit and decide to go aggressive with the beat.
Oh, what a Suzu there. Ends up saving Skew's life. Vegas 1 HP right now as they try and aggressively beat
No
forward.
value.
No value at all, and they're completely split now. This wall is waylaid them for the time being. Vigilante close this rush. Team Liquid use an ult, and they kill Skewed. Teleport to the point, and Tree snipes Vigilante.
Team Liquid are gonna clean up this fight here after T1 grabs the point. So a little bit lost percentage here, but overall...
Stagger.
Is that how you use your comps in ranked?
Yeah. You gotta scream it, bro.
You gotta scream it. So yeah, you lost a little bit of percentage point there, but overall, Team Liquid, you're happy to get away with the fight win there as we draw closer to perhaps the final fight here. Now, no ultimates on the board here for Liquid, while T1, they have this Kitsune Rush. You want to bait this out as early as possible so you can have a neutral fight on the board.
Oh, they found Zera already. Zest might be able to chase him down as well, off the sim, onto a venture of his own. But now I'm worried. I'm worried for TL. Proud's got the overclock and he's ready to rumble. There's an early rush. He's already found Tree, and Infected just gets deleted in the front line. An easy kill for Proud as well. I mean, this is a flattening here from T1 in that fight, and, well, an overwhelming amount of ults will do just that.
This guy is just absolutely crushing it.
Monster. Got a touch.
So Liquid will be able to touch once more. Sarah spawned early on here. So drills towards the point. He might be late, actually.
It's going to be tough. They're going to try and poop him away.
Wow! I expected the Sarah to be a bit further up there, but not able to get the touch after all. And T1 already a quick 2-0 on the board here for New Junk City.
Pixels, bro. Pixels away from touching that. rotation. Very easy for T1 as well. It's got to be. This is very nice in their favor. They're going to be able to take high ground instantly, Johnny.
Yeah, and another sound barrier charging here for Skewed. The Lucios have been a bit unsynchronized when it comes to these sound barriers, and it's one of the most powerful ultimates in the game. So an aggressive push from T1 could be in the cards here yet again.
Sneaky beaky, Tree, toppled, Zest finds one. Sneaking away is Proud there, receives a Suzu to top him up. Flashpoint unlocked. Still though, the fight continues as TL push the go button. Oh, Ajax from Skewed. Infected hits him with the annihilation, and Skew's sound barrier goes nowhere.
That might just be what the doctor ordered for Team Liquid. A critical mistake from Skewed. And Team Liquid are the first ones to cap this third point on New Junk City. And you have 4 big ultimates in your favor as Vega looks to build this sound barrier. Now, you can kind of take this next fight however you want. You want to poke and prod early with Tree using the overclock. You want to earn some extra percentage point. They decide to go aggressive.
Tectonic shock there coming through from Zest, already hitting that burrow though. Look how fast he is. He's hounding down the DPS. Tree basically wasted that ult. Not really wasted, but didn't get any shots off. Johnny was just too scared to face Zest in the 1v1.
You definitely traded with the Venture. It's an even
Here comes
trade.
the rush. Oh, Zest on the flank though. Ends up picking off Tree. Had a bit of a tough game so far as Tree. Sound barrier connects with 4, and now the tempo swings in Team Liquid's favor. And they're not even going to let this flip over either.
Great team fight win by Team Liquid here, and the extra staggers was going to buy enough time for Team Liquid here to secure this point after Jasmine goes down to RuPaul and crew. And that was all on the back of that sound barrier being wasted from Skewed. It was a critical mistake, and it cost T1 an entire point. And as we draw forth to this 4th point now, Vigilante has to continue rush up. That's going to be the most powerful ultimate online in the game as of right now. But Team Liquid, though, they have a lot of tools to disengage here. They don't have to take this fight immediately.
Well, there's the rush instantly, Johnny, from Vigilante.
Oh, Infected's down.
Tree trying to find an off angle here, but Infected again, just bullied, battered and bruised as he heads back to the spawn. The focused fire coming through from T1 cannot be understated. Zera still, though, leaving a mark on the fight, kills 2.
It's going to be T1 capping the pointer, and Infected. He's been caught forward a few times in this series. Obviously, a lot of sustainability because of that block, but you need to peel in a way where your supports have line of sight, where they can Suzu you. Try to keep you alive in these scenarios, but Infected going down early does not help Liquid here.
Oh, Jasmine caught out there a little bit. Zera with a Venture Burrow actually was just poking Jasmine in the back. Forces him to use a Nemesis form. Annihilation coming up, though. 1 HP has to pop it, in fact. Oh, they're in trouble here as well. Looks like Proud's on this high ground here as Skewed ends up coming down again, but Proud sniped through Paul, but Zera returns the favor in kind. Now Zest on the back foot as Vega finds a kill, but still T1, Johnny, they're still ahead here, 70%.
Oh, that is so scary now for Team Liquid because T1 are essentially 1 fight win away from securing
match point
this entire map. So Team Liquid, they're going to have to take a bit of a aggressive approach here. Tree is coming up to this overclock. You don't have great sidelines off the bat through this choke, but the best you can do is probably to let T1 in a little bit, draw them into this point, and then swing wide. See if you can get a couple of picks before they get support ultimates online.
Cheeky angle there from Zest. Peering around the shield. Oh, hello, Tree. Oh, missing. There is Tree, unfortunately. Dashes into danger, but they're not giving him a chance, and Proud does it again! T1, off the back of that. They're going to be able to run rings around TL now. RuPaul's playing in the rush, but, well, so is Destined T1. That's an easy kill on RuPaul. A team kill comes in, and final touch now for TL.
And they have the sound barrier in hand, knowing full well Team Liquid has to touch the point here. This is going to be an aggressive push from T1. With this sound barrier advantage, Team Liquid have to navigate around it. Quick swap over to the Wrecking Ball.
And his last hopes and dreams here. Match point could be in favor of T1 if they don't get it popping. Skewed with that sound barrier, like you said. Vega 10% away. Infect again, the last final touches here as Vega tries to join him on the point.
It's a huge
so low though. Beat connection for Vega. They know he's got sound barrier soon, and he is erased from the fight. Tree falls too. Didn't even hear it from across the map. Zest ends up securing the kill. Team Liquid cap, Johnny, but it's an easy flip.
Are they going to be able to sustain this any longer? RuPaul taken down. Vega can't get back with this sound barrier.
Infected, the last one alive here. Sound barrier from Vega. Connects with himself and Infected, but T1 with match point in the series. A 2-0 lead. As TL now, the last hope for North America. They've got to make it work. A new Junk City that T1 have looked shaky on, but that looks less than that, mate.
Show
that
me the
is
scoreboard.
A masterclass.
Show me the scoreboard. How many limbs did Proud have? That arguably might be the best map we've ever seen come out of Proud. A young hitscan talent in the making. Finally popping off here on the global stage. 32 and 4. Wow. I mean, that's a statement performance.
That is LeBron numbers, bro. That is one of the most, and if not, like you said, the most insane map we've seen from Proud ever. And on a global stage as well. World Finals, life on the line, lower bracket spot against NA's #1.
This is what we've been wanting to see from T1. We know what they're capable of, but they haven't showed us their full potential on the international stage. This could be their moment against North America's #1 seed. Team Liquid, they've struggled so far. Haven't found any kind of momentum. In T1, they just feel like they're one step ahead.
Infected said DPS diff, but little did he know it was on the other side. As Proud with a generational performance.
Unreal.
The amount of first picks, even, okay, go back to that first point. Getting stagger picks, not only one, but two, basically puts TL on the back foot to the point where they need one fight to actually turn the whole thing around. TL up against the wire. It's their map pick again, and their first ban.
And what's so scary when I think about Team Liquid's performance so far is that I still like the aggression. I still like the plays they're making. But in a situation like on that first point, where T1 rolls out with the Symmetra, you have to take a step back. You have to say, whoa, wait a minute. Now we have to play reactionary to wherever the teleporter is going to come out. And then we have to change our positioning based on how T1 decides to play things, depend on how they utilize that big mobility tool of theirs. And so Team Liquid, despite the fact that they have such incredible playmakers on this roster, they've never found their footing. They're never feeling quite comfortable so far in this series. And now they're on the brink of elimination.
Feels like maybe New Junk City was that silver bullet that you're holding on to. That momentum. But yeah, tempo from T1 has been ratcheted up a notch.
They said it themselves in the interview. That is one of their strengths, being able to play with tempo. And you can study VODs all you want, but if you're not ready for that aggression when it comes in the match itself, you're just gonna be caught up, you're gonna slip up, you're gonna get picked off.
Yeah, you can train all you want, but when someone throws a brick in your face, it's gonna hurt. It's probably gonna hit.
That was a big break from Proud.
It was a big brick. There's a big overclock as well. Just ridiculous. Hey, probably should ban Sojourn, it feels like at this point. If you're TL. Come on.
That would be a crazy ban. That would be such levels of respect.
32 and 4.
You just gotta have faith. You gotta have faith that Tree can step it up. Obviously, in a compositional matchup like that, it's not Tree and Proud. They're not trading it back and forth when it comes to responsibilities. They have slightly different jobs, but still, Proud got the better end of it there. There are so many great bans in Overwatch, and usually you want to ban either a tank hero or support hero, because those are the most important when it comes to changing the playstyle of these kind of compositions, right? And you can see Team Liquid, they're going to ban D.Va, a third straight tank ban.
Yeah, trust in Kasaurus, trust in the team. A third straight tank ban to help out Infected in the front line. Even Jasmine, to be fair, giving him a run for his money.
And here's what even scarier. Even if Team Liquid wins this map, they get 1 map to 2 of T1, yippee. You can't first ban tanks anymore. You cannot protect that Ramatra and T1 will immediately pounce on that opportunity to get ahead in the tank compositional matchup. So
then
Team
Jasmine
Liquid
picks Diva, or sorry, Zarya, and then runs you down.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough reverse sweep for Team Liquid here. We saw when Twisted Minds reverse swept T1, that was on the back of Yubi's Symmetra play. They were making minor micro adjustments that made the crucial difference, calling out the Venture. And that was enough with the tempo from Twisted Minds to get back into that series. But in a matchup like this, you don't have that Symmetra to lean on. So Team Liquid, they're gonna have to make some big changes here to win 3 maps in a row. It's a mountainous task.
Yeah, and the 2 maps after this will be, like you said, T1's pick. Shambali Monastery, the map number 3, a Diva ban to help out Infected in the front line against Jasmine. Not seeing Donghack anymore. That experiment is done. It's over. It's in the books. Wrapped up.
But even so, if T1 gets a map pick in this series, what's to stop them from putting Donghack
play Winston
on the Wrecking Ball?
Or something?
Yeah. I mean, he's arguably the best Wrecking Ball player in the world. Junbin would love to say.
Yep.
But Donghack is that good.
Donghack is him. All right, defense for TL. Let's have a look. Tree on the Ashe, no surprise there. Zera on the Echo, and again, making sure they can protect the Ram for Infected. Their best answer to T1, or at least they think it is right now.
So a couple of hero choices here from Zest as they get ready for this attack. Knowing that Team Liquid plays this Echo Ashe, they're gonna give it a bit of scout here as they walk out of spawn. They could opt for a pretty aggressive approach here if they want. Zest could move over to that Tracer, which fights an Echo fairly nicely. Oh, don't do this to me, Proud. Just don't do this to me. But Zest is actually going to match this Echo. So this is going to be quite clinical from either Echo here. If you can just get the positional advantage. Oh, Zest. Oh, never mind.
Wait a second.
I'm being baited.
Baited ×2.
I think he's settled.
Yeah.
I think we're good here.
It was just swap maxing. It's all good. All right, Jasmine. Push up into the high ground, playing behind that shield, trying to run down the back line, and Proud
I
finds
can't believe this dude.
First pick. I mean,
you gotta stop.
Yeah, come on.
There's no way.
Give them at least something. At least something. 50% on the railgun already. Taking the 1v1, doesn't care, shrugs it off, double kill for the Soj, make that a triple.
Oh.
And T1, they got the payload.
Oh, this is just a Proud show.
It is?
Can we just sit on his POV? Just enjoy it. Just take it in. I don't even know what to say. This guy is just taking over the lobby.
And this is the conversation too, where Proud is the next generation of solid, unbelievable, like superstar hit scan DPS. Can he stand up to the might of someone like Lip? If you're putting performances like this, you might just do that.
Oh,
don't test the boy.
It's so close. So Vigi is going to build this Kitsune Rush, actually. They need us to push around this corner.
Insta rush. No chance for Team Liquid to respond. Eventually, they do end up using their own rush onto the point. But now Proud's got an overclock. Quick swing.
Here they go.
There's the beat. And the tempo is just too much for Team Liquid. This is turning into quite the affair for T1. It feels like they've leveled up, not even from day to day, but from hour to hour.
They're just playing with a level of confidence that is remarkable. I mean, obviously, they're doing so much work in the neutral here that they're going to have the upper hand when it comes to generating these ultimates, and then it just snowballs out of control. Now, that was 2 big support ultimates from T1 to secure that point cap. This could allow Team Liquid to rely on Vega's sound barrier to regain some ground in this series. But we've seen that Proud, he loves to have a say of things, even where they're at a disadvantage.
Let's see if he can get another pick. It's a bit more difficult now. There comes the beat. Okay. Duplication, though. And Zest is kind of safe here. He's kind of chilling.
We got him.
And they've killed public enemy number 1. Proud down. We got him, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit of extra damage there from Zest. But yeah, ult not doing too much. That dupe dealt with.
And this is a really good hold here, even though you have to commit the sound barrier to win this fight. With all this superiority when it comes to the high ground, this is really going to enable Team Liquid to set up a solid defense. Let's see how T1 matches it as we listen in.
화면 가봐. 딜러공 생각, 딜러공 확인. 나 오른쪽으로 가서 만나자. 길은? 길 70이야, 길 70. 똑같아, 길. 나왔어, 앞에. 아, 길 찰 수도 있겠다, 얘들아. 민석이 형, 나 오른쪽 볼 수 있냐? 오른쪽 보던가. 먼저 한번
Rupaul with some heroics there. Did find a double kill, Johnny, but now this is the true test. Going to be able to stand up against Proud. Zera pretty low, has got the safety dupe if needed, but Proud trying to find an off angle, and they've sent so much to deal with him. And here comes the rush around the corner. Can Proud snipe someone out on the cross? That's a lot of damage on Infected. Zera the same there as well. A late rush comes in, Jasmine walks forward. That's a lot of speed, but the Annihilation doesn't continue to connect.
Skewed is coming up on the sound barrier too. That is enough sustainability for T1 to close this point out. Zera, duplicate, has to go for a play here.
Yeah, has to go for a play, jumps onto the ram, and oh, what a shot from Tree from downtown. And now Zera can play with impunity. He's got the Annihilation too. I mean, this is a little cheeky from Zera.
And this has been a pretty good defensive hold there for Team Liquid, gotta say. They've held T1 in their tracks, and finally it feels like for the first time this series, Team Liquid are able to play their own game here and gain some ground. Now, this crucial sound barrier is still online for T1. They can go extremely aggressive here as they have the favorable ultimate economy.
A double tap from Tree will suffice, but can they actually do it? Proud again. Another first pick in the fight. There's the beat from Skewed. Fight's over. It's all done. Wrapped up with a nice little bow. Team Liquid, they have to get on their horse now because T1 with 2.5 minutes to go on this third point. It's a tricky one. Normally finished in OT. But can they actually hold here, Johnny?
Yeah, I mean, T1 are setting up here. Proud is going to take a bit of an off angle here as he looks to get that quick railgun charge once more.
Don't do it to him. I'm so scared every time we jump on the POV.
I'm so scared that he's just going to get another pick here. Zest has a duplicate, should be fine here.
Yeah, it should be chilling. Dupes the ram as well. There's the sound barrier. Zera with the first blood this time. Vigilante down. Zest now backpedaling. Hasn't got really any support at all. And yep, he's going to be showed the door.
I'm not sure I actually love that beat from Vega because it was a little bit unprovoked here and enabled T1 to disengage relatively easy. And because it's such a big ultimate, T1 in the next 1 minute 40 now, they should have a really good opportunity to push forward here.
Looks like they've got really good timing, you're right. Oh, Infected is so isolated right now. He's receiving heals, but he's got the Annihilation, I suppose, so should be safe. But here's the OC. A headshot from across the map, a nice little dash away, and Infected just taking the brunt of this damage from Proud. Overclock still looking for targets. It's put the fear into Team Liquid. They're gonna deploy the 6th man to the field in Bob.
I mean, they're buying a lot of time on Team Liquid here, but they gotta come up with a decisive fight win. Zero is really aggressive here.
Has to find a pick though. Oh, the TP's good. He can't find anybody. Duplication comes in, and that is a kill and a half. Zest down, Vigilante 2, T1. Back to spawn you go.
And that's great follow-up by the rest of Team Liquid. That is the type of individual play that Team Liquid really needed in a moment like this. Zero goes for the big flank, wraps around that upper area on the right side of your screen. But now, there is this sound barrier timing once more. 30 seconds and counting. Team Liquid, they could get 2 fights here.
Please force Zera's positioning. They got to do something. It's not Proud, it's Jasmine. Nice kill onto Tree. Another one onto Zera. Who said Ram can't do damage? Definitely not Jasmine. Proud is taking a heap of damage here. They tried to take him out, but they committed so much. OT, Johnny.
Oh,
and the push commences. Vega very alone right now. Skew knows exactly where his enemy Lucio counterpart is.
So if Vega can live here, dude, this is actually okay. RuPaul's going to build this Kitsune rush. Let's see how these support ultimates get traded on the cards.
Sound Barrier comes in. There's the rush already, but RuPaul's already down. Vega, we need your healing, we need your help, we need something. We need presence on the point. Infected, he just can't stand up to this. An overtime finish for T1.
North America's #1 seed versus one young Korean boy playing it again. I mean, he's just unstoppable. It's crazy. I can't believe what we're witnessing at our Proud in this series.
Has the gap between North America and Korea closed?
That's the gap between Proud and
North America. Just him. Let's have a look at the stats.
It is quiet in here. I mean, Team Liquid has just knocked the wind out of their sails.
2 deaths of Proud, 2 deaths of Jasmine. Currently leading the server in damage is Jasmine. You'd expect it to be Proud, but a lot of sustained damage from the round.
And now Team Liquid, they're gonna have to come through on a really good attack push here on Shambali Monastery. I still like what we saw on their defense there. Some of their players coming online. But now you guys gotta do it consistently for the next 3 maps here. This map really lends itself to great echo play, and we saw Zero a couple of times on that defense, what it's capable of with Duplicate in hand. It's gonna have to continue that on this attack. Diffing's Test will be crucial.
A couple of flank opportunities as well from Zero. Getting a little bit of value. See if Tree can find a sneaky kill. Probably not. Yep, quick change. Over to Ash for Tree.
Pretty standard compositions here from either team. Tree is going to opt for this Ash, which is slightly better after the recent patch that increases that fall off the range. Zero, he goes for that individual play.
Oh,
great.
Nice Zuzu. And he's going to return the favor as Zest. Zero, not quite the same level of support there that Zest receives. Oh, Infected, you're in trouble, my friend. Have to get out. Nice Vortex, but healing behind you.
Yeah, Team Liquid here, they're gonna push this card slightly forward and try to contest this left-hand side, gain some kind of position and gain some ground, get some more angles. But while the tank pushes forward on the left-hand side, Zero simultaneously will have to contest this flank, and you're seeing Stess constantly looking for the enemy echo.
Gonna try for the one-shot again. Doesn't get it. Oh!
Nice line.
Tag team work there from Tree. Infected's still super low, though. The amount of fire he's under is just unfathomable. Jasmine with a couple. Okay. Proud dead, so Tree does end up killing 2. Both CPS down now for T1.
It's a bit of a scary position here for Team Liquid to be in. 2 minutes 30 on the timer. They're not really close to building any of these ultimates whatsoever either. Let's get into their comms as they're trying to build up this attack.
Come on, take the one main, take the one main. Carry left side foot. Yeah,
cutting left, I'm cutting left. Red main, red main. Look at him, no CDs. I have shield at 3, we can swing, okay?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, swinging.
Get the carry, back carry, back carry, back carry, back carry.
Better now.
Be better than me, yeah, we can walk strong. Yeah, fight strong.
3, 2, 1, I'm walking. No, walk strong. Just hold.
Yeah, take right, take right.
Yeah.
Shooting to right,
We can carry around the corner.
They push right, carry. Carry cross,
Alright, I can go. Turn right. 3, 2, 1. Adjourn. Turn main side.
Take right, 3, 2, 1.
Turn left.
Shoot him. Okay.
Give me up.
Yeah, we did it.
Walking strong.
Look point.
Also.
Hold this on. Take one. I be.
Okay.
We push. Remote first. Push. I'm in. Blue one. Carry one. Carry. No speed. Saki left.
Blue on me.
Yeah, with you. Living tree.
Yeah.
Turn main.
Walk on main.
Get the drone with the rail. Play for point. Nice balls. I'm hit! Oh my fucking way. Did they copy?
Yeah, Infected popping off in the cam there. He is very much him. Young Infected coming up big in that fight, that annihilation, and the chase down of Vigilante after the call that he was low and TP had been used.
Yeah, that's a great fight win from Team Liquid. The way they rotated around the point there and then enabled Vega to get plenty of value out of that sound barrier. They're gonna keep on trucking here on that second point. Now, Bob can be helpful here as we set up for this narrow choke. The Ashe can actually push on themselves up, but Proud decides to go first with the overclock.
Oh, kind of messed up the slide there, wanted to go on the high ground. Maybe, but it doesn't matter. RuPaul deleted. Maybe looking for another one there as well. Tree pretty low. Proud as low as he is, but it does not matter. He can't keep getting away with this. Double kill with the OC. And Infected is going to join the rest of his comrades in the spawn. 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go.
T1 are looking to regain control here on this Shambali Monastery. And this high ground can be so menacing on Shambali Monastery. Typically, the pro teams, they don't want to rotate up these stairs that you so commonly see instead. They might opt for that outside rotation. For now, looks like though, they're going to go with the default approach. Zero has this duplicate and onto a Ramatra. That added survivability in the front line could be enough to secure some ground.
Feels like it should be a trivial fight, right? With that.
Oh, Zero, nice play.
Maybe you don't even need the dupe, actually. Yeah, it looks like T1 are hightailing it out of there. They know they get another touch.
They know they get another touch here, and holding this corner is arguably better than where the previous fight was positioned. So Vigilante is gonna trade this Kitsune Rush here. It's just a question of how aggressive does Team Liquid want to be with Duplicate and Annihilation in hand.
There's the dupe used pretty early. Kitsune Rush though to match this. Zero just holding his arms across his chest, hoping to get the Annihilation. I mean, double Annihilation, a little bit unfair, but the sound barrier is going to make it a little bit more even. Even keel now, as Infected super low, has to back up.
But it's a good disengage from Team Liquid. No one died here. It's all about building the sound barrier for Vega to then go for a second re-engage. Gotta stay alive as Jasmine pushes in.
Oh, Zest is so low. Sound barrier comes in late here from Vega, but still Zest alive. And Zest fights the 1v1.
Zero didn't get it. He didn't get the sound barrier.
Proud is taking this duel versus Vega. Zest ends up going down, and Proud is trying to be the difference maker again.
And now if you're Team Liquid, now what do? You have a ball for a bit of an off angle here, but is this gonna be enough?
It's too many ults, bro. There's just too many. Yeah, the Bobs just gets owned. Like, there's nothing about it. Oh, another one. Vega, hurting, bleeding, running away.
This is now very scary for Liquid, but Tree saves them. Perhaps an out.
However, still a duplication available from Zest here, and a duplication into the Ram. Now they can push and pressure the front line. Proud down though. Zera and Tree coming up big. Payload just kind of losing it there a little bit for T1. Jasmine down, but Zest still the tank in the front line, but they have to deal with Infected, who's got another Nemesis form. Good kill from Tree, and they live to tell the tale. 1 minute and 45 on the clock.
And on the cusp of elimination, Team Liquid, they keep fighting on this attack on Shambali Monastery. And am I seeing a Mauga? Surely not. Yeah, I thought so. I thought so, buddy. Make that hero swap back to the Ramatra. 1 minute 30 on the timer for Team Liquid here. Kitsune rushes on either side here. They're gonna get traded out. Just a matter of what damage player can step up to the plate here.
This rush around the corner from RuPaul. It looks like he wants to set up with it. Everybody just taken so low that what a Ravenous Vortex. Unbelievable stuff from Jasmine. He pays through with his life, but maybe the damage is already done. Tree with 2 evens the fight.
And no tank on the side of T1, which is going to enable Team Liquid to push forward at least a little bit, try to set up the rest of the team.
They just swing this corner with this rush, surely. Infected's got this ult advantage too for TL.
Yeah, but you gotta be wary of Skewed building this sound barrier. Now's the time for Liquid.
There's the rush, both rush used. Bob's gonna join the fight as well. Tree finding an alternate angle. Bob is getting kind of destroyed right now, but this sound barrier is gonna be able to stay at the front line, but Jasmine doesn't get it. 4-man sound barrier coming through for T1 as OT is approaching for Team Liquid, and they've got ults to spare. Proud caught out on the flank, ends up getting taken down. And this is just Team Liquid pushing this one home. Not quite an OT finish. A better one than that. 1 minute and 10 in the time bank for TL.
And this is what we wanted to see out of Team Liquid, grinding through that attack. capturing the 3rd point just before overtime. And now, it's going to be such a critical time for this series. Team Liquid, 1 overtime bout here on Shambali Monastery, stands between them and elimination from the OWCS World Finals. 1 single mistake could be what ends your life in 2025.
And NA's hopes as well on a global stage, Johnny. Team Liquid, the last hope. It's coming down to a minute each side. Liquid getting an extra 10, but in reality, that 10 means little to nothing.
I'm just gonna get it out of the way, buddy.
Sure.
Hardy theory.
Oh.
Slightly less time on the bank here. You get to push the cart first. You know where to defend. I don't know, it's just a theory. It's just a theory. I'm just putting it out there. But T1, I don't think they're too unhappy about going first here, even though they have 10 seconds less in the time bank. But this first initial corner, Jaws, really difficult to round. If Team Liquid can make a big individual play here, they should have a great opportunity to end this map in their favor.
They want to TP past them. Team Liquid know, though. That strat not hidden for long. Zesh just charging up these right clicks, trying to connect with somebody.
The Ashe has to be the target here. Ashe's lack of mobility is really going to put Tree in a bit of a problem.
The bait! They baited them, Tree in trouble. Coach gun used. Zesh trying to charge up now. Zera just lasered down by Zest. And Proud finishes it off with a right click. A teleport behind them is not where they went. A very sneaky play from T1. Baiting Team Liquid to push towards stairs.
And so T1 gets the job done on this first initial corner, but the second one is arguably harder to round. And Tree swaps over to the Bastion.
We've seen it once, we've seen it thrice, I think. It's been a lot of Bastion play, it feels like.
Surely
over the last stage or so. Straight over the top, goes Tree. He's looking for people, but can he actually land these kills? These mortar shells really hurt, but Tree is so low, has to now wait for another form to come up. A teleport in, a quick teleport out. Overtime is ticking down as Proud just tries to find a kill, tries to find an opening, double slide away, but it is Proud and Skewed that end up going down. And the final stand for T1 will be here. Tree with a double nade kill. And that Bastion, oh, it was here to play.
That is 900 IQ from Tree. Because it is overtime, the minor and the major perk comes online, and that transform Bastion from a pretty average pick that can be exposed into a deadly cannon when you go into that turret form. And you saw T1, they wanted no business to deal with that Bastion. But it was good enough for Liquid to hold firm on that first point, and that at least gives them an opportunity here to get a map win in this series.
Still though, a minute, Johnny, and like even just getting past that first corner can just be so tough. Like you said before, one mistake can cost you. One mistake from Team Liquid will cost you your tournament lives. They need this reverse sweep. It needs to start now.
This is what you practice for. This is all those hours spent in scrims, preparation, the boot camps. It all comes down to 1 minute 10 on Shambali Monastery, where you gotta put all of that practice together. Can you come out on top when it matters most, when facing elimination?
4, 3, 2, 1.
Great damage boosted.
Oh!
What?
No way!
A damage boosted right click from Spawn.
That can't happen.
60 seconds.
They lost Lucio, they lost their speed.
They lost their speed. They could make a snap decision here to back out if they want no part of this. Skewed should be able to get back relatively quickly, and there he is.
But still, maybe the damage has already been done. They're going to be able to take control of this high ground. 8 SAP. Jasmine pretty low, but so is Dera. Very low, in fact. Just how did Proud weave that right click in?
30 seconds to go. And Proud finds 2. Make that a 3rd. And they are going to stagger RuPaul.
Oh, it's a brutal stagger. 20 seconds to go. Oh. Dying this late, he's still going to get back because of the teleporter. Steer swaps over to the Venture. That's going to allow for some extra point pressure to stagger out the potential overtime scenario here. But T1, they want to take probably a quick fight here. They want to take advantage of the fact that Team Liquid has to touch this card.
No more C9s, please.
That's
Zest looking for the dive bomb. He's looking for somebody. He's looking for Tree. Oh, maybe the Lucio will suffice. Ends up getting away. No, he doesn't. Kunai does connect. They trade DPS, however, is Proud on the high ground looking for a snipe. Overtime still in session as well. Vega gets out with his life, but he's going to have to get healed up. Now he's looking for another. Annihilation on the point. Rush from RuPaul is going to sustain them. Vigilante leading in.
Vigilante still has a Kitsune Rush in hand. T1 just have to pick their poison, and they're going to go
rush.
now.
It's such a good rush. This is so late now for Team Liquid. They're all split, Johnny.
Vega needs the sound barrier.
Infected needs to stay alive, and Vega 5% away, but Infected falls. And T1 stand above Team Liquid and ask, is this the best North America can offer? The answer is no.
T1 continues their path in the lower bracket at the OWCS World Finals with a dominant 3-0 over North America's #1 seed. It was not meant to be for this Team Liquid squad that have built towards this moment all year long. So much talent on their squad. But it was not meant to be. It was not meant to live up to Korea's #3 seed.
On what was a little bit of a rocky couple of series from T1 over the last couple of days, including this one. T1 with a 3-0.
Dominant.
Repeating from their same international performance against Team Liquid at mid-season.
I know who my MVP is.
Proud. Come on.
Proud is my player of the match because, my God, does that kid know how to operate Sojourn. 36-9. Another map where Proud top frags in the server. So much tremendous impact getting these first initial kills. Because in Overwatch, when you're 5 versus 4, it's essentially over. It's like a 70% win rate in those kind of situations. And so if you have a hit scan player who is able to do that, that is just going to be so much easier for you to deal with in the rest of the series.
I want to see the series stats at this point. Because Proud, he's putting up some numbers on the stage.
Ridiculous.
Korea's #3 taking down North America's #1. A ridiculous performance from Proud as T1 continue their advance in the lower bracket. We're going to jump down to Danny on the stage with your boy Proud.
Jack and Johnny, thank you very much. Danny Lim, you're joined by Proud from T1. Amazing stuff today. I mean, I feel like you're always like, you know, you're always good. But I mean, I gotta be honest. I think today you absolutely killed it. What sort of changed for you, Proud? 자, 일단 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 솔직히 말하면 항상 프라우드 선수는 뭐 잘하는 딜러, 히트 스캔인 건 다 알지만은 특히나 오늘 리퀴드전에서 조금 더 빛을 발하지 않았나 생각을 합니다. 오늘 좀 뭐가 달라졌나요?
일단 어제 경기가 너무 기억에 남아서 리플도 진짜 한 2-3시간 보고 머릿속으로 혼자 생각도 많이 하고 오늘 꼭 어제보다 더 잘 써야겠다라는 생각이 좀 컸던 것 같아요.
I feel like I had a really good play yesterday, so I watched a lot of the VODs. I had to re-watch all the matches that I played, studied it, and I feel like that sort of paid off where I actually took that into account, and I feel like that sort of really worked out. Another thing I wanted to ask for you, Proud, is that a lot of our casters are saying that you are like the next generation star DPS, and I want to hear from you, Proud. Do you feel like you're that next generation star DPS that everyone is talking about? 자, 다음 질문은 요즘 또 미국 쪽, 특히나 미국 쪽에서 많은 캐스터분들이 우리 프라우드 선수가 차세대 스타 딜러다. 차세대 최고의 최강의 히트 스캔이라고 좀 말이 많은데 프라우드 선수는 어떻게 이거에 동의를 하시나요?
지금은 좀 많이 부족하다고 생각하는데 언젠간 다 이기고 우승한다면 그때는 아마 저도 내가 그래도 짱이다 생각할 것 같아요.
I feel like I have still ways to go, but I mean, if I keep winning, I'll keep up this performance, I feel like I could be that next generation star player. Stockholm, what do you guys think? Do you guys think he's a good DPS? 벌써 이루신 것 같네요. All right, thank you so much, Proud. That is it for the interview. That's take it away.
Thank you so much, Danny. Congratulations to T1. They are staying alive. Absolute heartbreaker for Team Liquid, which showed so many signs of life there on our last map. I really, for 1 second, thought they got it. That Bastion swap was like a million IQ play in that OT. You apparently get royalties because you called that first.
Yeah, Johnny. But no, that was good. That was really nice from Tree as well. The double perks in OT, he ended up clutching it out. But yeah, they needed a little bit more. I felt like this series was T1 on full anger mode. They're tired of losing games that they feel like they should be winning. They got dropped down into the lower bracket, and they want to make this really massive lower bracket run through. And that was the last North American team. SSG can at least savor the fact that they are on equal par with Team Liquid in terms of the final ranking.
I guess they got their wish, right?
But, well, their wish was to beat Team Liquid. Neither of them are going to face each other. It's T1 and Weibo moving on. And T1, this is just such a good-looking team. Now, the fact that they didn't even need to play Dark at all in the series. Jasmine came through, played Ram the whole time, and they just win that matchup.
It was just so impressive, and I think that this means a lot for the T1 roster in general. Jasmine didn't see much play, if any, basically in Stage 3 of OWCS Korea, and now comes in World Finals. So much confidence behind either of these looks, with Jasmine playing the off tanks or Donghack coming in and playing the Wrecking Ball, Winston, any of those more dive-centric compositions. But Proud, man. What more can we say about this player, except for what he put up in the server?
I'm going to say this. I discovered him first. That's right. I scouted this guy way back in Contenders when no one knew who this guy was. He was the up-and-comer, and now he's finally here and showing up. But I got to say, it's been a bit of a slow year for Proud. All throughout the year, I've been waiting to see where is his limit, because he was doing some amazing stuff last year on Poker Face, and this year finally showing at the exact right time at the World Final. We talk about generational performances in terms of matches and series. How about a generational tournament? Because he's been lights out the whole OWCS final.
Yeah, let's revisit some of his highlights from this match now. Necra, we've looked at him already the last 2 days, where he actually did stand out. So as you said, might have been a quieter time throughout the year, but now he's really stepping it up when it matters the most.
And that's what you want to see, especially if you want to have hopes of T1 making it further in this tournament. It does come down to not just the flexibility in that flex CPS role, but also your hit scans, pumping out consistent damage. And I hate to say it, but I feel like T1, they just had the better DPS today. And I don't know what they were feeding this roster this morning, but keep doing it, you know? Whatever Proud as S want to eat, give it to him.
It's just crazy, because like he literally just turned 19 this very month. He started his professional career in 2022, and he did go like the old traditional Korean route of the O2 pipeline, right? And then ended up in Poker Face last year, and then to be picked up from T1.
He was trading spots with Probe and Knife back in the day on O2. He wasn't even necessarily started back then, and already you could just, you know, people that watch Contenders back then, you sort of saw the potential, and now you're really seeing where the limits of that are. There could still be higher limits still to come for himself and the team. You talked about the DPS as well, but Zest as well. I think he had a better game than Zero overall in this series. The tank battle for me was really big, because I thought it was going to be a lot more Donghack coming in, but Team Look could sort of read the situation and saying, okay, well, we don't maybe necessarily want to play the main tank versus main tank. If we drag this into Ramatra and they don't have as much time playing with Jasmine, maybe we can win that. We've got 3 maps of Ramatra mirrors. Didn't work out. A lot of it does come down to this guy on your screen right now. His stats are disgusting, 78 to 17. And like I sort of said, he's been doing it all tournament long. So whoever faces T1 next, that's going to be scary.
Yeah, I feel sorry for whoever that is going to be. Because it's just, I think, shaping up to be just a very strong tournament with who is left in this upper half. You know, T1 had an amazing run today. That is 2 lower bracket matches in a row that they've been able to stave off elimination. And similarly on the other side, I think we have to just give a lot of excitement to Weibo. Because I think both of them, like the Weibo maybe just an underdog from being a Chinese team, and then T1 as the 3rd seed in Korea. I think sometimes you do look at those regions and you go, well, maybe this is, you know, GG's, like, well, EMEA, like very strong, Korea, of course, like Team Falcons, Crazy Raccoon. But I think T1 and Weibo, they very, like, solidly put themselves in the conversation now for top 4.
Oh, they definitely have. And I know that everyone in the upper bracket will have an eye on those teams and are excited to see who's emerging. Now, of course, for T1, it's not going to get any easier if we're looking at the bracket. Their potential next opponent, I believe, should be the loser of Crazy Raccoon
yep.
and OWCS. Now, Crazy Raccoon, I think they're winning the head-to-head. Like, if you're looking at the regular season, the last time that T1 was actually able to take them down was in the, stage 2, like, placement decider matches or something like that. But that was also, like, a really bad run for Crazy Raccoon overall, since they went 0-3.
Well, I mean, T1 only seem to lose to Crazy Raccoon when it's a grand final. So outside of that, T1 have a pretty good record versus CR. So that could be the potential here. But also for OWCS, T1, they've been losing to Twisted Minds. They've lost to Twisted Minds twice now, including in mid-season as well. T1 would love to get revenge on EMEA in general, eventually maybe facing TM again. But if it's OWCS instead, T1 would not mind that matchup either.
Which one would you be more excited to see?
In terms of like the potentials that we have?
The potential. What's the possibilities?
Well, the world is my oyster.
Know, right?
Oh man, if I had to have like a wish list, I think I really want to see the Weibo T1 game.
Yep.
Yeah, that would be fun.
Honestly, I think whatever is coming our way, it
doesn't matter. Whatever iteration of teams that you put together, I think it's just going to be a good match. So.
Exactly, because these are the top teams, right? I mean, all the teams, even the 6 teams we had to say goodbye to today, they are the 12 best teams in the world that made it here to Stockholm, to the finals. And of course, that also means that we had plenty of phenomenal moments throughout today to pick from to put together our DHL daily highlights. So let's dive in and take a short trip down memory lane to see what stood out to us.
The C9 better be in there.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be a good highlight, depending on which side you're on.
Well, you know, highlights, lowlights. Just saying Cargo delivers.
He does deliver.
It's a lot of leave, obviously, that we did see today. Starting out dominant versus Team CC, continued that dominance a little bit later versus Space Station. But honestly, it's been a real massive tournament for Leaf so far. Slay as well on Varro. We talked about that Alari, and he pulls it through one more time to success.
Oh, the Alari was just amazing. And I think just the entire backline of Varro really thought they had a little bit more life in this tournament still left to give. But unfortunately, that did get cut short today as they had 5 other teams. But I think when it comes back down to just this T1 roster, I'm again very sorry for predicting against you. I don't think that we have any doubts anymore about how this team is going to do heading further into the tournament.
Yeah, apologies. We weren't familiar with your game until you rocked up today. And I mean, honestly though, if you're Team Liquid, like, you can't even be mad at that, because every once in a while a player just has like the game of a lifetime, and today was Proud's game of a lifetime.
It's sad it happened here, but
it was also a great game for Shy and Leave on this, match versus SSG as well. Another situation where SSG are running into a resurgent Weibo game. We'd love to see how much further they can go. And of course, highlights from our final match of the day. Plenty of Proud clips in here, I'm sure. And maybe even a sneaky skewed Ajax. I called that one. Violet says hi on that as well. He gets paid to do it. Skew just does it for the love of the game. I respect it.
I don't know if they do that for the love of the game. Maybe for our fans. I saw those signs out there that we're excited about. The Ajax C9, so we're with you.
We are, and I'm sure there's plenty more of that, because we do have 2 more days of action ahead of us. Today, we had to say goodbye to 6 teams. Tomorrow, we're going back to the upper bracket to start it all off, and we're going to take a look at the upper bracket semi-finals. It's going to be very stacked up there. I expect the matches to be very, very close. Here is your schedule. This is what's coming our way. As you can see as well, we're starting at 11 in the morning CET, so 1 hour earlier in order to get it all in there.
And you know what? It's Korea versus EMEA, both of our upper semi-final games. I hate to say it, but right now it's looking like EMEA might just be a lot better than North America, and that is great for the EMEA fans and the audience. A little bit sad for the North American fans.
A little sad for France as well, but if this is going to be, this is really the day that we get to really put the litmus test together. EMEA versus Korea. Is the gap actually closing between these 2 regions, or are Korea going to maintain on top for the rest of the season?
Yeah, some of those questions will be answered tomorrow, which is just some hours away. I'm not going to do math on stream. Also, Just so you know, tomorrow at one point during the show, we will also be having some special guests on this very desk who will walk us through all things esports for 2026 for Overwatch. So some announcement on the horizon, perhaps. Definitely going to be a good reason to tune in, other than, of course, the amazing games that we get to witness. Guys, one last thought here. What is the big takeaway from day number 3 of the competition?
I just want to see some 5 maps tomorrow.
That would be nice.
That's all I
love that.
Takeaway is Korea is strong as ever. All 3 Korean teams made it to the top 6. North America, unfortunately, none of their teams made it to the top 6. EMEA, I mean, Twisted Minds and REBROADCAST have been strong throughout the year, so probably not a big surprise there. And then Weibo, good resurgence. CC have been on the up and coming as well, but Weibo making the top 6, love to see that.
You know, you rattled that down like a robot, as if we've had that script every single
He's actually Cargo.
Is he Cargo? I have never seen him in the same room.
He's as tall as Cargo.
It was me and Avast the whole time, you know?
It was them all along.
And how did you teleport then from...
We can't give that away. Like some stuff needs to remain a mystery, or perhaps we will reveal it tomorrow. I don't know, but definitely make sure to tune back in for all the action. We have 2 more days of play to go before we are crowning our champions for this year. For now, though, it's a good night. Thank you all so much for tuning in. And as we're seeing you off with some beautiful picture, we're also gonna give you the proper soundtrack for that. So make sure to listen to the official OWCS theme song. It's called Hold Your Ground.
Remember the time when our hearts were synced and our thoughts connected, expanding our size. We can clear the cache, burn it all to ashes. And attack our energy back and charging forward, losing track of what has failed us. We can be heroes, let our fear go, no time to play. You're not alone, no stops in the road, the fallen pave our way. We can clear the mess with 1,000 marching steps. Nothing stays broken, nothing ever stays broken. While the world is burning broken, keep your unity loaded. While the world is burning, keep your head held proud. When the cities crumble, scream their name out. When the world quakes, hold your ground. Fade into black. A new scene starts and the stars we're charting, defining the map when we pull the trigger and attack. Our energy back and charging forward, losing track of what has failed us. We can be heroes, let our fear go, no time to play. You're not alone, no stops in the road, the fallen pave our way. We can clear the mess with 1,000 marching steps. Nothing stays broken, nothing ever stays broken. While the world is burning broken, broken pieces on the floor.